Story 1. My wife texted me after her graduation. Thanks for paying my med school tuition. Goodbye, sucker. P.S. I'm running away with your best man, he's richer and more handsome. I stayed calm and texted back, enjoy it, sweetheart. Then I did this, and suddenly she wasn't running anywhere. I read the text 3 times before the words actually sank in. My fingers gripped the phone so tight I thought the screen might crack, but my response was surprisingly steady, enjoy it, sweetheart. What she didn't know, what neither of them knew, was that I'd been expecting this for months. The signs had been there if you knew where to look. Late study sessions that smelled like expensive cologne instead of medical textbooks. New lingerie appearing in her drawer, lace that definitely wasn't for my benefit. Phone calls that ended abruptly when I walked into the room. Sarah thought she was being clever, but after 12 years of marriage, I could read her tells better than a poker player reads cards. The real kicker? My best man, Marcus. The guy who'd stood beside me at our wedding, who'd shared beers on my couch every Sunday for a decade, who'd convinced me to take out that second mortgage to pay for Sarah's medical school. Think of it as an investment in your future together, he'd said, clapping me on the shoulder with that $1 million smile of his. Turns out he was right about the investment part. Just not the way he meant it. I set the phone down on my kitchen counter and walked to my home office. The manila folder sat exactly where I'd left it 3 days ago, thick with documents and photographs that would make any divorce attorney salivate. But that wasn't what I needed right now. What I needed was sitting in my safe. The insurance policy on Sarah's student loans was a beautiful thing. 50 pages of legal text that basically boiled down to one simple clause: if the beneficiary died before completing residency, the loans would be forgiven and I'd receive a payout equivalent to twice the borrowed amount. Sarah had signed it without reading, too excited about starting med school to bother with the fine print. But I wasn't planning murder. I'm not a monster. I was planning something much more elegant. My phone buzzed. A text from Marcus: dude, Sarah told me what she said to you. I'm so sorry, man. I never meant for it to happen like this. Can we talk? I stared at the message for a full minute. The audacity was breathtaking. 4 years of friendship, 12 years of my marriage, and he thought a simple "I'm sorry" would fix this? I typed back, sure, come over. We should definitely talk. While I waited, I pulled out my laptop and opened the folder labeled Insurance Claims, Educational. Inside were 3 years' worth of communications with Mutual Trust Insurance Company. Premium payments, policy updates, and most importantly, a series of emails about expanding coverage. You see, when Sarah started medical school, the basic policy only covered tuition and fees. But 2 years ago, I'd upgraded to comprehensive educational protection. This covered not just the loans themselves, but any fraudulent use of educational funds. The penalty for fraud was severe: immediate loan acceleration, meaning the full balance became due instantly, plus penalties and interest. But here's the beautiful part: the policy also included a spousal protection clause. If educational fraud was discovered, and if the spouse could prove they were unaware of the fraud, they could file a claim for damages. Emotional distress, financial hardship, loss of consortium. The payout could be substantial. All I needed was proof of fraud. And thanks to my forensic accountant, hired 3 months ago under the guise of organizing our finances for tax purposes, I had plenty of that. Marcus arrived 25 minutes later, looking like he'd aged 5 years since I'd last seen him. His usually pristine appearance was disheveled, his expensive suit wrinkled, his hands shaking as he accepted the beer I offered. Jake, I don't know where to start, he said, settling onto my couch. How about at the beginning? I sat across from him in my leather armchair, the one Sarah always said made me look intimidating. Tonight, that seemed appropriate. It wasn't supposed to happen. You have to believe that. Marcus ran his hands through his hair. Sarah was stressed about boards, you were working those crazy hours at the firm, and she just needed someone to talk to. Someone to talk to. I kept my voice neutral. When did talking turn into sleeping together? The question hung in the air like a blade. Marcus took a long pull from his beer, avoiding my eyes. About 8 months ago. Maybe 9 months. While I was working 80-hour weeks to pay for her education, while I was skipping vacations and selling my motorcycle to cover her expenses, my wife was sleeping with my best friend. And you thought this was appropriate behavior for someone I trusted? I asked. No. God, no. But Jake, she was so lonely, and you were never home, and I. He trailed off, probably realizing how pathetic he sounded. You what? Decided to be the hero? Decided to comfort my wife in my absence? I fell in love with her. The words came out in a rush, like he'd been holding them in for months. I know how that sounds, but it's true. And she fell in love with me. I nodded slowly. Love. That's what you call it. What would you call it? Betrayal. Adultery. A spectacular violation of trust. I leaned forward. But let's talk about love, Marcus. If you love Sarah so much, why did you encourage her to commit fraud? His face went white. What are you talking about? I pulled out my phone and opened the photos my accountant had provided. Bank statements, transaction records, receipts. Sarah's been skimming money from her educational loans for 3 years. Small amounts at first, dinner here, shopping trip there. But it got bigger over time. Hotel rooms that weren't near her school. Vacation packages. Designer clothes. I swiped through the photos, watching Marcus's expression change from confusion to horror. The total is just over $78,000. Money that was supposed to go toward her education, diverted to personal expenses. I looked up at him. Did you know about this? No. Maybe. I don't know. He was stammering now, his composure completely gone. She mentioned having some extra money sometimes. Said she was good at budgeting. Budgeting, I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Is that what she called it when she paid for your weekend in Napa last month? When she bought you that watch for your birthday? When she covered the deposit on your new apartment? Each question was a punch to the gut. Marcus's face crumpled as he realized the extent of what Sarah had been doing. She used stolen money to fund your relationship, I continued. Federal loan money, Marcus. That's not just adultery, that's conspiracy to commit fraud. I didn't know. He was on his feet now, pacing. I swear, I didn't know where the money was coming from. But you accepted it. You let her pay for things. You benefited from the fraud, even if you didn't know the source. I stood up and walked to my desk, pulling out a thick folder. The interesting thing about federal loan fraud is that it doesn't require intent. Just use. And you used plenty. I opened the folder and spread out the contents. Photos of Marcus and Sarah at expensive restaurants, hotel receipts with both their names, credit card statements showing purchases that far exceeded what a medical student should be able to afford. This is all circumstantial, Marcus said, but his voice lacked conviction. Maybe. But combined with her confession text about leaving the country, it paints a pretty clear picture. I picked up one of the photos, Marcus and Sarah at a 5-star resort in Cabo. When was this taken? He glanced at it and winced. February. During her spring break. Spring break. When she told me she was visiting her sister in Phoenix. I set the photo down carefully. How much did this trip cost, Marcus? I don't remember. According to Sarah's credit card statements, it was $4,700. For 4 days. I looked at him steadily. Where does a medical student get $4,700 for a vacation? Marcus sank back onto the couch, his head in his hands. What do you want from me, Jake? I want the truth. All of it. Every detail of your relationship with my wife, every penny she spent on you, every lie she told me to cover it up. And if I tell you? Then maybe, when the federal investigators come calling, I'll mention that you cooperated fully and seemed genuinely unaware of the fraud. The word investigators hit him like a physical blow. You're going to report this? I already have. It was a lie, but Marcus didn't need to know that. The claim was filed this morning with Mutual Trust Insurance. They have their own fraud investigation unit, and they work closely with federal agencies. This was partly true. I had filed a preliminary inquiry with the insurance company, asking about the process for reporting educational fraud. But I hadn't actually submitted a formal claim yet. Marcus was hyperventilating now. Jake, please. You have to understand. I understand perfectly. You saw an opportunity to steal my wife and my money, and you took it. I sat back down, projecting calm I didn't feel. The question is, what are you going to do about it? What can I do? You've already reported it. I've started the process. But investigations take time. There might be ways to mitigate the damage. I'll let that hang in the air. What kind of ways? Full cooperation. Complete honesty. And a willingness to make things right. Marcus looked up at me with desperate hope. How? I pulled out my phone and showed him a voice recording app. You're going to call Sarah. Right now. You're going to tell her that you can't go through with running away together because you've discovered the money she's been using came from fraud. She'll know you put me up to it. Maybe. But she'll also know that her fraud has been discovered, and that her only chance of avoiding federal charges is to cooperate. I hit record. Make the call, Marcus. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely dial. The phone rang 4 times before Sarah answered. Marcus? Thank goodness. Jake's acting weird, and I'm starting to think he knows something. Sarah, we need to talk. I found out about the money. There was a long pause. What money? The loan money. The money you've been using for our trips, for my gifts, for everything. Marcus was reading from notes I'd hastily written for him. Sarah, it's fraud. Federal fraud. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. And I think Jake knows too. We can't leave the country, Sarah. If we run now, it'll look like we're fleeing to avoid prosecution. Another pause, longer this time. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was different. Colder. How do you know about the money? I figured it out. Sarah, you're a medical student. You live on loans and grants. Where did you think $78,000 in spending money was coming from? The sharp intake of breath was audible even through the phone. How do you know that number? Marcus looked at me with panic in his eyes. I nodded encouragingly. Because I did the math, he said. Sarah, we need to call this off. We need to figure out how to fix this before it gets worse. Fix this? Marcus, I graduate tomorrow. I'm finally free. We're finally free. Free to spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders? Free to live in a country without extradition treaties? Marcus was getting into the role now, his fear making him convincing. Sarah, I love you, but I won't be part of a federal crime. You already are part of it. The mask was slipping now, revealing the Sarah I'd suspected but never seen. Every dinner I paid for, every gift I bought you, every trip we took, you knew that money had to come from somewhere. I thought you were just good with money. With what money, Marcus? I'm a student. I work part-time at the campus clinic for $12 an hour. She was shouting now. Did you think I was performing miracles? I gestured for Marcus to keep her talking. So you did steal it, he said. You stole loan money and used it on us. I borrowed it. From myself. It's not stealing if I'm going to pay it back. When? How? Sarah, you're about to start residency making $50,000 a year. It'll take you decades to pay back what you've spent. That's why we have to leave. Don't you see? If we stay here, I'll never be free. I'll be trapped forever, paying back loans for a life I never got to live. Marcus looked at me again. I mouthed the words, "Where is she?" "Where are you right now?" Marcus asked. At the hotel. Packing. Our flight leaves at midnight, Marcus. Everything's ready. What hotel? The Marriott downtown. Room 1247. Her voice was getting suspicious. Why are you asking so many questions? Why aren't you here helping me pack? Because I'm scared, Sarah. Because this is real, and I'm finally understanding what we're really doing. What we're doing is choosing happiness over fear. What we're doing is refusing to let other people's expectations trap us in lives we never wanted. And if we get caught? We won't. Jake is too proud to admit his wife left him for a better man. He'll tell everyone I'm pursuing advanced training abroad or something. He'll never report the money missing because it would mean admitting he never paid attention to our finances. I had to hand it to her, she'd thought this through. Under normal circumstances, she might have been right. I was proud, and I probably would have been too embarrassed to pursue legal action. But these weren't normal circumstances. Sarah, I need to think about this, Marcus said. This is a big decision. The decision is made. We've been planning this for months. I know, but, Marcus. Her voice went deadly quiet. Are you backing out on me? I'm asking for time to process what you just told me. There is no time. The flight leaves in 6 hours. She was losing control now, the careful facade crumbling. If you don't get down here right now, I'm leaving without you. Then leave. The words hung in the air like a gunshot. Marcus looked as surprised as I felt that he'd actually said them. What did you just say? I said leave. Run away to Costa Rica with your stolen money. Live your fantasy life built on lies and fraud. Marcus was gaining confidence now, maybe remembering who he used to be before all this started. But count me out. You can't be serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. The line went quiet. For a moment, I thought she'd hung up. Then I heard something that chilled my blood, Sarah laughing. You think this is about choice, don't you? You think you can just walk away? Sarah, I have photos, Marcus. Videos. Documentation of every penny you helped me spend, every trip we took, every gift you accepted. Her voice was sing-song now, almost playful. Do you really think I'd plan something this big without insurance? Marcus went pale. What are you saying? I'm saying that if I go down for fraud, you go down with me. Conspiracy, money laundering, accessory after the fact, I've made sure we're tied together legally. The laugh again. Did you think I was stupid enough to trust you completely? I gestured frantically for Marcus to keep her talking while I grabbed my laptop and started typing. You set me up, he said. I protected us both. As long as we're together, we're safe. If we turn on each other, we're both destroyed. Her voice softened, became almost loving. Come to the hotel, Marcus. Help me finish packing. In 12 hours, we'll be on a beach, and none of this will matter anymore. And if I don't? Then I'll make sure you go to prison for helping me steal $78,000 in federal loan money. Marcus looked at me with desperation in his eyes. I held up my laptop screen, showing him what I'd typed. Tell her you're coming. Buy time. I'll be there in an hour, he said. Good. And Marcus? Don't even think about calling Jake. If he shows up here, if the police show up here, if anyone shows up here who isn't supposed to be here, I'll assume you betrayed me. And you know what happens then? The line went dead. Marcus stared at the phone like it might explode. She's insane. No, she's desperate. There's a difference. I stopped the recording and saved it to 3 different locations. But she made a mistake. What mistake? She has evidence that implicates me in the fraud. She also just confessed to deliberately setting you up as an accessory. She admitted to documenting your involvement specifically to use as blackmail. I smiled grimly. That's conspiracy, Marcus. And conspiracy carries heavier penalties than accessory charges. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. What are you doing? Calling the police. Sarah just threatened you, admitted to fraud, and announced her intention to flee the country. That's enough for an arrest warrant. Wait. Marcus grabbed my arm. If they arrest her, she'll tell them everything about me. I looked at him calmly. Yes, she will. But now we have her on record admitting she set you up deliberately. That changes everything. The 911 operator answered. 911, what's your emergency? I need to report an attempted fraud and flight risk. My wife has stolen approximately $78,000 in federal loan money and is attempting to flee the country tonight. Sir, can you provide more details? I gave them Sarah's location, her flight information, and a brief summary of the situation. They promised to dispatch officers immediately. After I hung up, Marcus was staring at me with something between admiration and terror. You planned this? All of it? I planned to protect myself. The rest of this was Sarah's choice. I walked to my safe and pulled out the insurance documents. Did you know that Mutual Trust has a whistleblower program? If a policyholder reports fraud early and cooperates fully with the investigation, they can receive a settlement for damages. How much? Up to 3 times the amount of the fraud, plus punitive damages for emotional distress. I did the math in my head. Somewhere around $300,000. Marcus was quiet for a long time. And me? You cooperated with the investigation. You helped gather evidence. You were manipulated by a master manipulator who deliberately set you up. I shrugged. A good lawyer could probably get you community service and probation. Could or would? I looked at him, really looked at him. This man who'd been my friend for 10 years, who'd shared my home and my trust, who'd betrayed me in the most fundamental way possible. That depends, I said finally. On what? On whether you understand that our friendship is over. That I never want to see you again after tonight. That you need to disappear from my life completely and permanently. Marcus nodded slowly. I understand. Good. Because if I ever see you again, at the gym, at a restaurant, at a mutual friend's wedding, I'll remember that you're the man who helped my wife steal my money and planned to help her flee the country. I get it, Jake. I'm gone. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. The police are here. I hope you're happy. You've destroyed everything. Sarah. She must have gotten a burner phone, or maybe she was using the hotel's business center. I showed the text to Marcus. She knows. How? Hotel security cameras, probably. Or she saw the police cars from her window. I typed back, you destroyed everything when you decided to steal from me and sleep with my best friend. The response came immediately, this isn't over. Actually, it is, I replied. Enjoy federal prison. Then I blocked the number. Marcus stood up slowly. What happens now? Now you go home and wait for the police to call. They'll want a statement. Tell them the truth, all of it. Don't try to minimize your involvement or make excuses. Just tell them exactly what happened and when. Will you put in a good word for me? I considered the question seriously. I'll tell them you cooperated fully once you understood the situation. I'll tell them Sarah manipulated both of us, though in different ways. Beyond that. I shrugged. You made your choices, Marcus. Now you live with the consequences. He nodded and headed for the door. At the threshold, he turned back. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Not just about getting caught, about all of it. You deserved better from both of us. Yes, I said. I did. After he left, I poured myself 3 fingers of whiskey and sat in my living room, processing what had just happened. In the span of 6 hours, I'd lost my wife and my best friend, but gained evidence of fraud worth potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. It didn't feel like winning. My phone rang. Detective Maria Santos from the downtown precinct. Mr. Harrison? This is Detective Santos. We have your wife in custody. That was fast. She was trying to check out when we arrived. Suitcases packed, passport in hand. She's been read her rights and is asking for a lawyer. What happens next? Federal charges will be filed tomorrow. The FBI will take over the investigation since it involves interstate fraud. You'll need to come in and give a formal statement. What about Marcus Chen? We'll be interviewing him as well. Based on your preliminary statement, it sounds like he may be willing to cooperate. After the detective hung up, I called my attorney, David Kruger. I'd been working with David for 3 years on various business matters, but tonight I needed his criminal law expertise. Jake? It's late. Everything okay? I explained the situation as succinctly as possible. David listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes. You recorded the phone call? He asked when I finished. Yes. She confessed to fraud and admitted to setting Marcus up as an accessory. Good. That recording is going to be crucial for both the criminal case and your insurance claim. David was quiet for a moment. Jake, I have to ask, did you know about the fraud before tonight? It was a good question, and an important one legally. I suspected Sarah was hiding something. I hired a forensic accountant 3 months ago to audit our finances. But I didn't know the extent of the fraud until I saw his report last week. And you didn't confront Sarah immediately? I wanted to understand the full scope before making any accusations. I was hoping I was wrong. It wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't entirely false either. The timing is going to be scrutinized. The prosecution might argue that you knew about the fraud for months and only reported it when you discovered the adultery. Let them argue. I have documentation of when I hired the accountant and why. I have email records showing my genuine surprise at the extent of the fraud. I sipped my whiskey. Besides, the insurance company doesn't care about my motives. They only care about whether fraud occurred and whether I reported it in good faith. David made more notes. I'll start drafting the insurance claim first thing tomorrow. And Jake? You might want to prepare yourself for this to get messy. Sarah sounds like the type who'll fight these charges aggressively. Let her fight. The evidence is overwhelming. Evidence is one thing. A skilled defense attorney is another. They'll try to paint you as a controlling husband who drove his wife to desperate measures. They'll argue that she intended to pay the money back, that it was borrowing rather than stealing. Can they make that stick? Probably not, but they can make the process painful. Character assassination, invasive questions about your marriage, implications that you were financially abusive. David's voice was grim. Are you prepared for that? I thought about it. Was I prepared to have my 12-year marriage dissected in public? To have strangers judge my actions, my choices, my failures as a husband? I'm prepared to see justice done, I said finally. Good. Because this is going to be a long road. After David hung up, I sat in silence, drinking whiskey and thinking about the woman I'd married. When had Sarah become someone capable of such calculated betrayal? When had I become someone capable of such calculated revenge? Maybe we'd both been changing slowly, so gradually that neither of us noticed until it was too late. Maybe the people we'd become were always who we really were, hidden underneath the roles we'd been playing. My phone buzzed with another text from a different unknown number. You think you've won, but you have no idea what's coming. Sarah again. Probably from the police station, using someone else's phone. I typed back, I know exactly what's coming. A federal trial, a conviction, and a long prison sentence. Enjoy. This time, there was no immediate response. I finished my whiskey and went to bed, but sleep was elusive. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's face as I'd last seen her, beautiful, determined, completely unrepentant. The woman I'd loved for 12 years, who'd become a stranger without me noticing. Tomorrow, I'd start the process of rebuilding my life. I'd file for divorce, claim the insurance settlement, and figure out how to trust people again. But tonight, I mourned the death of my marriage and the man I used to be, the man who'd believed the best about people until they proved him wrong. The next morning brought a parade of phone calls. Detective Santos wanted me to come in for a formal statement. David needed to review documents for the insurance claim. My boss wanted to know why I wouldn't be in the office. Sarah's mother wanted to know if the rumors she'd heard were true. That last call was the hardest. Patricia had been like a second mother to me, and breaking the news of Sarah's arrest was brutal. There has to be some mistake, she kept saying. Sarah would never do something like this. I have the evidence, Patricia. I wish I didn't, but I do. But stealing? From her own education funds? It doesn't make sense. I didn't tell her about Marcus. That revelation could wait until the trial made it public record. The police interview took 3 hours. Detective Santos and FBI agent Rebecca Martinez went through my statement line by line, asking for clarification, requesting documentation, probing for inconsistencies. By the end, I felt like I'd been interrogated rather than interviewed. One more question, Agent Martinez said as we wrapped up. Did you ever consider simply confronting your wife about the fraud privately? Of course. But she'd already proven she was willing to lie to me about major financial decisions. What made you think she'd tell the truth about this? Some people might say you were more interested in revenge than resolution. I looked at her steadily. Some people might be right. But that doesn't make the fraud any less real. She nodded and closed her notebook. We'll be in touch as the investigation progresses. From the police station, I drove to David's office to review the insurance claim. The paperwork was extensive, 37 pages documenting every aspect of the fraud, my discovery of it, and the financial impact on our household. The insurance company will conduct their own investigation, David explained. They'll want to interview you, review all financial records, and probably interview Sarah as well. How long does the process take? 6 months to a year, depending on complexity. But given the criminal charges, they might expedite the review. David looked up from the papers. Jake, there's something else we need to discuss. What's that? Your divorce. Sarah will be entitled to half of any insurance settlement, unless we can prove the fraud was intended to harm you specifically. I'd been dreading this conversation. What are my options? We file for divorce on grounds of adultery and fraud. We argue that her criminal activity voids any claim to marital assets gained as a result of that activity. David leaned back in his chair. It's not guaranteed, but given the circumstances, most judges would be sympathetic. And if she contests it? Then we go to trial. Again. David's expression was grim. Jake, you could be looking at 2 trials, criminal and civil. Are you sure you want to put yourself through this? What's the alternative? Let her keep half of the money she helped steal from me? The alternative is settling quietly. Offer her a modest settlement in exchange for waiving her rights to the insurance claim. I thought about it. It would be cleaner, faster, less public. But it would also feel like letting her win. How modest? 50,000. Maybe 75. Enough for her to start over after prison, but not enough to feel like a reward. And if she refuses? Then we go to war. I signed the divorce papers that afternoon. The story broke in the local news 3 days later. Local woman charged with federal loan fraud. The article was brief but damaging. It mentioned Sarah's graduation, the amount stolen, and her attempted flight to Costa Rica. It didn't mention Marcus or the adultery, but it didn't need to. The legal community is small, and gossip travels fast. My phone started ringing immediately. Reporters, curious neighbors, distant relatives who'd heard the news. I ignored them all except for one call, Sarah's sister Jennifer. Jake, what the heck is going on? Mom said Sarah was arrested, but that can't be right. I explained the situation as gently as possible. Jennifer listened in stunned silence. She was really going to leave the country? She asked finally. That was the plan. With Marcus? So she knew about that part. Yes. I warned her about him. I told her he was bad news, Jennifer sighed heavily. But I never thought she'd do something like this. Neither did I. What happens to her now? That's up to the courts. But Jennifer, you should know, the evidence is overwhelming. The FBI has bank records, hotel receipts, flight reservations. This isn't a misunderstanding or a mistake. I know. She was crying now. She's my sister, you know? I love her even when she does stupid things. I understand. Do you? Do you still love her? It was a question I'd been avoiding, even in my own mind. Did I still love the woman who'd betrayed me so completely? Or had I loved someone who never really existed? I love who I thought she was, I said finally. But that person might have been an illusion. She wasn't always like this, Jake. The Sarah I grew up with was kind and honest and would never hurt anyone. Maybe. But people change. Sometimes in ways we don't recognize until it's too late. After Jennifer hung up, I sat in my empty house and wondered if she was right. Had Sarah always been capable of this level of deception, or had something happened to change her? Had I played a role in that change? It was possible. I'd worked long hours, focused on making money to support her dreams. I'd put her on a pedestal, expected her to be perfect, never questioned her decisions about school or finances. Maybe my neglect had created space for Marcus to enter her life. Maybe my trust had enabled her fraud. But even if all that was true, it didn't excuse what she'd done. Adults are responsible for their choices, regardless of their circumstances or temptations. 2 weeks later, Sarah's attorney called David. She wanted to meet. Absolutely not, I said when David told me. What could she possibly have to say that I need to hear? She's offering to plead guilty to reduce charges in exchange for your agreement to a favorable divorce settlement. How favorable? 50% of the insurance claim, no alimony, she keeps her retirement accounts. That's not favorable, that's highway robbery. Jake, think about it. If she pleads guilty, there's no trial. No media circus, no character assassination, no months of testimony about your marriage. David leaned forward. You'd have this behind you in 60 days instead of 60 months. And she'd walk away with $150,000 of stolen money. She'd also be a convicted felon with a destroyed medical career. Prison time, probation, ruined reputation, that's not exactly walking away clean. I thought about it for 3 days. The temptation was real, to end this quickly and quietly, to avoid the public spectacle of a trial. But every time I considered it, I remembered Sarah's laugh when she thought she'd outsmarted everyone. Her smug confidence that I'd be too proud to pursue justice. No deal, I told David. If she wants to plead guilty, she can do it without getting rewarded for her crimes. You're sure? I'm sure. Sarah's trial began 4 months later. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. Bank records, credit card statements, hotel receipts, airline tickets, a paper trail that painted a clear picture of systematic fraud over 3 years. The defense tried every strategy David had predicted. They painted me as a controlling husband who'd driven Sarah to desperation. They argued that she'd intended to pay back the money eventually. They claimed the funds were educational expenses for life experience and cultural enrichment. None of it worked. The jury deliberated for 6 hours and found Sarah guilty on all counts. Federal fraud, conspiracy, attempt to flee prosecution. The judge sentenced her to 18 months in federal prison, followed by 2 years of probation and full restitution. I felt no satisfaction watching her led away in handcuffs. Just emptiness and the strange sensation that I was watching the end of someone else's life. Marcus pled guilty to accessory charges and received 8 months in minimum security prison plus 3 years probation. His cooperation and obvious remorse worked in his favor, but his life was effectively over too. His business collapsed, his reputation was destroyed, and most of our mutual friends wanted nothing to do with him. The insurance settlement came through 6 weeks after Sarah's sentencing. $312,000, tax-free, deposited directly into my personal account. Money that represented 3 years of systematic betrayal, but also my ticket to a completely new life. I used part of it to pay off the mortgage early. Another chunk went into retirement investments. But the bulk of it? I did something Sarah would have hated. I started a scholarship fund. The Second Chance Educational Trust provides full funding for students who've had their education interrupted by family crisis, financial hardship, or personal trauma. Students who've proven they can overcome adversity and deserve support to rebuild their dreams. The irony wasn't lost on me. Sarah had stolen educational funding to finance her affair and escape plan. Now that same money was helping deserving students get the education she'd thrown away. The first recipient was a single mother named Angela who'd dropped out of nursing school when her husband died in a car accident. She'd been working 3 jobs to support her kids, trying to save enough to return to school. The scholarship covered everything: tuition, books, living expenses, even childcare. I don't understand, she said when I handed her the award letter. Why me? Why now? Because sometimes life gives you a second chance, I told her. What you do with it is up to you. She graduated 2 years later with highest honors and sent me a photo of herself in scrubs on her first day as a registered nurse. Her kids were standing beside her, beaming with pride. That photo sits on my desk now, next to pictures of 12 other scholarship recipients. Teachers, engineers, social workers, doctors, people who'd been knocked down by life but refused to stay down. Sarah, meanwhile, was serving her sentence at a minimum security facility in Ohio. She'd written me several letters in the first few months, alternating between apology and accusation, but I'd returned them all unopened. Whatever she needed to say, I didn't need to hear. Jennifer kept me updated despite my request not to. Sarah was apparently a model prisoner, working in the library, teaching GED classes to other inmates. She'd lost weight, found religion, and claimed to have discovered who she really was underneath all the lies. She wants to see you, Jennifer told me during one of her unwelcome updates. She says she needs to apologize in person. She can apologize to a therapist. Or a priest. Or her cellmate. She doesn't get to apologize to me. Jake, don't you think forgiveness might help you move on? I have moved on. That's why I don't need to see her. It was true. 18 months after Sarah's arrest, I was genuinely happy for the first time in years. I'd taken early retirement from the law firm, started doing consulting work on my own terms. I'd traveled to places Sarah and I had always talked about visiting but never found time for. I'd reconnected with old friends, made new ones, learned to cook properly, and discovered that I actually enjoyed my own company. Most surprisingly, I'd started dating. Her name was Rachel, and she was nothing like Sarah. Where Sarah had been polished and perfect, Rachel was warm and slightly chaotic. Where Sarah had planned every detail of her life, Rachel embraced spontaneity. Where Sarah had hidden her true self behind layers of careful presentation, Rachel was refreshingly, sometimes brutally honest. So your ex-wife is in federal prison for fraud? She'd asked on our second date, after I'd finally worked up the courage to explain my situation. Yes. Is that a problem? Are you planning to commit any federal crimes? Not currently on my agenda, no. Then it's not a problem. She'd smiled and stolen a French fry from my plate. Besides, my ex-husband ran off to Vegas with his dental hygienist and left me with $60,000 in credit card debt. We all have baggage. Rachel taught 3rd grade and had 2 teenage kids from her previous marriage. She was patient with their moods, firm with their boundaries, and completely unimpressed by drama. When Sarah's letters started showing up at my house again, apparently she'd convinced someone to give her my address, Rachel simply threw them in the trash without comment. "Aren't you curious what she has to say?" I asked after the fifth letter disappeared. "Nope. Are you?" I thought about it honestly. "No. I'm not." Then why would I care about the words of someone who hurt the man I love? It was the first time either of us had said the word love. We were sitting on my back porch, watching her kids play basketball in the driveway, and the casual way she'd said it made it feel both significant and natural. "I love you too," I said. "Good. Because I was starting to think you were just using me for my excellent lasagna." "Your lasagna is terrible." "I know. That's how I knew it was true love." We moved in together a year later. Her kids were initially suspicious of me, their father had abandoned them, and they weren't eager to trust another man. But they warmed up eventually, especially after I helped Tommy with his algebra homework and taught Sarah, yes, Rachel's daughter was also named Sarah, which created some interesting conversations, how to change a tire. "You're not trying to replace their dad," Rachel warned me early on. "You're just trying to be a good man in their lives." I understand. Do you? Because a lot of men think they can just slide into the father role and win everyone over with gifts and fun activities. I'm not trying to win anyone over. I'm just trying to be present and supportive. Good. Because they're watching you carefully. Kids are excellent judges of character. She was right. Tommy and Sarah, we started calling her little Sarah to avoid confusion, which she pretended to hate but secretly loved, tested me constantly in small ways. Asking for help with problems they could solve themselves, creating minor conflicts to see how I'd handle them, pushing boundaries to see if I'd stay calm or explode. I passed most of the tests, failed a few, and learned that being a step-parent was like being a diplomat in a foreign country where the rules changed daily and everyone spoke in code. "Jake's pretty cool," I overheard Tommy telling a friend one day. "He doesn't try to act like my dad or anything. He just hangs out and helps with stuff." It was the best compliment I'd ever received. Sarah's release date approached with surprisingly little fanfare. She'd served 14 months of her 18-month sentence, getting out early for good behavior and completion of various rehabilitation programs. Jennifer called to let me know, even though I'd asked her not to. She's going to live with Mom for a while. She's got a job lined up at a medical clinic, not as a doctor, just administrative work. She lost her license, obviously. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, and meant it. Despite everything, the waste of Sarah's talents and education was genuinely sad. "She'd still like to see you. To apologize and get closure. Jennifer, I need you to understand something. I don't want closure from Sarah. I don't want her apology. I don't want any contact with her at all." I kept my voice gentle but firm. "I've moved on completely. I have a new life, new relationships, new priorities. Sarah is part of my past, and that's where she needs to stay. But don't you think?" "No. And I need you to stop asking. If Sarah wants to make amends, she can do volunteer work or donate to charity or help other people who've made similar mistakes. But I'm not part of her redemption story." Jennifer was quiet for a long time. "You've really moved on, haven't you?" "Completely. I guess I'm happy for you. And maybe that's the best thing for everyone." After she hung up, I told Rachel about the conversation. We were making dinner together, working around each other in the kitchen with the easy choreography of a couple who'd learned each other's rhythms. "How do you feel about her being out?" Rachel asked, chopping vegetables while I seasoned chicken. "Honestly? Nothing. It doesn't affect my life at all." "That's healthy." "Is it? Sometimes I wonder if I should feel more. Something. Anger, vindication, satisfaction. But mostly I just feel grateful that chapter is over." Rachel stopped chopping and looked at me. "You know what I think?" "What?" "I think you processed your anger by taking action when it mattered. You didn't let her get away with it, you didn't let yourself be victimized, and you didn't let bitterness consume you afterward." She resumed chopping. "That's not nothing. That's actually pretty impressive." "You think?" "I think you're one of the strongest people I know. And I think Sarah lost something irreplaceable when she chose to throw away your trust." That night, as we were getting ready for bed, Rachel brought up something I hadn't expected. "I've been thinking about getting married again," she said casually, as if she were discussing the weather. I froze in the middle of brushing my teeth. "Oh? Not right away. But eventually. If I found the right person." She was applying moisturizer to her face, watching me in the bathroom mirror. "Someone kind and reliable. Someone who's good with kids. Someone who knows how to handle adversity without becoming bitter." I finished brushing my teeth and turned to face her. "Anyone particular in mind?" "Well, there's this guy I've been seeing. He's got some baggage, ex-wife in federal prison, trust issues, tendency to overthink everything. But he makes excellent coffee and he's teaching my daughter to drive, so I figure he's got potential." "Trust issues?" Okay, mild trust issues. Very mild. Barely noticeable. I laughed and pulled her into my arms. Are you proposing to me? I'm floating the idea. Seeing how it lands. It lands well. Good. Because I already picked out a ring. She was joking, but 6 months later, she wasn't. The proposal was simple, private, perfect. We were hiking in the mountains, just the two of us, when she stopped at a scenic overlook and pulled out a ring box. I know traditionally the man is supposed to do this, she said, but I'm not traditional, and neither are we. Rachel, let me finish. I love you. I love who you are, who you were, and who you're becoming. I love that you turned the worst thing that ever happened to you into something good. I love that you're patient with my kids and that you never try to compete with their father's memory. She opened the ring box. Inside was a simple gold band, no diamonds, no flashy stones. Just pure, honest metal. I love that you know the difference between justice and revenge, and that you chose justice even when revenge would have felt better. I love that you're building a life based on what you want, not what you're running from. She got down on one knee, which was ridiculous and perfect and completely Rachel. Jake Harrison, will you marry me? I said yes, obviously. We had a small wedding 6 months later. Rachel's kids walked her down the aisle, which made everyone cry, including me. My parents flew in from Arizona, along with a handful of close friends and Rachel's extended family. No elaborate ceremony, no destination location, just a simple exchange of vows in the backyard of our home. The best part was the vows themselves. Instead of traditional promises about sickness and health, we wrote our own based on what we'd learned from our previous marriages. I promise to tell you the truth, even when it's difficult, I said. I promise to trust you with my heart while taking responsibility for my own happiness. I promise to see you as you are, not as who I think you should be. Rachel's vows were typically direct. I promise to love you without trying to fix you. I promise to argue fairly and forgive quickly. I promise to choose you every day, not just on the easy days. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. 3 years later, we're still choosing each other daily. Tommy graduated high school and started college on an engineering scholarship. Little Sarah is a junior, already talking about medical school, which creates some interesting emotions for me. Rachel got promoted to vice principal and is considering going back to school for her administrator's license. The scholarship fund has grown significantly. What started with Sarah's insurance money has attracted donations from other sources, allowing us to support more students each year. Last month, we awarded our 50th scholarship. I still get updates about Sarah occasionally, though I don't ask for them. She's apparently doing well, working as a medical office manager, living quietly with her mother, involved in some kind of prison reform advocacy. She's never tried to contact me directly since her release, which I appreciate. Marcus moved to Seattle, just as I'd heard. According to mutual friends, he's remarried and working as a financial advisor. We'll never cross paths again, which suits both of us fine. Sometimes people ask if I ever regret how I handled the whole situation. If I wish I'd tried to work things out with Sarah instead of pursuing legal action. If I think I was too harsh. The answer is no. I don't regret demanding accountability for betrayal. I don't regret refusing to enable someone who'd proven they couldn't be trusted with the truth. I don't regret choosing justice over misguided loyalty. What I've learned is that forgiveness doesn't require reconciliation. You can release your anger without welcoming back the person who hurt you. You can wish someone well without wanting them in your life. Sarah made her choices. I made mine. We both have to live with the consequences. The difference is, I can sleep peacefully at night. Last week, Rachel and I were cleaning out the basement when we found a box of old photos from my first marriage. Pictures of Sarah and me on our honeymoon, at friends' weddings, celebrating holidays with family. Evidence of 12 years that had seemed happy at the time. Do you want to keep these? Rachel asked, holding up a photo of Sarah and me at some long-forgotten Christmas party. I looked at the picture for a long moment. We looked young, optimistic, genuinely happy. Maybe we had been happy, in our own limited way. Maybe the love had been real, even if it wasn't enough to survive the stress of real life. No, I said finally. But don't throw them away. Maybe little Sarah would want them someday, for a history project or something. Our Sarah? Yeah. She's doing a family tree project for social studies. These might be useful examples of how families change and evolve over time. Rachel smiled and carefully returned the photos to their box. You know what I love about you? My devastatingly good looks and modest personality? I love that you can look at your past without bitterness. That you can see your first marriage as a chapter in your story instead of a mistake that defines you. It wasn't all a mistake. I learned things from being married to Sarah. About myself, about what I needed in a relationship, about the difference between loving someone and truly knowing them. Such as the fact that trust has to be earned continuously, not just granted once. That compatibility is more important than perfection. That happiness requires choosing each other actively, not just existing in the same space. Rachel leaned over and kissed me, dusty basement and all. Those are good lessons. Expensive lessons. But good ones. We finished cleaning in comfortable silence, packing away the remnants of my old life to make room for the realities of my new one. When we were done, the basement looked completely different, organized, purposeful, ready for whatever came next. Kind of like my life. That night, as Rachel read beside me in bed and I reviewed scholarship applications for the upcoming semester, I felt something I'd never experienced during my first marriage: complete contentment. Not the nervous happiness of trying to maintain a perfect image, but the deep satisfaction of building something real with someone who knew all my flaws and loved me anyway. My phone buzzed with a text from Angela, our first scholarship recipient. She'd just gotten engaged to a fellow nurse she'd met during her residency. The photo showed them in scrubs, exhausted but glowing, holding hands in a hospital hallway. "Thank you for giving me the chance to become who I was meant to be," her message read. I showed the text to Rachel, who smiled and returned to her book. Outside, the neighborhood was settling into evening quiet. Tommy was at college, probably cramming for finals. Little Sarah was in her room, hopefully doing homework instead of scrolling through social media. In a few hours, Rachel and I would turn off the lights and fall asleep in each other's arms, secure in the knowledge that tomorrow would bring more of the same simple, profound happiness. It occurred to me that this was what Sarah had been looking for when she stole that money and ran off with Marcus. Freedom, adventure, escape from the routine of ordinary life. She'd been searching for something extraordinary, something worthy of the sacrifices she'd made to become a doctor. What she'd missed was that the extraordinary was hiding inside the ordinary all along. In quiet evenings and shared responsibilities. In showing up for the people who counted on you. In building something meaningful that could withstand the inevitable storms of real life. She'd thrown away something real in pursuit of something that was ultimately fantasy. And in doing so, she'd given me the chance to discover what I'd been missing too. I'd gained far more than I'd lost. The irony wasn't lost on me that Sarah's betrayal had been the catalyst for the best years of my life. Without her fraud, I never would have received the insurance settlement that started the scholarship fund. Without her affair, I never would have learned to trust my instincts about people. Without her abandonment, I never would have found Rachel. I wasn't grateful for the pain, that would be ridiculous. But I was grateful for what I'd built from the ruins of that pain. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you is actually the first step toward the best thing that could happen to you. You just have to be brave enough to take the next step, and the one after that, until you find yourself somewhere you never expected to be. Somewhere better than where you started. Somewhere that feels like home. Story 2.
I threw my dream wedding and invited my entire family, but nobody showed up. When I texted the family group chat, they left me on read. I didn't complain or make a scene. 3 days later, my sister sent an invite. "It's my wedding, sis, make sure to give me a $40,000 honeymoon." My mother added, "Don't disappoint us." No one even apologized for missing mine. So, I sent a 1-cent check with a note, "Enjoy it. Don't spend it all at once." Then I canceled all their bills I'd been paying for years. A week later, the rose petals were still scattered across the reception hall floor when my phone finally buzzed. I'd been sitting alone at the head table for 3 hours by then, my white gown pooling around me like spilled milk. The caterers kept asking if they should start serving. The DJ had cycled through his entire playlist twice. My new husband Mark had gone to the bar to pour himself another drink, his 5th or 6th, I'd lost count. The text wasn't from my mother or father or any of my 3 sisters. It was from the venue coordinator, "Ms. Ellis, do you want us to start packing up?" I stared at the 12 empty tables, each with its perfect centerpiece of hydrangeas and baby's breath. Name cards sat undisturbed beside untouched champagne flutes. The wedding cake, 3 tiers of lemon and lavender that I'd spent weeks perfecting with the baker, was melting slightly under the string lights. "Yes," I texted back. "Please pack it all up." I watched as the staff began dismantling what should have been the happiest day of my life. Mark came back, his tie loosened, eyes slightly unfocused. He sat down and put his hand over mine. "They're not coming, are they?" he asked. I shook my head, unwilling to let my voice crack in front of the venue staff. I'd spent $28,000 of my savings on this wedding. I'd handwritten each invitation, chosen each song, tasted every appetizer. I'd even booked my family's hotel rooms, all 15 of them, with my credit card. "Should we call them?" Mark asked. "I've called 6 times. I've texted the group chat twice. I smoothed my dress, a habit when I'm anxious. They've seen the messages. They're just ignoring them." That night, back in our apartment, I sat on the edge of our bed still in my wedding dress. I couldn't bear to take it off. Somehow, that would make the day real, a disaster rather than a dream I might wake up from. I tried the group chat one last time. Is everyone okay? I'm worried. Please let me know you're all safe. 3 dots appeared immediately. Someone was typing. Then they disappeared. No response. Mark brought me a glass of water and some Advil. Let's just sleep, he said. Everything will make more sense tomorrow. But it didn't. 3 days passed. My calls went to voicemail. My texts remained unread, or at least unanswered. I went to work, smiled at patients as I cleaned their teeth, and tried not to flinch when they asked about my weekend. Then Wednesday evening, my phone lit up with a notification. The family chat was active. My heart leapt into my throat. Finally, an explanation. Maybe there had been an emergency, a miscommunication, something that would make this all make sense. I nearly dropped my phone unlocking it. But it wasn't an explanation. It was a digital wedding invitation, pink and gold, with flowing script. You're invited to celebrate the marriage of Kimberly Ellis and Jackson Pierce. My sister. My younger sister was getting married. The message under it read, "It's my wedding, sis, make sure to give me a $40,000 honeymoon. We've been dreaming of Bora Bora." Before I could respond, another message popped up from my mother, "Don't disappoint us." The phone slipped from my fingers onto the kitchen counter with a clatter. Mark looked up from the couch, alarmed by whatever expression was on my face. "Anna? What happened?" I couldn't speak. I just handed him the phone. He read it, his face darkening. "They didn't even acknowledge, I know. They're acting like your wedding never happened." "I know. And they want $40,000? That was the detail that finally broke through my shock. I almost laughed. Yeah. 40,000. For someone who's never paid her own phone bill. My sister Kimberly was 24, 2 years younger than me. She'd never held a job for more than 3 months. She lived in my parents' pool house. And her fiancé Jackson was a crypto entrepreneur who drove a leased BMW and wore sunglasses indoors. I'd been paying Kimberly's phone bills since she was 16. And her car insurance. And her credit card minimums when she overspent, which was most months. I'd been doing the same for my youngest sister, Madeline. I'd been helping my parents with their mortgage for the past year after Dad got laid off. They hadn't come to my wedding. They hadn't even texted to say they couldn't make it. And now they wanted $40,000. I took the phone back from Mark and scrolled up through the family chat. There were the messages I'd sent on Saturday. "The ceremony starts in an hour. Are you all okay? Did something happen?" And then later, "We're at the reception now. Food's great. Miss you all." And finally, at midnight, "I hope everyone is safe. Please call me." All read. All ignored. And now, this. Something cold and hard crystallized in my chest. It wasn't quite anger. It was clarity. "I need to go for a walk," I said to Mark. Outside, the evening air was unusually cool for September. I walked 6 blocks to the nearest bank, which had a 24-hour ATM vestibule. I wrote a check for 1 cent. In the memo line, I wrote, "Wedding gift." On a deposit slip, I scribbled, "Enjoy it. Don't spend it all at once." I took a photo of both and texted it to the family chat. Then I opened my banking app and made a series of changes. I removed my automatic payments to Kimberly's phone, to Madeline's car insurance, to my parents' mortgage assistance. I canceled the credit card I'd given Kimberly for emergencies only. By the time I got home, my phone was exploding with notifications. I silenced it and put it in a drawer. "What did you do?" Mark asked, eyes wide. "What I should have done a long time ago," I said, and for the first time in 3 days, I smiled. A week later, I was at work, numbing Mrs. Peterson's gums for a deep cleaning, when Madeline showed up at the dental office. Her eyes were red, her hair unwashed. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "I need to talk to you," she said, ignoring the receptionist's protests. "It's an emergency." I finished with Mrs. Peterson, took off my gloves, and followed Madeline into the small break room. "Kimberly's car got repossessed," she said without preamble. "And her phone got cut off. Mom and Dad got a notice about the mortgage." "What did you do?" I leaned against the break room table. "I stopped paying for things that aren't mine." "But you've always helped us out. You know Dad's been struggling, and Kimberly, where were you on Saturday?" I asked quietly. Madeline's face flushed. She looked down at her hands. We were. At the lake house, I finished for her. "All of you?" I called the neighbor, Mrs. Brennan. She said she saw all your cars there. Dad's truck, Mom's Lexus, your Jetta, Kimberly's BMW. Anna, it's not. You were 3 hours away, having a family weekend, on the day of my wedding. The wedding you all RSVP'd yes to. The wedding I spent my savings on. Madeline's lower lip trembled. She'd always been the sensitive one. The baby of the family. The one I'd protected the most. It was Kimberly's idea, she whispered. She said you were just showing off with your big wedding and your dentist husband. She said you think you're better than us because you have a real job in your own place. The cold clarity in my chest expanded. And Mom and Dad went along with it? Madeline nodded, a tear slipping down her cheek. Dad said you wouldn't even notice we weren't there. That you were too wrapped up in your perfect life. Perfect life. I almost laughed. I'd worked through college and dental school. I'd lived on ramen and coffee while my sisters posted Instagram photos from Cancun and Miami, trips funded by our parents. I'd helped pay for those trips too, when Mom called saying they were a little short this month. Did anyone think about how I'd feel, standing alone at my wedding? Madeline couldn't meet my eyes. Kimberly said you'd probably be relieved we weren't there to embarrass you in front of your fancy friends. I felt a pang for my youngest sister. She'd always been caught in the middle, trying to please everyone. But she'd still chosen to skip my wedding, to ignore my desperate texts, to go along with the cruelest possible rejection on what should have been the happiest day of my life. I'm not paying anyone's bills anymore, Madeline. Not yours, not Kimberly's, not Mom and Dad's. But Kim's wedding is not my problem. She already put deposits down for Bora Bora. She used Jackson's credit card. They don't have $40,000. Neither do I said, which wasn't strictly true. I had savings, but after the wedding, they were considerably depleted. And even if I did, I wouldn't give it to her. Not after this. Madeline started to cry in earnest now. Please, Anna. We're family. That word, family, hit me like a physical blow. Family shows up, I said quietly. Family answers your texts when you're worried sick. Family doesn't demand $40,000 without so much as an apology. I'm sorry, Madeline sobbed. I'm so sorry. I felt my resolve wavering. This was Maddie, after all. The little sister who'd crawled into my bed during thunderstorms, who'd cried when I left for college. Then my phone buzzed with a text. It was from Kimberly, sent to the family chat. Tell Anna to stop being such a drama queen. She needs to fix our bills now or I'm telling everyone what really happened with her and Josh back in high school. Joshua, my ex-boyfriend from senior year. The one who'd cheated on me with Kimberly when she was a sophomore. They thought I didn't know, but I'd seen them together at a party, his hand up her shirt in a dark corner. I'd never confronted either of them. I'd just broken up with Josh the next day, giving some excuse about wanting to focus on college applications. And now she was threatening to weaponize her own betrayal against me. I showed Madeline the text. Her face crumpled. I have to get back to my patients, I said. Tell Kimberly she can tell whatever story she wants. I don't care anymore. As Madeline left, shoulders hunched, I felt a strange lightness. Like I'd put down a heavy bag I'd been carrying for years. That evening, Mark and I were making dinner when someone pounded on our apartment door. Mark went to answer it, then stepped back as my father pushed his way in. What do you think you're doing? He demanded, face red with anger. He was still in his work uniform, he'd found a job as a night security guard after the layoff. Hello to you too, Dad, I said, continuing to chop vegetables. Don't get smart with me. You're tearing this family apart with your selfishness. Your sister is devastated. Your mother can barely get out of bed. I put down the knife, carefully. I'm tearing the family apart? You all skipped my wedding to go to the lake house. He had the grace to look uncomfortable for a moment, but rallied quickly. You know how your sister gets. She was upset you were getting married first, and your mother thought it would be better if we all stayed away rather than have Kimberly cause a scene. I stared at him, genuinely shocked by the twisted logic. So instead of telling Kimberly to grow up and behave like an adult, you all just didn't come? Without even telling me? We knew you'd be fine. You're always fine. You're the responsible one. The responsible one. The reliable one. The one who would understand why her entire family bailed on her wedding without a word. I'm not paying your bills anymore, I said. Any of them. This isn't about money, he shouted, though we both knew it was, at least partially. This is about family loyalty. Your sister needs that honeymoon. Jackson's parents are paying for the wedding, but they refuse to fund the honeymoon. Something about him needing to earn his own way. He rolled his eyes, as if this was the most ridiculous concept. Sounds reasonable to me, Mark said from the doorway, arms crossed. My father shot him a venomous look. Stay out of this. It's family business. Mark is my family now, I said quietly. The only family who showed up on Saturday. Oh my gosh, Anna. It was just a party. You're still married, aren't you? What does it matter if we were there or not? I felt something snap inside me. Not the cold clarity from before, but hot, white anger. Get out, I said. What? Get out of my home. Now. You can't, I can. And I will call the police if you don't leave immediately. He stared at me, mouth agape, as if I'd suddenly started speaking a language he didn't understand. Then his face hardened. Your mother was right. You changed. You think you're too good for us now? I haven't changed, Dad. I've just finally opened my eyes. After he left, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the pictures on the wall, I sat down at the kitchen table, suddenly exhausted. You okay? Mark asked, sitting beside me. No, I admitted. But I will be. The next morning, I woke to 27 text messages and 14 missed calls. Most were from Kimberly, increasingly frantic and angry. The last one read, "You've ruined everything. Jackson broke up with me. His parents won't pay for the wedding now because I can't cover the honeymoon. I'll never forgive you for this." I should have felt guilty, or at least conflicted. Instead, I felt free. I made coffee and checked my email. There was one from the wedding photographer with a link to our photos. I hesitated, then clicked. There we were, Mark and I, exchanging vows under an arch of white roses. Cutting the cake that no one ate. Having our first dance on an empty floor. In every photo, we were smiling, but I could see the strain around my eyes, the tension in Mark's shoulders. Then I spotted something I hadn't noticed at the time. In the background of several reception photos, there were people I didn't recognize. The catering staff. The venue coordinator. The DJ. They had formed a small audience during our first dance, clapping and smiling. The bartender had raised a glass in toast when we cut the cake. Strangers who'd shown more kindness and respect than my own family. I forwarded the photos to Mark, then got ready for work. When I arrived at the dental office, Dr. Patel, the practice owner, called me into her office. Anna, I need to talk to you about yesterday, she said gravely. My stomach dropped. Madeline's visit. I'd taken an unscheduled break. I'd kept Mrs. Peterson waiting. I'm sorry about my sister coming in like that. It won't happen again. Dr. Patel waved her hand dismissively. That's not it. Though I would prefer family emergencies be handled outside office hours. She leaned forward. Sheila told me what happened at your wedding. Or rather, what didn't happen. Sheila, the receptionist. She'd been one of my few non-family guests. It's fine, I said automatically. Just a misunderstanding. It's not fine, Anna. What they did was cruel, and you don't deserve it. She pushed a business card across her desk. This is my therapist. She's excellent. I want you to call her. I stared at the card. Dr. Rebecca Chen, psychologist. I don't need. Yes, you do. And the practice will cover it. Consider it a wedding gift. I felt tears well up, the first I'd allowed myself since that night in my wedding dress. Thank you, I managed to say. Dr. Patel nodded briskly. Now, Mrs. Goldstein is waiting for her crown fitting. I tucked the card into my pocket and went to wash my hands. 3 weeks later, I had 4 sessions with Dr. Chen. I'd stopped checking the family chat. I'd blocked my father's number after a particularly nasty late-night call. I'd returned to normal life, work, home, occasional dinners with friends. Then one evening, the doorbell rang. I was alone. Mark was at a conference in Chicago. I checked the peephole and saw my mother standing there, looking smaller and older than I remembered. I almost didn't open the door. But something, curiosity, perhaps, or that stubborn flicker of hope that never quite dies, made me turn the knob. Can I come in? She asked, voice raspy. She'd been a smoker for 30 years, despite my professional warnings about oral health. I stepped aside silently. She perched on the edge of the couch, clutching her purse as if it might protect her. I noticed her roots were showing, unusual for her. She was typically meticulous about her appearance. Kimberly and Jackson broke up, she said after a long silence. I know. She texted me. She's a mess. Barely eats. Sleeps all day. I waited, unsure where this was going. Your father lost his job again. The security company downsized. I felt a familiar tug of responsibility, quickly followed by resentment. I said nothing. Madeline got a job, she continued. At the mall. Selling phones. This surprised me. Good for her. We had to sell the lake house. My mother's voice cracked slightly. The bank was going to foreclose. The lake house had been in our family for 3 generations. It was where we'd spent every summer of my childhood. Where I'd learned to swim and fish and build campfires. I felt a pang of genuine sadness, but pushed it aside. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? She looked up, eyes sharp despite her fragile appearance. You're the one who put us in this position. And there it was. The real reason for her visit. Not reconciliation, but blame. No, Mom. You put yourselves in this position. All of you. When you decided your family's financial stability should rest on your oldest daughter. When you taught Kimberly and Madeline that they don't need to work or save because Anna will always bail them out. We never asked for. Yes, you did. Constantly. For years. I sank into the armchair across from her. Do you know how much money I've given this family over the past 5 years? Over $100,000. Her eyes widened slightly. Perhaps she'd never done the math. Money I could use for a house down payment. For Mark's student loans. For our future children's college funds. We're your family, she said, as if that explained everything. You weren't my family when I needed you. When I was standing alone in my wedding dress, calling and texting, wondering if you were all dead in a ditch somewhere. She had the decency to look ashamed, at least. Kimberly was so upset. She always thought she'd be the first to get married. She was making such a scene, we thought it would ruin your day if we came. And you couldn't have called to tell me that? We thought you'd try to talk us into coming anyway. That you'd be upset. I laughed, a hollow sound. So instead, you let me believe something terrible had happened. Let me worry all day and night. Then you ignored me for days, only to pop up asking for $40,000. Put that way, even she seemed to realize how absurd it sounded. We made a mistake, she admitted. We handled it badly. It was the closest thing to an apology I'd gotten from any of them. What do you want, Mom? Why are you here? She twisted her wedding ring, another nervous habit. We need help, Anna. Just until your father finds another job. Just to get back on our feet. I felt a wave of exhaustion. Always the same pattern. They mess up, they face consequences, they come to me with outstretched hands. No, I said quietly. No? I can't do it anymore. I won't. But we're about to lose the house. Where will we go? Where will Kimberly and Madeline go? Kimberly is 24. Madeline is 22. They're adults. They can get apartments, roommates, second jobs if needed. They're not like you, Anna. They're not as capable. Because you never required them to be. Because I've been their safety net, all of your safety nets, for too long. My mother's face hardened. So that's it? You're abandoning your family when we need you most? You abandoned me first, I said simply. She stood up, gripping her purse tightly. I never thought you could be so cold. So selfish. I didn't rise to the bait. Dr. Chen and I had talked about this, how they would try to pull me back in with guilt and accusations. I'll always love you, I said. All of you. But I can't keep enabling behaviors that hurt all of us in the end. Fine words, she spat. Very noble. I'm sure they'll comfort you when we're living in a shelter. I walked her to the door. Goodbye, Mom. After she left, I sat in silence for a long time. Then I called Mark. How did it go? He asked. He knew my mother had been coming over. About as expected. Guilt, blame, a request for money. And I said no. He exhaled audibly. I'm proud of you, Anna. It doesn't feel good, I admitted. It feels awful, actually. That's because you're a good person. You care about them, even after everything. Does that make me strong or stupid? Neither. It makes you human. I thought about that after we hung up. Human. With all the messy, contradictory feelings that entails. The anger and the love. The resentment and the concern. The determination to change patterns and the fear of what that change might bring. 3 months later, I received a text from Madeline. Can we meet for coffee? Just us. I agreed, cautiously. We met at a small cafe downtown, neutral territory. She looked different. Her hair was shorter, more professional. She was dressed in a simple blouse and slacks rather than her usual bohemian style. "I got promoted," she said after we'd ordered. "I'm assistant manager now." "That's great, Maddie. I'm happy for you." She fidgeted with her napkin. "I moved out of mom and dad's. Got an apartment with a girl from work." This surprised me. "How are they taking it?" "Not well," she admitted. "Mom cried for 2 days. Dad barely speaks to me." She looked up. "But it's good. For the first time, I feel like I'm actually living my own life." Something warm bloomed in my chest. Pride, maybe. Or hope. "And Kimberly?" I asked. Madeline's expression clouded. "She's still at home. Still blaming you for everything. She's seeing Jackson again, but his parents won't help with money anymore." I nodded, unsurprised. "I miss you," Madeline said suddenly. "I miss Sunday brunches and stupid movie nights. I miss having a big sister." I felt my throat tighten. "I miss you too. I'm sorry," she said, eyes brimming. "For the wedding. For everything. We were awful to you, and you didn't deserve it." I reached across the table and took her hand. "Thank you for saying that. Can we try to fix things? Not the money stuff. Just us? You and me?" I thought about Dr. Chen's advice about boundaries. About forgiveness that doesn't erase consequences. About the difference between reconciliation and falling back into old patterns. "We can try," I said. Slowly. She smiled, relief washing over her face. "That's all I'm asking for." As we sat there, talking cautiously about neutral topics, her new apartment, my work, a movie we'd both seen, I felt something shift inside me. Not forgetting or forgiving everything all at once, but a willingness to see what might grow from the ashes of what had burned down. When I got home that evening, there was a small package waiting by our door. No return address, just my name in unfamiliar handwriting. Inside was a thumb drive and a note. "Thought you might want these. Tony, the DJ from your wedding." I plugged the drive into my laptop. It contained dozens of photos and a few short videos. Not professional shots like the photographers, but candid moments captured on Tony's phone. There was one of Mark and me swaying to our first dance song, foreheads touching. Another of us laughing as we fed each other cake. And most surprisingly, one of the entire staff, the bartender, the waiters, the coordinator, Tony himself, gathered around us for a group photo, all smiling widely. At the bottom of the note, Tony had written, "That night, after you left, we all had some of that amazing cake and toasted to you both. It was the most beautiful wedding I've ever worked, even without all the guests. Sometimes family is who shows up, not who's supposed to." I showed the photos to Mark when he got home. We sat on the couch, scrolling through them, remembering the good moments of that day that had been overshadowed by absence and hurt. "We should have these printed," Mark said. "Put them in our album." "Really? Photos of us with the catering staff? Why not? They were there for us. They celebrated with us. They made our day special despite everything." I leaned against his shoulder, thinking about family, the one I was born into and the one I was building. About how sometimes the people who are supposed to love you don't show up, and sometimes strangers step in to fill the void with unexpected kindness. "You're right," I said. "Let's put them in the album." My phone buzzed with a text. I tensed, expecting another guilt trip from my mother or a demand from Kimberly. But it was Madeline. "Thanks for coffee today. It meant a lot. Maybe dinner next week?" I smiled and typed back, "I'd like that." I put the phone down and curled closer to Mark, feeling the slow, steady rhythm of his breathing. Outside, rain began to fall, pattering against the windows. Inside, for the first time in months, I felt completely at peace. Sometimes the family you're born into fails you. Sometimes you have to build your own from scratch, from a husband who stands by you, friends who support you, colleagues who care, and even strangers who show up when it matters most. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, pieces of your old family find their way back to you, changed, perhaps, but willing to try again on new terms. I thought about the penny I'd sent to Kimberly. A petty gesture born of hurt and anger. I didn't regret setting boundaries, stopping the financial support that had become unhealthy for all of us. But perhaps there were other ways to be family besides opening my wallet. Ways that required more from all of us, but that might, in the end, be worth infinitely more than money. The rain fell harder outside, but I was warm, I was home, I was healing. And for now, that was enough. 2 weeks after coffee with Madeline, I received a letter from my father. Not an email or a text, an actual handwritten letter in an envelope with a stamp. The sight of his blocky handwriting made my stomach clench. I didn't open it right away. I put it on the kitchen counter and went about my day, glancing at it occasionally as if it might suddenly reveal its contents without me having to break the seal. That evening, Mark found me still staring at the unopened letter. "You don't have to read it," he said gently. "I know." I turned the envelope over in my hands. "But I think I should." He nodded and squeezed my shoulder. "I'll be in the living room if you need me." I made myself a cup of tea first, a small ritual of calm. Then I carefully opened the envelope and unfolded the single page inside. "Anna, I've started this letter a dozen times. Your mother doesn't know I'm writing to you. Neither do your sisters. I lost another job last week. Security company said I was too old, but they hired a younger guy for less pay, so that's the real reason. We're losing the house. Bank gave us 60 days to get out. Your mother is looking at apartments, but everything is too expensive. Kimberly refuses to get a job. Says her influencer career is about to take off. Your mother believes her. I know you won't send money. I'm not asking for that. I made my bed and now I'm lying in it. What I want to say is I'm sorry. Not for the money stuff. For missing your wedding. For letting Kimberly control everything. For being a coward. I saw the wedding photos. Sheila showed them to me when I ran into her at the grocery store. You looked beautiful. Your husband seems like a good man. The kind of man I should have tried harder to be. I don't expect you to forgive me. Just wanted you to know I was wrong. Dad, I read it 3 times, searching for manipulation, for hidden requests, for the guilt trips I'd become so accustomed to. But I couldn't find any. Just simple, direct words. An acknowledgement. Not even a request for forgiveness, just a statement of regret. I handed the letter to Mark when I joined him in the living room. He read it silently, then looked up at me. Do you believe him? He asked. I think I do, I said, surprised by my own answer. It's the most honest he's been with me in years. What will you do? I sighed. I don't know yet. That night, I dreamt of the lake house. Of summer evenings on the dock, my feet dangling in the water. Of Dad teaching me to bait a hook when I was 7, his hands steady and patient over mine. Of family barbecues and fireflies in jars and ghost stories around the fire pit. In the morning, I called Dr. Chen and made an emergency appointment. He's apologized, I told her, sitting in her softly lit office later that day. Not for everything, but it's a start. She nodded, her expression neutral. And how do you feel about that? Confused. Relieved. Sad. I twisted my wedding ring. Part of me wants to believe he's sincere. That he's finally seeing things clearly. And part of me is waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's understandable, given your history. They're losing the house, I said. They have nowhere to go. Dr. Chen watched me carefully. Anna, what are you considering? I took a deep breath. I have the guest room in our apartment. It's small, but... You're thinking of inviting your father to stay with you? Maybe. I don't know. I shook my head. It sounds crazy when you say it out loud. Not crazy, she corrected gently. Compassionate. But also potentially problematic, given the patterns your family has established. I thought about that on the drive home. About patterns and habits and the deep grooves they wear in our lives. About how easy it is to slip back into old roles, the fixer, the provider, the responsible one. But also about change. About the possibility that people, even flawed, difficult people like my father, might be capable of growth. I didn't make any decisions that day or the next. I let the question simmer, discussing it with Mark, who was supportive but cautious, and with Dr. Chen, who encouraged me to establish clear boundaries if I decided to help. A week later, I texted my father, "Can we meet for lunch tomorrow?" Just us. We met at a diner halfway between my apartment and my parents' house. He looked older than I remembered, his shoulders slightly stooped, his hair thinner. He was wearing a worn flannel shirt I recognized from years ago. "Thank you for meeting me," he said when I sat down across from him. "Thank you for the letter," I replied. "It couldn't have been easy to write." He nodded, fidgeting with his silverware. My father had never been comfortable with emotional conversations. In that way, we were similar. "How's the job search going?" I asked after we'd ordered. "Not great," he admitted. Not a lot of call for 62-year-old men with outdated skills. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Should have gone back to school years ago, like you always said. I felt a small flicker of surprise at the acknowledgement. It's not too late, I said. Community colleges have programs for. It might be too late for that, he interrupted gently. But I appreciate the thought. We ate in silence for a few minutes. I watched him cut his sandwich into quarters, a habit he'd had for as long as I could remember. He always said food tasted better in small bites. I have a proposition, I said finally. Mark and I have a guest room. It's yours if you want it. Just until you find your footing. He froze, fork halfway to his mouth. What about your mother? And Kimberly? The offer is just for you, Dad. I met his eyes steadily. And it comes with conditions. He put down his fork. I'm listening. You'll need to get a job. Any job. I don't care if it's stocking shelves or delivering pizzas. And you'll need to contribute something to household expenses once you're employed. He nodded slowly. That's fair. And I'm not giving money to Mom or Kimberly. Not for the house, not for bills, not for anything. If you try to channel funds through me to them, you'll have to leave. His expression was unreadable. You've thought this through. I've had a lot of time to think lately. And your husband is okay with this arrangement? Mark supports my decision, I said simply. My father was quiet for a long moment, stirring his coffee absently. Can I ask why? Why you do this for me after everything? It was a good question. One I'd asked myself repeatedly over the past week. Because I think you're genuinely sorry, I said slowly. Because I think you want to change. And because despite everything, you're still my father. His eyes glistened slightly. He blinked rapidly and looked away. I need a few days, he said, his voice rough. To think it over. To talk to your mother. Of course. I paid the check and stood to leave. The offer stands, whatever you decide. He grabbed my hand as I turned to go. Anna. His voice cracked slightly. You look so much like your grandmother. She was the strongest person I ever knew. Until you. I felt a lump form in my throat. My paternal grandmother had been my childhood hero, fierce, independent, and unfailingly kind. She died when I was 15. I'll call you, I said, and left before I could lose my composure. 3 days later, my father showed up at our apartment door with a single duffel bag and a cardboard box. Your mother threw me out, he said without preamble. Said if I was choosing you over family, I could live with the consequences. I stepped aside to let him in, processing this information. I'm sorry, I said automatically. He shook his head. Don't be. It's been coming for a long time. He set down his bag carefully. Is the offer still open? Mark appeared from the kitchen. Welcome, Mr. Ellis, he said, extending his hand. Let me show you to your room. And so my father moved into our guest room, with its IKEA furniture and blue cotton sheets. He placed the few photos he'd brought on the dresser, one of him and my mother on their wedding day, one of all three of us girls at the lake house, and one of his mother, my grandmother, standing proudly in front of the hardware store she'd owned. That first evening was awkward. We ate dinner mostly in silence, the clinking of forks against plates unnaturally loud. My father complimented the meal, Mark's specialty, chicken piccata, and helped clear the table afterward. Later, I found him sitting on the edge of the guest bed, staring at his hands. Everything okay? I asked from the doorway. He looked up, startled. Just adjusting. It's strange, living in my daughter's home. He gave a weak smile. Role reversal. I understood then how difficult this was for him. How much pride he'd had to swallow to accept my help. To live under my roof, by my rules. It couldn't have been easy for a man who'd spent his entire life believing he was the head of the household, the provider, the authority figure. It's temporary, I reminded him. Just until you get back on your feet. He nodded. I start at Home Depot tomorrow. Just part-time, but it's something. I felt a surge of respect. He'd already found a job, without my prompting or help. That's great, Dad. Really great. He shrugged. They like that I know my way around a toolbox. And they offer benefits, even to part-timers. Health insurance. Smart move. I've made a lot of bad decisions in my life, he said quietly. But I'm trying to make better ones now. I hesitated in the doorway, unsure how to respond. We'd never had conversations like this before. Open, vulnerable. Good night, Dad, I said finally. Good night, Anna. 2 weeks into this new arrangement, I came home to find my father and Mark in the kitchen, laughing together. They were making pizza from scratch, flour dusting the countertops. "Your husband has been teaching me to cook," my father explained when he saw my surprise. "Turns out I'm not half bad at it." "He's being modest," Mark said, grinning. "He makes a better pizza dough than I do." "It's all in the wrist action," my father demonstrated, flipping a piece of dough with unexpected grace. "Got pretty good at this when I worked at Antonio's back in college." "You worked at a pizza place?" I asked, genuinely startled. "I didn't know that." My father looked slightly embarrassed. "There's a lot you don't know about me, I guess." Never really talked about the old days much. That night over homemade pizza, which was, indeed, excellent, my father told stories I'd never heard before. About his college years before he dropped out to help support his mother after his father's death. About backpacking through Canada with his best friend the summer after high school. About meeting my mother at a protest rally against nuclear weapons. "You were at a protest?" I couldn't hide my disbelief. My father had always been staunchly conservative, dismissive of activists and demonstrators. He laughed at my expression. "Hard to believe, right? I was quite the radical in my youth." "Your mother too?" "What happened?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. His smile faded slightly. "Life. Bills. Responsibilities." He shrugged. "It's easy to be idealistic when you're young. Harder to hold on to those ideals when you're working 2 jobs to pay the mortgage." I thought about my own ideals, the ones I'd clung to despite pressure and fatigue. My belief in self-sufficiency. In keeping promises. In showing up when needed. "It's a choice, though," I said. "Holding on to what you believe in. Even when it's hard." My father nodded slowly. "Yes. Yes, it is." He looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You made that choice." I didn't. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of quiet conversation from the kitchen. My father and Mark again, their voices a low, comfortable murmur. I lay in bed for a moment, trying to reconcile this new reality with the family dynamics I'd grown up with. My father, who had always been distant and authoritarian, was now making pizza and coffee, sharing stories, forming a relationship with my husband that seemed genuine and warm. It made me wonder what else might change, given time and space and different circumstances. That afternoon, Madeline called. "Is it true?" she asked without greeting. "Dad's living with you now?" "Yes," I confirmed. "How did you find out?" "Mom's telling everyone he abandoned her. That you stole him away." She sounded tired. "Kimberly's on the warpath. Says you've turned him against the family." I sighed, unsurprised. "He's a grown man who made his own choice, Maddie, I know that. But they're making life hell for everyone else." She paused. "Mom's been calling me constantly, asking for money. Says since you took Dad, I need to step up." I felt a familiar twist of guilt, quickly followed by resolve. "You don't have to give her anything, Maddie. You're just getting on your feet yourself." "I know," she said quietly. "I've been telling her no. She's not taking it well." Pride washed over me. "Good for you. I know how hard that is." Can I come see Dad sometime? Just to talk?" "Of course. He'd like that, I think." After we hung up, I found myself smiling. Small steps. Tiny shifts in deeply entrenched patterns. It wasn't perfect, wasn't a fairy tale reconciliation, but it was something real and honest. The following Saturday, Madeline came over for lunch. She brought a small plant for the apartment and, surprisingly, a family photo album I'd never seen before. "Found this when I was helping Mom pack for the apartment," she explained, setting it on the coffee table. "Thought Dad might want it." My father handled the album reverently, turning pages slowly. "I haven't seen these in years," he murmured. We gathered around, looking at photographs from before I was born. My parents in their 20s, hair long, clothes colorful. My father with a beard, my mother with flowers in her hair. "You guys look like hippies," Madeline laughed. "We were, sort of," my father admitted. "At least, we thought we were." There were photos of protests and music festivals, of friends I'd never seen or heard about. And then later, pictures of my parents looking progressively more conventional as the years went on. My father in a suit for his first corporate job. My mother with the short, practical haircut she'd kept ever since I could remember. "What was Mom like back then?" I asked, genuinely curious. The woman in these photos seemed so different from the status-conscious, often critical mother I'd known. My father's expression softened with memory. Passionate. Idealistic. She wanted to change the world, he sighed. She had big dreams before. Before life got complicated. Before us, you mean, Madeline said. He shook his head firmly. No. We wanted you girls. All three of you. You were the best parts of our lives. He turned another page. But we made mistakes. Got caught up in trying to provide the kind of life we thought you deserved. The big house, the nice cars, the right schools. And somewhere along the way, we lost sight of what really mattered, he continued. Being there for each other. Being honest. Being kind. He looked up at me. I'm so sorry we weren't there for your wedding, Anna. There's no excuse for that. None. I felt tears prick at my eyes. Thank you, I managed. Madeline squeezed my hand. I'm sorry too, Anna. So sorry. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken hurts and regrets filling the room. Then Mark, bless him, broke the tension. Who wants dessert? I made chocolate mousse. After Madeline left, promising to return soon, my father helped me wash the dishes. Your sister seems different, he observed, carefully drawing a wine glass. She is different, I agreed. More confident. More independent. Like you, he said. I glanced at him, surprised by the note of pride in his voice. She always looked up to you, you know, he continued. All those years, watching how hard you worked. How responsible you were. He put the glass away carefully. I think she's trying to follow your example now. I thought about Madeline's new job, her apartment, her growing assertiveness. Maybe we all needed a reset, I said. A chance to redefine our relationships with each other. My father nodded thoughtfully. Maybe so. That night, I received a text from my mother. I hope you're happy now that you've destroyed this family completely. I showed it to Mark, who frowned. Are you going to answer? I stared at the message for a long moment, then deleted it without responding. No, I said finally. I'm not going to engage with that. Are you okay? He asked, wrapping an arm around me. I think I am, I said, realizing with some surprise that it was true. I'm sad for her. For the choices she's making. But I'm not going to let her pull me back into the drama. He kissed the top of my head. I'm proud of you. The next morning, I found my father at the kitchen table, writing in a notebook. Morning, I said, pouring myself coffee. What are you working on? He closed the notebook quickly, looking almost embarrassed. Just some thoughts. Nothing important. I nodded, respecting his privacy, and changed the subject. How's the job going? Good, he said, visibly relaxing. They've increased my hours. And there's talk of training me for the special orders desk. That's great, Dad. I've started putting aside money, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. For my own place. It won't be anything fancy, just a small apartment, but... That's the goal, right? I smiled. Getting back on your feet. He nodded, then hesitated. Anna. I want you to know how much I appreciate what you've done. Giving me a chance when I didn't deserve one. Everyone deserves a chance to change, I said quietly. He looked at me for a long moment. You're a better person than I ever was. I shook my head. I'm just trying to break the cycle. To create something healthier for all of us. Later that day, at work, I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer. We get a lot of sales calls at the dental office, but something made me pick up. Hello? Is this Anna Ellis? A woman's voice, unfamiliar. Yes, this is Dr. Ellis. I use my professional title automatically. This is Patricia Pierce. Jackson's mother. I froze, dental instrument in hand. Jackson's mother. My almost brother-in-law's mother. The woman who had refused to fund Kimberly's extravagant honeymoon demands. How can I help you, Mrs. Pierce? I managed to ask, my voice professional despite my confusion. I'd like to meet with you, if possible. There are some things I think you should know. We arranged to meet at a cafe the following evening. I told Mark about the strange call when I got home. What do you think she wants? He asked, frowning. I have no idea, I admitted. But I'm curious enough to find out. Patricia Pierce was an elegant woman in her 60s, with silver-streaked dark hair and alert brown eyes that reminded me of her son's. She ordered Earl Grey tea and waited until it was served before speaking. Thank you for meeting me, she said. I know this is unusual. It is, I agreed. How did you get my number? Your sister Madeline gave it to me. She stirred her tea precisely. We ran into each other at the grocery store. She seemed concerned. About? About your sister Kimberly. And her relationship with my son. I waited, sensing there was more. Ms. Ellis, may I call you Anna? Please. Anna, I'm worried about my son. He and your sister have a volatile relationship. They've broken up and gotten back together 4 times now. I nodded, unsurprised. Jackson is. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. He's not always shown the best judgment. He can be impulsive. Easily influenced. Again, not surprising based on what I'd observed of him. But lately, things have escalated. Your sister is pressuring him to help pay for your parents' new apartment. She's run up charges on his credit card. She's talking about them moving to Los Angeles so she can pursue her influencer career. I sighed. I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Pierce. But I'm not sure what this has to do with me. Call me Patricia, please. She leaned forward slightly. I understand you've established boundaries with your family. That you're no longer financially supporting them. That's right. I admire that, she said simply. It can't have been easy. It wasn't, I admitted. It still isn't. The reason I wanted to meet is to ask for your help, or rather, your advice. She looked slightly uncomfortable. How did you do it? How did you finally say no after years of saying yes? I stared at her, caught off guard by the question. You're worried Jackson can't set boundaries with Kimberly? She nodded. He's always been eager to please. To solve problems by throwing money at them. He gets that from his father. A small, sad smile. We've tried to talk to him, but he accuses us of not understanding, of being unsupportive. I thought about my own journey. The wedding disaster. The penny check. The canceled bills. The confrontations and tears and accusations. It wasn't a single moment, I said slowly. It was a process. And it started with recognizing my own worth. Understanding that I deserved better than to be used and taken for granted. Patricia nodded, listening intently. The hardest part was accepting that I couldn't change them, I continued. I could only change how I responded to them. And that meant being willing to let relationships change, even end if necessary. That's what I'm afraid of, Patricia admitted. That Jackson will have to choose between his family and your sister. And I'm not confident he'll choose wisely. I felt a surge of empathy for this woman, so clearly concerned for her son. I can't tell Jackson what to do, I said gently. And I can't predict what Kimberly will do if he starts setting boundaries. I understand, she said. I just thought. Since you've been through it. You might have insights that could help. I considered her request carefully. I could talk to him, if he's willing. Share my experience. But ultimately, it's his decision to make. That's all I can ask, she said, relief evident in her voice. Thank you. As we finished our tea, Patricia hesitated, then said, There's one more thing you should know. Your sister has been telling people that you stole your parents' money. That you manipulated your father into leaving your mother. That you're trying to destroy your family out of jealousy. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. People like who? Jackson's friends. Our family. Anyone who will listen, really. She looked genuinely sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I thought you should be aware. I drove home in a daze, hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly. Of course Kimberly would spin her own narrative, cast herself as the victim, me as the villain. It was her pattern, had been since childhood. But hearing it laid out so bluntly from a relative stranger was jarring. When I got home, my father was watching a baseball game with Mark. They looked up when I entered, both immediately noticing my expression. What's wrong? Mark asked, muting the TV. I sank into the armchair, suddenly exhausted. I just had coffee with Jackson's mother. Kimberly's apparently telling everyone I stole from the family, that I'm trying to destroy everyone's lives. My father's face darkened. That's not right. It's not surprising either, I said. He stood up abruptly. I need to call her. Set the record straight. Dad, you don't have to. Yes, I do. His voice was firm. This is my mess too. I should have stood up to her years ago. He went into his room and closed the door. I could hear the low murmur of his voice, occasionally rising in what sounded like controlled anger. Mark moved to sit beside me on the arm of my chair. You okay? Just tired, I admitted. So tired of the drama. My father emerged 20 minutes later, looking drained but resolute. I called your mother too, he said. Told them both that if they continue spreading lies about you, I'll make sure everyone knows the truth. About the wedding? About the money? Everything. I stared at him, shocked by this unprecedented defense. What did they say? Your mother hung up on me, he said with a grim smile. Kimberly cried, then threatened to never speak to me again. I told her that was her choice. I felt tears well up unexpectedly. Thank you, I whispered. He shook his head. Don't thank me for doing what I should have done years ago. He sat down heavily. I failed you, Anna. For a long time. But I'm trying to do better now. Mark squeezed my shoulder gently, then tactfully excused himself to take a shower, leaving my father and me alone. Did you mean it? I asked after a moment. When you told Kimberly it was her choice if she never spoke to you again. He nodded slowly. I did. And it was one of the hardest things I've ever said. He looked at me, eyes tired but clear. But I'm learning from you, Anna. Learning that sometimes love means setting boundaries. That enabling someone's worst behaviors isn't actually helping them. I smiled through my tears. Look at us. Actually talking about feelings and boundaries. Mom would be horrified. He laughed, a genuine, warm sound I hadn't heard in years. She absolutely would. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, the baseball game playing on mute, the evening light fading outside the windows. I think, my father said finally, that I'm going to be okay. Whatever happens next. I looked at him, really looked at him. The man who had helped shape me, for better and worse. The man who had failed me in many ways but was now, in his 60s, trying to learn and grow and change. I think we both are, I said. The next morning, I woke early and found my father's notebook on the kitchen table. It was open this time, a pen beside it. The page was headed, Things I Want to Do Differently. I didn't read the list. It wasn't for me. But its existence gave me hope, for him, for us, for the new kind of family we might be able to build from the broken pieces of the old one. Outside, the first light of dawn was breaking. Inside, I made coffee and watched the sky brighten, thinking about choices and consequences, about endings and beginnings, about the courage it takes to change course after decades of traveling the same path. The rain had stopped. The storm had passed. And though I knew there would be other storms, other challenges, I felt ready to face them. Not alone, but with a family I had chosen, Mark, who loved me unconditionally. Madeline, who was finding her own strength. My father, who was learning, however late, to become the man he should have been all along. And even with a family I hadn't chosen, my mother, my sister Kimberly, I would maintain boundaries without closing the door entirely. Leave room for the possibility, however small, of genuine change. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Mark, hair tousled from sleep. You're up early, he murmured, wrapping his arms around me from behind. Just thinking, I said, leaning back against him. Good thoughts? I smiled, watching the sunlight spread across the horizon. Hopeful ones. The rain fell harder outside, but I was warm, I was home, I was healing. And for now, that was enough. But maybe, just maybe, there was even more waiting ahead, not just healing, but growth. Not just survival, but flourishing. Not just boundaries, but new connections, stronger and healthier than before. Time would tell. And for once, I was willing to wait and see.
Story 3.
After I had the seizure at work, the EMT said, "We reached out to all your contacts." Straight to voicemail. Nobody showed. Later that day, my sister shared a story. Family dinner was perfect without certain people. I didn't respond. 3 days later, still wearing the heart monitor, my screen exploded. 127 missed calls and a text from my uncle. Call back immediately. You've crossed a line. I stared at those words until they blurred into abstract shapes, meaningless symbols that somehow carried the weight of 28 years of my life. My chest was still covered in electrode adhesive residue that wouldn't come off no matter how hard I scrubbed in the shower, how much coconut oil I rubbed into my skin, how many times I stood under scalding water hoping it would melt away. The heart monitor blinked its little green light every few seconds, a tiny metronome counting down to something I couldn't name yet, something that felt inevitable and terrible and somehow overdue. My hands were shaking as I held the phone. Not from the seizure, though the doctors had warned me about tremors. Not from the medication they'd started me on, though the side effects list was long enough to wrap around my apartment twice. From rage. Pure, crystalline rage that I'd been swallowing for so long it had calcified in my chest like a second skeleton. The thing about being disposable is that you don't realize it all at once. It comes in waves, small moments that crash over you and recede before you can fully process them. You explain them away because the alternative, that the people who are supposed to love you simply don't, is too painful to accept. It's easier to believe you're being too sensitive. That you're misremembering. That next time will be different. Like when your mother forgets your birthday but remembers your sister's down to the minute, can recite the exact time she was born, how long the labor lasted, what she was wearing when they brought her home from the hospital. Or when family photos get posted and you're cropped out so seamlessly you wonder if you were ever really there, if maybe you're a ghost who's been haunting your own life without knowing it. I'd gotten good at making excuses for them. Work was busy. They were stressed. Mercury was in retrograde. I was being too sensitive, too needy, too much. But there's something about seizing on a break room floor, your muscles locking up while your coworker screams for help and someone else is calling 911 and you can hear everything but you can't move, can't speak, can't do anything except exist in your own body like a prisoner, that clarifies things. Strips away all the pretty lies you've been telling yourself. Makes you see exactly how alone you've always been. The EMT, young guy, probably fresh out of training, with kind eyes and hands that shook slightly when he checked my vitals, had scrolled through my phone with this increasingly uncomfortable expression. Like he was witnessing something he wasn't supposed to see. Something private and shameful. Your emergency contacts, he'd said carefully, the way you might tell someone their house is on fire or their dog just died. They're not picking up. Try again, I'd whispered, my tongue still thick and stupid in my mouth, tasting of copper and fear. Blood from where I'd bitten it during the seizure. He did. I watched him, still flat on my back with paramedics hovering around me, as he called each one. Mom. Dad. My sister Claire. Uncle Rick. The phone would ring, 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 and then that cheerful voicemail greeting. Every single time. Voicemail. 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 The EMT looked at me like I was a ghost. That should have been the first red flag. But honestly, there had been so many red flags over the years that I'd stopped seeing them. They'd just become the wallpaper of my life. They kept me overnight for observation. Standard procedure after a first seizure, they said, as if having a seizure could ever be standard, as if your brain misfiring and your body betraying you could ever be routine. I lay in that hospital bed watching the ceiling tiles and their water stains shaped like continents I'd never visit. There was Africa, there was South America, there was some misshapen blob that might have been Australia if you squinted. My phone sat on the rolling table beside me, screen dark and silent as a grave. I picked it up every 10 minutes just to make sure it was still working, that the battery hadn't died, that I hadn't somehow accidentally turned it off. It was fine. The phone was fine. Nobody called. Around 3 a.m, when the hospital had that particular quality of silence that feels like the world has ended and you're the only one left, a nurse came in to check my vitals. She had kind eyes, the type that had seen too much and somehow remained soft anyway, had witnessed countless tragedies and still chose gentleness. No visitors? She asked gently, adjusting my foreline. They're busy, I said, and I actually believed it when I said it. I always believed it. She nodded but didn't believe me. I could tell by the way her mouth tightened, the way her eyes softened with pity. She squeezed my hand before she left, and that small gesture, that tiny moment of human kindness from a stranger, made me cry harder than anything else had in years. I sobbed into my thin hospital pillow, trying to muffle the sound so I wouldn't disturb other patients, and I realized I couldn't remember the last time someone in my family had touched me with that kind of tenderness. I was discharged the next afternoon with a referral to a neurologist, a prescription for anti-seizure medication that cost more than my car payment, and instructions to avoid driving until I was cleared. Also avoid alcohol, avoid stress. They actually said that with a straight face, as if anyone in the modern world could avoid stress, avoid anything that might trigger another seizure. I called my supervisor from the hospital lobby, sitting in one of those uncomfortable plastic chairs that seem designed to make you leave as quickly as possible. She was understanding, thankfully. Take the week, she said. Get your health sorted. We'll manage without you. But I heard the subtext underneath those kind words, don't become a liability. Don't make us worry that you'll seize during a meeting or collapse in the hallway. Don't be someone we have to accommodate. I took an Uber home because I didn't have anyone to pick me up. The driver tried to make small talk. Beautiful day, crazy traffic, did you see that game last night? And I pretended to be asleep so I wouldn't have to explain why I was coming from a hospital alone, why my hair was matted on one side, why there were still bits of medical tape stuck to my arms. My apartment felt different when I walked in. Same furniture I'd bought secondhand from various Facebook marketplace sellers. Same mess of unopened mail on the counter, mostly bills and credit card offers and grocery store flyers. Same crack in the bathroom mirror I kept meaning to fix but never got around to. But it felt emptier somehow. Like the walls knew something I was still catching up to. Like the air itself had changed composition. That's when I saw my phone light up on the coffee table where I tossed it. Not a call. A notification. Claire had posted on social media. Family dinner was perfect without certain people, wine glass emoji, 2 hearts emoji, hashtag blessed, hashtag family time, hashtag Italiano. The photos showed all of them. Mom, Dad, Claire, Uncle Rick, my Aunt Susan, my cousins Bradley and Emma, who I hadn't seen since Christmas 3 years ago when we'd all pretended to get along for exactly 4 hours before Bradley got drunk and started an argument about politics. They were at Marcello's, the Italian place on 5th Street with the red checkered tablecloths, and the accordion player who came around to tables playing Dean Martin songs. The place we used to go for celebrations, graduations, promotions. That time Claire got engaged to the guy she dated for 6 weeks before breaking it off. My father was mid-laugh, his face red with wine and joy, one hand raised like he was making a point in a story. My mother had her arm around Claire, both of them glowing in that golden restaurant light, looking like a magazine spread about family and love and belonging. Uncle Rick was raising a glass to whoever was taking the photo, probably Aunt Susan, his smile broad and genuine. I zoomed in on the date stamp. Yesterday. 4 hours after my seizure. 4 hours after I'd been loaded into an ambulance, after my coworkers had watched me convulse, after I'd woken up confused and terrified with strangers hovering over me. They'd known. The EMT had left voicemails. Your daughter had a medical emergency. Your sister is being transported to Mercy General. They knew I was in the hospital, and they went to dinner. They ordered appetizers and entrees and probably dessert, that tiramisu they always raved about. They laughed and toasted and took photos and posted them on social media with hashtags about how blessed they were. I set the phone down very carefully, like it might explode or bite me or somehow contaminate my entire apartment with its toxicity. My hands were steady now. I wasn't angry. Not yet. I was somewhere beyond anger, in that quiet place where your brain protects you from feeling anything at all because if you started feeling it, you might never stop. I didn't respond to the post. Didn't comment with a cheerful "looks amazing," like I usually would have. Didn't like it. Didn't share it. I turned off my phone and took a shower that lasted an hour, standing under water so hot it left my skin pink and tender, scrubbing at the adhesive on my chest until I was raw and bleeding slightly, but at least the sticky residue was gone. For 3 days, I existed in a bubble. I went to my follow-up appointment with a neurologist, a woman with silver hair and reading glasses on a chain who looked at my charts and scans with the detached interest of someone studying an interesting specimen. She ordered more tests, asked questions about my medical history, my family history, any history of epilepsy, she asked, and I said no, but honestly, how would I know? It's not like we sat around discussing medical conditions. We barely discussed anything. She fitted me with a heart monitor because they wanted to rule out cardiac causes for the seizure. The device sat on my chest like a tiny alien spaceship, wires snaking under my shirt like tentacles, recording every beat of my traitorous heart. I was supposed to wear it for 2 weeks and log any symptoms in an app they made me download. Dizziness. Palpitations. Chest pain. Fainting. Nausea. I logged them all dutifully, a good patient doing what she was told, rating my symptoms on a scale of 1 to 10 like they were Yelp reviews. I didn't log the insomnia, the way I lay awake until 4 in the morning every night counting ceiling cracks. Or the way I kept checking my silent phone every few minutes like a compulsion. Or the fact that I'd started talking to myself just to hear a voice in the apartment, conducting full conversations about what to have for dinner or whether to watch Netflix or just stare at the wall some more. On the 3rd day, I was sitting on my couch eating cereal for dinner, Lucky Charms, because I'd given up on being an adult, when my phone came alive. It started with one call. Then another. Then they came in rapid succession, so fast the ringtone became a continuous scream, an assault of sound that made me drop the bowl and spill marshmallows across the floor. My screen flashed with names like an epileptic warning: Mom, Claire, Uncle Rick, Aunt Susan, Bradley, Emma, my father's sister whose name I always forgot, cousins I hadn't spoken to in years and barely recognized when I saw them at weddings or funerals. 127 missed calls in 40 minutes. Then a text from Uncle Rick: call back immediately. You've crossed a line. I stared at it. Read it again. And again. Crossed a line. I'd crossed a line. Me. The person who'd been hospitalized 3 days ago while they ate pasta. I almost laughed. The sound came out like a bark, sharp and humorless and slightly unhinged. The kind of laugh that would make strangers on the street cross to the other side. I didn't call back. Instead, I did something I hadn't done in years. I opened the family group chat. The one I'd been muted in for so long I'd forgotten it existed, forgotten I was even part of it. It was called the fam, red heart emoji, with a ridiculous amount of emojis that my mother had probably added. I scrolled up through months of messages, a archaeological dig through my own irrelevance. Birthday plans I wasn't invited to, Claire's surprise party at that wine bar downtown, Mom's 60th at the country club. Holiday arrangements that didn't include me, Thanksgiving at Uncle Rick's, Christmas at Bradley's new house. Jokes I wasn't part of, inside references I didn't understand, photos where I was conspicuously absent. Group selfies with everyone squeezed in, making faces at the camera. Candid shots at restaurants and parks and someone's backyard barbecue. Hundreds of messages, thousands of words, and I was mentioned exactly 0 times. And then I found it. The messages from 3 days ago. Claire, EMT called. She had a seizure at work. Mom, oh no. Is she okay? Claire, they said she's stable. In the hospital overnight for observation. Mom, well. She's an adult. She can handle it. Dad, should we cancel dinner? We have that reservation at Marcello's. Uncle Rick, why would we? She probably wants space anyway. You know how she gets. All dramatic and wanting attention. Claire, exactly. She'd hate us hovering. Last thing she needs is all of us descending on her. Let's just go. We can check on her tomorrow. Mom, agreed. We'll text her tomorrow and see how she's doing. Aunt Susan, poor thing. But yes, she probably needs rest. We'd just be in the way. Dad, settled then. See everyone at 7. There was no tomorrow check-in. They'd forgotten immediately, moved on to discussing the menu at Marcello's. Should they get the carbonara or the puttanesca? Did anyone remember if the calamari was good? Someone should order the tiramisu because it's to die for. But that wasn't what they were calling about now. I scrolled to the bottom of the group chat, to the messages from today. Aunt Susan, did anyone see what she posted? Mom, what? Where? I don't understand. Claire, oh my gosh. Mom, look at her Facebook. Uncle Rick, this is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. Someone needs to call her now. Bradley, oh my gosh. This is so messed up. Dad, I'm calling her. Everyone try calling her. Emma, she's not answering me. Mom, she's not answering anyone. This is outrageous. How could she do this to us? I frowned, a knot of confusion forming in my stomach. I hadn't posted anything. I opened Facebook with shaking fingers, logged into my account for the first time in days. My account. My name. My profile picture, that photo from 2 years ago at the beach, wind in my hair, actually smiling. But I hadn't logged in days. I'd been too busy lying in the hospital, recovering from a seizure, trying not to fall apart completely. Except there was a post. From my account. Timestamped 2 hours ago. It was a photo. The screenshot Claire had posted of their dinner. But someone had added a caption. Long, detailed, scorching. Thanks for checking on me while I was seizing on a break room floor, guys. Really felt the family love. For anyone wondering, I'm alive, no permanent damage from the seizure, yet, still waiting on test results, just some fun new medication that makes me dizzy and nauseous, and a heart monitor I have to wear for 2 weeks that beeps every time I move wrong. But hey, at least the risotto at Marcello's was good, right? At least you all had a perfect dinner without certain people ruining it. I saw the group chat, by the way. Mom saying I'm an adult who can handle it. Uncle Rick saying I'm dramatic and want attention. Dad worried about canceling your reservation. So glad my medical emergency didn't inconvenience your plans. Really warms the heart. The heart that's currently being monitored because something might be wrong with it. But you wouldn't know that, would you? Because not one of you called. Not one of you texted. Not one of you showed up. The EMT tried to reach you. All of you. And you all sent him to voicemail so you could eat pasta. I hope it was delicious. I hope every bite was worth it. 2 hearts emoji, #blessed, #family time. I stared at it, my vision tunneling until all I could see was that block of text. I hadn't written that. I hadn't posted that. I would never have the courage to write that, to say out loud what I'd been thinking for years. But 847 people had seen it. And the comments were brutal, a bloodbath of judgment and outrage. Sarah Jenkins, wait, you were in the hospital and they went to dinner? What is wrong with your family? Marcus Thompson, this is actually disgusting. I'm so sorry you went through this. Amy Lou, Claire, you should be ashamed of yourself. How could you do this to your sister? Jennifer Blackwood, I always thought your family seemed off. Now I know why. David Chen, your uncle called you dramatic for having a seizure? Are you kidding me? Michelle Rodriguez, I hope everyone who went to that dinner sees these comments and realizes what terrible people they are. My family was being eviscerated in the comments section. People I knew from high school, from college, from my neighborhood, distant acquaintances who barely remembered my name. They were tearing into my family with a viciousness that made my stomach turn, calling them narcissists and abusers and terrible people who didn't deserve to have children. Even people I didn't know were commenting, strangers who'd somehow found the post through shares and tags. The post had gone viral in my small social circle, spreading like a disease. My phone rang again. Uncle Rick. I answered. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to hear him try to explain. Maybe I wanted to hear him apologize. What the heck is wrong with you? His voice was so loud I had to pull the phone away from my ear, hold it at arm's length while he screamed. Do you have any idea what you've done? Your mother is in tears. Your sister is getting death threats. Actual death threats from strangers on the internet. Her boss saw the post and pulled her aside to ask if everything was okay at home. Do you understand what you've done to this family? I didn't post that, I said quietly, my voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding my system. Bull. It's your account. Your name. Your profile. I didn't post it. I haven't touched my phone except to answer you right now. There was a pause. Heavy breathing on the other end, the sound of him trying to calm himself down. You're lying. You're a liar. You've always been a liar. I'm not lying. Someone hacked my account or... This is what you do, he interrupted, his voice dropping to something cold and venomous. Somehow that was worse than the yelling. You play victim. You twist things. You make us look like monsters when all we've ever done is try to include you, try to make you part of this family even though you make it so difficult. Include me? My voice cracked, and I hated myself for it. You didn't even call me in the hospital. Because we knew you'd be fine. You always are. You're always fine, and then you turn around and stab us in the back for not coddling you enough. God forbid we live our lives instead of dropping everything every time you want attention. I looked down at the heart monitor on my chest. The wire snaking under my shirt. The medical tape holding the electrodes in place, irritating my skin. I had a seizure, Uncle Rick. I could have died on that floor. But you didn't, did you? You're fine. You're always fine. You're talking to me right now. You're breathing. You're alive. But now your sister is getting harassed online, your mother can't leave the house without neighbors staring at her, and your father's business associates are asking questions because you decided to air our private business to the entire world. Your private business? You mean the dinner you had while I was unconscious in a hospital? We didn't know you were unconscious. The EMT said you were stable. He said you were okay. What were we supposed to do? Sit around wringing our hands while you got checked out for something that turned out to be nothing? It wasn't nothing. I have a heart monitor. I'm on medication. I can't drive. I might have epilepsy, they don't know yet. But you're fine. You're talking to me. You're clearly fine enough to ruin your sister's life online. I told you. I didn't post it. I don't care, he said flatly. I don't care who posted it. I don't care how it happened. You need to take that post down. Right now. Delete it. Apologize. Fix this mess you created. Or what? The silence stretched out, heavy and threatening. Then you're done. No more family. No more holidays, no more birthdays, no more weddings or funerals or Sunday dinners. You'll be dead to us. Completely cut off. You think you're alone now? You have no idea what alone really feels like. I almost laughed again. The absurdity of it hit me like a physical force. Uncle Rick. I've been dead to you for years. You just didn't notice because you never looked close enough to see. I hung up before he could respond. My hands were shaking so hard I nearly dropped the phone. I opened my social media settings immediately and changed my password. Then changed it again. Enabled two-factor authentication. Checked my login history with the methodical precision of someone defusing a bomb. There it was. A login from an IP address I didn't recognize. 2 hours ago, from a location about 15 miles away. The same time as the post. Someone had hacked my account. But who? Who would do this? Who even cared enough about my life to orchestrate something this elaborate and destructive? I was about to call Facebook's support line, like they'd even care, like they'd do anything about one hacked account among millions, when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "You're welcome." I stared at it, my brain struggling to process. Typed back with fumbling fingers, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. The person was typing, deleting, typing again. Someone who knows what it's like to be erased. My heart started pounding. I could feel it in my chest, in my throat, in my ears. The monitor beeped faster, recording my panic. "Who are you?" "Your coworker. Janine. I was there when you seized. I was the one who called 911. I saw your phone when the EMT was calling everyone. I watched them all ignore you, send him to voicemail. And then I saw that dinner post the next day and I couldn't let them get away with it. Janine. I barely knew her. She worked in IT, 3 floors down. We'd maybe spoken 5 times in the 2 years I'd worked there, always just surface-level pleasantries about the coffee being too weak or the air conditioning being too cold. She was quiet, kept to herself, ate lunch at her desk with her headphones in. "You hacked my account?" "I'm in IT. It wasn't hard. Your password was your birthday. Which, by the way, they all forgot. I saw the notifications. Not one birthday message from any of them." I didn't know what to say. What she'd done was illegal. Invasive. Completely out of line. A violation of privacy and trust and probably several laws I couldn't even name. But she'd also done what I'd been too afraid to do for years. She'd told the truth. She'd said out loud what I'd only ever thought in the privacy of my own head at 3 in the morning when I couldn't sleep. "I'm sorry," she texted. "I know I overstepped. I know it wasn't my place. I'll delete it if you want. I'll message everyone and say I hacked you, take all the blame. You were alone on that floor. You were convulsing and terrified and alone. And they were eating pasta and taking selfies. It made me sick." I looked at the post again. The comments had tripled in the last 10 minutes. My mother's friends were chiming in now, trying to defend her, saying things like "you don't know the whole story and families are complicated, and this is so inappropriate to air publicly." But they were being shouted down by dozens of other voices, people calling them enablers, saying that anyone who defended this behavior was part of the problem. Claire had posted a response. "This is a private family matter and I won't be addressing it publicly. But for the record, we had every reason to believe my sister was fine and wanted space. This post is taken completely out of context." The comments under her response were even worse than the ones on my post. "Leave it," I typed back to Janine. "Are you sure? They're going to make your life hell." "They already did. At least now everyone else can see it." There was a long pause. Then, "You're braver than you think." I wasn't brave. I was exhausted. I was done. I was so tired of pretending, of making excuses, of being the family member who everyone forgot about until they needed someone to blame for something. But maybe there wasn't much difference between bravery and exhaustion anymore. Maybe they were the same thing, just approached from different angles. The calls kept coming throughout the night. I blocked them one by one, watching each name disappear from my contact list like I was performing a strange kind of surgery. Mom. Dad. Claire. Uncle Rick. Aunt Susan. Bradley. Emma. Cousins whose names I barely remembered, who I saw once every few years at someone's wedding or retirement party. They left voicemails I didn't listen to, sent texts I didn't read, messages that piled up in my blocked folder like corpses. The group chat exploded with messages demanding I respond, calling me selfish, cruel, ungrateful, a liar, a manipulator, someone who was ruining the family for attention. I muted it all. Turned off notifications. Put my phone face down on the coffee table and tried to breathe normally. That night, I couldn't sleep despite being exhausted down to my bones. The heart monitor beeped softly in the dark, a constant reminder that my body was being watched, monitored, that every flutter and skip was being recorded for doctors to analyze later. I lay in bed thinking about family. About the invisible contract we're all supposed to honor just by virtue of being born. You're born into a group of people, and you're supposed to love them unconditionally. Forgive them endlessly. Accept whatever scraps of attention they throw your way and be grateful for it. Say thank you for the bare minimum of acknowledgement. You're supposed to show up for them always, but they can show up for you whenever it's convenient. The contract only goes one direction. But what happens when you stop signing the contract? When you look at the terms and realize they were always in someone else's favor. When you realize you've been negotiating against yourself for years. The post stayed up. I checked it obsessively, watching the number climb. 1,243 shares. 2,891 comments. People were screenshotting it, sharing it in groups, using it as an example of toxic families and narcissistic parents. Someone started a Reddit thread about it that got 8,000 upvotes. A blogger wrote about it, though thankfully they blurred out names. It had taken on a life of its own, become bigger than me, bigger than my family. The comments kept coming, waves of support from strangers who said they'd been through similar things, who understood what it felt like to be erased by people who were supposed to love you. And mixed in were the defenders, people who said I was being dramatic, that families fight, that I should handle this privately instead of making it everyone's business. But it had never been private. That was the thing. My erasure had always been public, in the family photos without me, in the celebrations I wasn't invited to, in the group chat where I was never mentioned. They'd made it public long ago. I just finally pointed it out. I felt nothing. No guilt. No satisfaction. Just a hollow sort of relief, like lancing a wound that had been festering for years, that quiet moment after the pus drains out and before the real healing begins. A week later, on a Tuesday afternoon when I was trying to work from home but mostly just staring at my laptop screen, my mother showed up at my apartment. I saw her through the peephole first. She looked older than I remembered, and I'd just seen her in that dinner photo. But maybe I'd never really looked at her before. Not closely. She looked tired in a way that makeup couldn't hide. Her hair wasn't done the way she usually kept it, professionally blown out and sprayed into submission. She wasn't wearing her usual careful armor of designer clothes and jewelry. Just jeans and a sweater, no earrings. She knocked softly, almost hesitantly. Not the confident knock of someone who knew they'd be welcomed. I stood behind the door for a full minute, debating. I could pretend I wasn't home. I could call through the door that I was busy. I could just stand here until she gave up and left. "I know you're in there," she said through the wood, her voice muffled but clear. "Please. We need to talk. Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking." I didn't open the door. "Not yet. I'm sorry," she continued, and I could hear her voice crack like ice beginning to thaw. "Okay? I'm sorry. We should have been there. You're right. We messed up. We made a mistake." I waited, my hand hovering over the doorknob. But that post. "Honey, you've destroyed us." Claire had to shut down all her social media. Delete everything. She's getting messages from people calling her a monster. Your father's coworkers saw it. Some of them forwarded it around the office. He had to sit through a meeting with HR because someone reported him for, I don't even know, being a bad father? Uncle Rick's boss called him in because someone sent them screenshots, asked if everything was okay at home. We're being torn apart in public. People we've known for years are looking at us differently. Good, I thought. Welcome to what I felt like for 28 years. "Please," she whispered, and I could tell she was crying now. Can we fix this? As a family? Can we sit down and talk this through like adults?" I opened the door. She looked up, hope flooding her face like sunrise. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She reached out like she might hug me. "No," I said simply, firmly. Kept my body in the doorway so she couldn't come in. Her expression collapsed like a building being demolished in slow motion. "What?" "No. We can't fix this. Because there's nothing to fix. This is who you are. Who you've always been. I was just too scared to admit it before. Too desperate for you to love me to see clearly." "That's not fair. You went to dinner while I was in the hospital," I interrupted, my voice steady despite the emotions roiling inside me like a storm. "You didn't call. You didn't visit. You didn't text. You forgot I existed until people started calling you out for it publicly. That's not a mistake, Mom. That's a choice. That's a pattern. That's 28 years of choices. We thought you'd be fine." Her voice rose, defensive now. "The EMT said you were stable. And if I wasn't? What if the seizure had been worse? What if I'd stopped breathing? What if I died on that floor surrounded by coworkers and strangers? Would you have cared then, or would you have just been annoyed that I ruined your dinner plans? Annoyed that you had to deal with a funeral when you had that trip to Napa planned?" She opened her mouth. Closed it. Tears spilled down her cheeks, running mascara that she hadn't applied carefully enough. "That's not. You're twisting things." "Am I?" Then explain the group chat. Explain you saying I'm an adult who can handle it. Explain Uncle Rick saying I'm dramatic. Explain all of you deciding that your restaurant reservation was more important than checking if I was okay. We were going to check on you the next day, but you didn't. My voice was flat now, matter of fact. You forgot. You went to dinner and took photos and posted about how perfect it was without certain people, and then you went on with your lives and forgot all about me until that post went up, and suddenly I was inconveniencing you again. I didn't post that part about certain people to be mean. What other way is there to take it, Mom? Who else could you possibly have meant? She didn't answer. I didn't post any of that, by the way, I said. Someone hacked my account. But I wish I had posted it. Because every single word was true. Every word was something I've been thinking for years but was too afraid to say because I thought if I just tried harder, was just a little bit better, a little bit less needy, a little bit more invisible, maybe you'd all finally love me. We do love you. She protested, reaching for me again. I stepped back. No. You love the idea of me. You love being able to say you have 2 daughters. You love the family photo where everyone looks perfect. But you don't love me. You don't know me. When's my birthday, Mom? She blinked. What? My birthday. What day is it? April 10th? April 17th. You're a week off. You sent me a card last year on the wrong day. I didn't correct you because I was just grateful you remembered it all. What's my favorite color? She stared at me. What do I do for work? What's my apartment number? Have you ever even been here before? When's the last time we had a conversation that lasted more than 5 minutes? When's the last time you asked me how I was doing and actually waited for an answer? This isn't fair, she said, her voice small. You're ambushing me with questions. These aren't ambush questions, Mom. These are basic things you should know about your daughter. Things Claire could probably answer about you in her sleep. But you can't answer them about me because you've never paid attention. I've been invisible to this family my entire life. The only difference now is that other people can see it too. She was full on sobbing now. The kind of crying that shakes your whole body. Part of me wanted to comfort her. Years of conditioning told me to reach out, to apologize, to make her feel better. To say I was sorry for hurting her, to smooth everything over like I always did. To be the bigger person, which really just meant being the person who absorbed all the pain so no one else had to feel uncomfortable. But the heart monitor on my chest was still recording. Still tracking every beat. A reminder that I'd almost died, and they'd chosen risotto. They'd chosen wine and laughter and selfies over their daughter. I think you should go, I said. She looked at me like I was a stranger. Like she was seeing me for the first time and didn't recognize what she found. Maybe I was. Maybe I always had been, and she was only just noticing. Maybe all those years I thought I was being seen, I was really just being looked through. You can't do this, she said, her voice hardening. The tears were still falling but her expression changed, shifted into something colder. You can't just cut us off. We're your family. You cut me off years ago, I said. You just never told me. You just let me keep showing up to things, keep trying, keep hoping. It would have been kinder to just tell me you didn't want me around. That's not, we never, she was sputtering now, searching for words that wouldn't come. Go home, Mom. Go back to your perfect family dinners and your group chats and your photos where everyone looks happy. Just do it without me. Officially this time. She stood there for another moment, tears streaming down her face, looking like she wanted to say something else. Something that might change everything, might make this all okay. But whatever it was, she couldn't find it. Or maybe it didn't exist. Maybe there were no words that could bridge the gap between us because the gap had always been there. I'd just been too busy trying to build bridges to notice how wide it really was. She left without another word. Just turned and walked down the hallway, her footsteps echoing on the cheap linoleum. I watched through the peephole until she disappeared into the elevator, until the doors closed and she was gone. I closed the door and locked it. The apartment was quiet again. Just me and the heart monitor and the distant sound of traffic outside and someone's television through the thin walls playing a game show with canned laughter. My phone buzzed. A text from Janine. You okay? Yeah, I typed back. I think so. Want to grab coffee sometime? Actual coffee from a real cafe, not that break room sludge we pretend is drinkable. I smiled. Actually smiled, felt my face muscles move in a way they hadn't in days. Yeah. I'd like that. Thursday after work? There's a place on Main Street that does these ridiculous fancy lattes with foam art. Perfect. And hey, she typed. For what it's worth, I think what you did was brave. Opening that door. Telling her the truth. Not letting her make you feel guilty for existing. I didn't do anything, I typed back. You're the one who posted it. But you're the one who let it stay up. That's the brave part. Maybe she was right. Maybe bravery wasn't the big dramatic gesture. Maybe it was just the quiet decision to stop pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. To stop protecting people who'd never protected you. To stop setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. Like there was space in my chest that hadn't been there before, like I'd been holding my breath for so long I'd forgotten what oxygen felt like. The neurologist cleared me 2 weeks later. No permanent damage from the seizure. The heart monitor came back normal, just stress and anxiety, she said, which made sense given everything. The seizure was likely a one-time event triggered by extreme stress and dehydration and not enough sleep. I could drive again. Go back to work. Resume normal life. Whatever that meant now. I never heard from my family again. Not directly, anyway. Mom didn't show up at my door anymore. Dad didn't call. Claire blocked me on every platform. Uncle Rick sent one final text that just said you've made your choice and then nothing. I saw the occasional post from Claire's new account, carefully curated photos that never mentioned me. Pictures of her and Mom having brunch. Dad at a baseball game with Uncle Rick. Family gatherings I wasn't part of, holidays I wasn't invited to. They looked happy. Maybe they were. Maybe I'd been the problem all along, the dark cloud that made everything difficult. Maybe now that I was gone they could finally be the perfect family they'd always wanted. Or maybe they'd just find someone else to erase. Some other family member to forget about until they needed a scapegoat. Mom sent a birthday card 6 months later. It arrived on April 10th, a week early, just like always. The message inside was generic, something she'd probably picked up at the grocery store without reading. Hope your day is special. Love, Mom. No phone call. No text. Just a card with someone else's words printed in cursive. I threw it away without opening the envelope completely. Uncle Rick unfriended me on every platform, made a big show of it by posting something vague about cutting toxic people out of your life that got dozens of supportive comments from people who had no idea what he was talking about. Aunt Susan followed suit. Then the cousins. One by one they disappeared from my feeds, from my contacts, from my life. It should have hurt. Maybe it did, in some distant way I couldn't quite access. But mostly it just felt like relief. Like watching a tumor being removed. I didn't reach out. Didn't apologize. Didn't try to mend fences or build bridges or any of those other metaphors people use when they mean swallow your pain and pretend that everything is fine. Some wounds aren't meant to heal. Some families aren't meant to stay together. And sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is let go of people who were never really holding on to you in the first place. But late at night, when the apartment is dark and quiet and I'm lying in bed unable to sleep, I still think about that dinner. My father's red face, mid-laugh. My mother's arm around Claire, both of them glowing in that restaurant light. Uncle Rick raising his glass. The tiramisu they probably ordered for dessert. The check they probably split evenly, laughing about who had more wine. And I wonder if they ever think about me. If they ever lie awake wondering if they made the right choice. If any of them ever pull out their phone to call me and then remember they can't, remember that I'm gone now, erased for real this time instead of just in practice. I wonder if my mother ever sees something that reminds her of me, a commercial, a song, a stranger on the street, and feels a pang of regret. If my father ever drives past my apartment building and thinks about stopping. If Claire ever starts to tag me in something and then remembers. Probably not. They were good at forgetting me when I was there. I can't imagine I'm any more memorable now that I'm gone. But sometimes, on the bad days, I wonder what would have happened if I'd died on that break room floor. If the seizure had been worse, if my heart had stopped, if I'd never woken up. Would they have come to the funeral? Would they have cried? Would Uncle Rick have given a eulogy about what a difficult person I was but how much they loved me anyway? Would Claire have posted a tribute photo with some quote about angels and heaven? Or would they have been relieved? One less person to forget about. One less name to leave off the invitation list. One less obligation to ignore. I'll never know. And maybe that's okay. Maybe I don't need to know. Maybe the point isn't whether they would have mourned me. The point is that I'm alive, and I get to choose what that life looks like now. Coffee with Janine turned into a regular thing. Every Thursday after work, we'd meet at that cafe on Main Street with the ridiculous foam art. She'd order something complicated with oat milk and vanilla, and I'd get a simple latte, and we'd sit for an hour talking about everything and nothing. Work gossip. Bad dates. Books we were reading. The weather. Normal things that normal friends talked about. She never brought up the post unless I did. Never asked about my family unless I volunteered information. She just existed beside me, this quiet presence that didn't need anything from me except my company. I don't have a family either, she told me one Thursday, watching the foam artist create a swan in her cappuccino. Not anymore. They didn't like who I turned out to be. Made it clear I wasn't welcome. I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. She shrugged. You make your own family. That's what I figured out. Blood doesn't mean anything if they don't act like family. So you find people who do. People who show up. People who answer the phone. I thought about the EMT trying to reach my emergency contacts. All those voicemails. People who would have come to the hospital, I said quietly. Exactly. She smiled. I would have come, you know. If I'd had your number. If we'd been closer then. I would have left work and come. You called 911. You stayed with me until the ambulance came. You did more than my own mother did. That's not a high bar, she said, but she was still smiling. But yeah. I did. And I'd do it again. I believed her. And that was something. Work got easier. My supervisor, Diane, a woman in her 50s with short gray hair and a no-nonsense attitude, pulled me aside one day about a month after I came back. I saw the post, she said without preamble. Before you deleted it. I hadn't deleted it. It was still up, actually, though I'd stopped reading the comments. But I didn't correct her. I'm sorry you went through that, she continued. Both the seizure and everything else. If you need to talk to HR about accommodations, about stress leave, anything, you let me know. I'm okay, I said, and I almost meant it. Good. But the offer stands. And for what it's worth, anyone who chooses dinner over their kid having a medical emergency is a special kind of piece of work. She paused. My daughter and I don't talk anymore either. Different reasons. But I get it. The loss. Even when you know it's better this way. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. She squeezed my shoulder and went back to her office, and I sat at my desk feeling seen in a way I hadn't expected. I started therapy. It seemed like the thing to do. Found a woman named Dr. Chen who specialized in family trauma and had evening appointments that fit my schedule. The first session I cried so much I went through an entire box of tissues. The second session I was angry, ranting about every slight and forgotten birthday and cropped photo. The third session I was numb, exhausted from feeling so much. You're grieving, Dr. Chen said during our fourth session. You're grieving the family you thought you had. The family you hoped they could be. That's a real loss, even if they're still alive. Especially because they're still alive. I feel like I should be over it by now, I said. It's been months. There's no timeline for grief. And this isn't just one loss. This is years of losses, all coming to the surface at once now that you're finally letting yourself feel them. She was right. I'd spent so long not feeling, not acknowledging, not admitting even to myself how much it hurt. And now it was all spilling out, years of pain I'd carefully packed away coming loose all at once. But slowly, session by session, it got easier to breathe. 6 months after the seizure, I got a message from Bradley. My cousin. The one who'd gotten drunk at Christmas and started a political argument. Hey. I know we're not supposed to talk to you. But I wanted you to know that I read that post. I mean really read it. And I've been thinking about it a lot. About how we all treated you. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You deserved better. I stared at the message for a long time. He didn't ask for forgiveness. Didn't ask me to come back. Didn't make excuses. Just apologized. Thanks, I typed back. That means something. For what it's worth, I think you were brave. And I think they're wrong. All of them. But I can't say that to them without getting cut off too, and I'm not brave like you. You don't have to be, I wrote. Do what you need to do. Take care of yourself, he replied. You deserve good things. It was a small thing. One cousin out of dozens of family members. But it was something. A crack in the wall, a tiny acknowledgement that maybe I hadn't been crazy all along. Maybe I hadn't been too sensitive or too dramatic or too anything. Maybe I'd just been right. A year after the seizure, I was living a completely different life. Not dramatically different, I still had the same apartment, the same job, the same crack in the bathroom mirror I still hadn't fixed. but different in all the ways that mattered. I had friends now. Real friends, not just people I knew through family obligations. Janine introduced me to her book club, and I started going to their monthly meetings. I joined a pottery class at the community center just because it sounded fun. I went on dates, some good, some terrible, all of them experiences that belonged only to me. I celebrated my birthday with people who actually knew when it was. April 17th, not April 10th. Janine threw me a small party at her apartment with homemade cake and silly decorations and people who wanted to be there. It was the best birthday I'd ever had. I didn't post about it on social media. Didn't need to. The performance of happiness had been exhausting. Actual happiness was quieter, smaller, more private. Sometimes I still thought about them. Wondered what they were doing, if they ever thought about me. If Mom still sent cards on the wrong day to an address I didn't live at anymore. If Claire still took pictures of perfect family dinners. If Dad still made the same jokes at the same restaurants. But mostly I thought about my own life. The one I was building piece by piece, carefully and intentionally, with people who chose to be in it. Dr. Chen asked me once if I'd ever want to reconcile with them. If they apologized, really apologized, would I take them back? I thought about it for a long time. No, I finally said. Even if they apologized, even if they meant it, too much has happened. Too many years of being forgotten. You can't build a relationship on that foundation. It's already cracked all the way through. That's a hard conclusion to come to, she said gently. Yeah. But it's also freeing. I spent so many years waiting for them to change, hoping the next holiday would be different, that the next birthday they'd remember. I was always waiting. And now I'm not. I'm just living. She smiled. That's growth. Maybe it was. Or maybe it was just survival. Maybe those were the same thing. Late one night, almost exactly a year after the seizure, I was lying in bed scrolling through old photos on my phone. Photos from before everything fell apart. Family gatherings where I was cropped to the edge of the frame. Holiday dinners where I was seated at the end of the table. Birthday parties where I was present but somehow still invisible. I'd kept them all this time, couldn't bring myself to delete them. Evidence, maybe. Proof that I wasn't making it up, that it had really been as bad as I remembered. But looking at them now, I realized I didn't need proof anymore. I believed myself. I believed my own experience, my own pain, my own truth. I didn't need photographic evidence to validate what I'd lived through. I selected them all. Every single photo that had any of them in it. Years and years of photos, hundreds of images. And I deleted them. Not out of anger. Not even out of hurt anymore. Just out of a simple desire to make space. Space on my phone, space in my life, space in my heart for things that actually mattered. For people who actually showed up. The next morning, I woke up feeling lighter. The absence of those photos was a relief, like cleaning out a closet full of clothes that never fit right in the first place. My phone buzzed. A text from Janine. Coffee later? I have gossip about Karen from accounting you're going to die over. Absolutely, I typed back. Usual place? See you at 4. I got up, made coffee, took a shower. Normal morning routine. Nothing special. But it was mine, and I'd chosen it, and no one was making me feel guilty for how I spent my time or who I spent it with. The heart monitor was long gone. The medication was a distant memory. The seizure had left no permanent damage except maybe a small scar on my tongue where I'd bitten it, and even that was fading. I was fine. Actually fine. Not the way my family had dismissed me as fine while I was lying in a hospital. But genuinely okay, building a life that felt like mine instead of an audition for a role I'd never get. And if sometimes I still felt a pang of grief for what could have been, for the family I'd wanted but never had, well, that was okay too. Grief was allowed. Loss was allowed. Being sad about it was allowed. But letting it consume me wasn't. Letting them continue to hurt me from a distance wasn't. Waiting for them to change, to notice, to care, that wasn't allowed anymore. I'd crossed a line, Uncle Rick had said. And he was right. I had. I'd crossed from their world into mine. From being who they needed me to be into being who I actually was. From invisible to visible, at least to myself. And there was no going back across that line, even if I wanted to. Which I didn't. I met Janine at the cafe at 4. She was already there, sitting at our usual table with 2 lattes with ridiculous foam art. Mine had a heart, hers had what might have been a cat or possibly an alien. Okay, so, she started before I even sat down, eyes wide with the excitement of truly excellent gossip. Karen from accounting is apparently dating someone from the executive team and nobody knows who. I listened to her talk, laughed at the right moments, gasped dramatically when the story called for it. Normal friend things. Normal human things. Things I'd been missing for years without realizing how much I needed them. And somewhere across town, maybe my mother was sitting in her perfect house thinking about her imperfect daughter. Maybe Claire was scrolling through old photos and pausing on ones where I'd been cropped out. Maybe Dad was driving past my old apartment building and feeling something that might have been regret. Or maybe they weren't thinking about me at all. Maybe they'd forgotten completely, moved on with their lives, found someone else to fill the space I'd left, or maybe just closed ranks and pretended I'd never existed in the first place. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. I was done waiting for people who would never show up. Done hoping for phone calls that would never come. Done being the person they could forget without consequence. I'd crossed the line. And on this side of it, I was finally free.
Story 4.
After my fiancé said his parents wouldn't be at our wedding, I drove to their address alone. The neighbor said, "They've been gone for months." "Didn't he tell you?" I stood there confused. That evening, he posted our engagement photos. "Can't wait to start our life together, just us two." I didn't mention my visit. 2 days later, my phone rang, 47 missed calls and a text from an unknown number. "We need to talk about your fiancé." "It's not what you think." I answered and then heard breathing, shallow and careful, like someone checking if I was real. "Is this Emma?" The voice was female, older, trembling slightly. "Yes." "Who is this?" "My name is Patricia Morton. I was Daniel's mother's best friend." A pause. "I need you to listen very carefully. Your fiancé's parents didn't just disappear. And Daniel knows exactly where they are." My heart kicked against my ribs. I was standing in our apartment kitchen, the one Daniel and I had painted sage green together last spring. His coffee mug still sat in the sink from this morning. The counter held the wedding binder we'd been flipping through just last night, little sticky notes marking our favorite cake flavors. "What do you mean?" I kept my voice steady, but my free hand gripped the counter edge. "Can you meet me? Today? There's something you need to see before you marry him." That should have been the first red flag, really. Not the mysterious call, but the fact that I said yes immediately. That I didn't hesitate. Because somewhere deep down, past the engagement ring and the shared lease and the 1,000 small intimacies of our 3 years together, I'd known something was wrong. I'd just been too afraid to look at it directly. Patricia gave me an address across town, a diner called Rosie's that smelled like burnt coffee and old grease. I recognized her instantly when I walked in, though I'd never seen her before. She had Daniel's mother's face in the photograph I'd found once in his wallet, the one he'd quickly tucked away when I asked about it. Same sharp cheekbones. Same worried eyes. She was thin, wearing a cardigan despite the summer heat, and her hands shook as she slid a manila folder across the cracked vinyl booth toward me. "I'm sorry," she said first. "I'm so sorry. But you deserve to know." Inside the folder were newspaper clippings. Articles about a car accident from 4 months ago. Margaret and Thomas Carver, both killed instantly when their vehicle went off a mountain road in Colorado. Survived by their son, Daniel Thomas Carver. Daniel Thomas Carver. My Daniel. He told me they were in Europe, I heard myself say. The words felt distant, like someone else was speaking them. A retirement trip. Open-ended? He said that's why they couldn't come to the wedding. They didn't even know when they'd be back. Patricia's eyes filled with tears. "Emma, they died in March. The funeral was March 18th. I was there. Daniel was there. He gave a eulogy." The diner sounds around us, the clatter of plates and murmur of other conversations, suddenly felt too loud. I stared at the grainy newspaper photo of the twisted car, the caption beneath it clinical and final. Why would he lie about this? But even as I asked, pieces were clicking into place with sickening clarity. The way he'd been lately. The distance. The nights he came home late and climbed into bed without talking, his back to me in the dark. There's more. Patricia pulled out a stack of papers, bank statements with Daniel's name on them. After they died, Daniel inherited everything. The house, the savings, the life insurance. Over $1.2 million total. I almost laughed. It was so absurd. Daniel and I split groceries down the middle. He told me just last week we needed to have a cheaper wedding because money was tight. He told me he was broke, I said flatly. He said his parents cut him off years ago. That they didn't approve of him dropping out of grad school. Patricia shook her head. Margaret and Tom adored him. They would have given him anything. They did give him everything, in the end. Then where's the money? She hesitated, and in that pause, I knew the answer was going to hurt. He's been transferring it. Large amounts. To an account under a different name. What name? Rebecca Winters. The name meant nothing to me. I said so. Patricia reached into her purse and pulled out her phone, fingers fumbling over the screen before she turned it toward me. A social media profile. A woman with auburn hair and a bright smile, her arm around Daniel in photo after photo. Recent photos. Photos from last month, last week. Photos of them at restaurants I recognized, wearing clothes I'd seen Daniel leave the house in. The caption on the most recent one, from 3 days ago, 2 more months until forever. The diner tilted. I thought I might throw up right there on the chipped formica table. Who is she? His other fiancée. I stared at Patricia, waiting for her to laugh, to tell me this was some kind of sick joke. She didn't laugh. Daniel proposed to Rebecca Winters 6 months ago. Same month he proposed to you. He's planning to marry her in November. You're scheduled for September. My brain couldn't process it. It kept skipping like a broken record. Other fiancé. Other fiancé. 2 more months. He's been living a double life, Patricia continued, her voice soft with pity. Different apartments, different stories. Rebecca thinks he's a freelance consultant who travels constantly for work. That's why she doesn't question his absences. You think he works late at the firm. But Emma, he doesn't even work at that firm anymore. He quit 2 months after his parents died. No. I shook my head. No, I drive him there. I've dropped him off. At the building. Have you ever gone inside? I hadn't. He always kissed me at the curb, grabbed his briefcase, and disappeared through the revolving doors. I'd never had a reason to follow. The money from his parents, it's been going to support both lives. 2 apartments, 2 women, 2 completely separate existences. But Rebecca's the one he's actually planning a future with. Her wedding's got the venue booked, deposits paid. Yours has none of that, does it? She was right. Every time I tried to nail down details, Daniel got vague. The venue kept falling through. The caterer was always busy. We'd get to it, he promised. Soon. Why are you telling me this? I finally asked. Why do you even know all this? Patricia's face crumpled. Because Margaret was my best friend for 30 years, and before she died, she told me she was worried about Daniel. That he'd been acting strange. Secretive. She found some things in his old room when she was cleaning, documents with different names, different addresses. She wanted to talk to him about it, but then. Her voice broke. And then the accident happened. And at the funeral, Daniel seemed so devastated. I thought maybe Margaret had been wrong. But then I started noticing things. The way he acted. The inconsistencies in what he said. So I hired someone to look into it. You hired a private investigator? To follow your dead best friend's son? I had to know. Margaret would have wanted me to know. She reached across and grabbed my hand. Her palm was cold. Emma, there's something else. Something worse. I couldn't imagine what could be worse than this. The accident, Patricia said carefully. The one that killed Margaret and Tom. The police ruled it an accident, but there were questions. The car's brakes had been recently serviced, but they failed completely. The investigator I hired started looking into it. He found that Daniel had borrowed his parents' car the week before. Told them he needed to take it to get the inspection done. The implication hung in the air between us like poison gas. You think he killed them, I said it because she wouldn't. I think someone needs to look closer at what happened. And I think you need to get away from him before your wedding day. I pulled my hand back. This is insane. You're telling me Daniel murdered his own parents, faked being broke, and is engaged to 2 women at once? That sounds like a movie plot, not real life. I know how it sounds. Patricia's voice was steady now, firmer. That's why I brought proof. That's why I'm begging you to look at the facts and not at the man you think you know. I looked down at the folder again. At the death certificates. The bank statements. The photos of Daniel with his arm around someone who wasn't me. What do you want me to do? Come with me. Right now. There's someone else who needs to talk to you. She drove us to a law office downtown, the kind with marble floors and leather furniture that cost more than my car. We were ushered into a conference room where a man in his 50s sat waiting, a briefcase open in front of him. Miss Hayes, he said, standing to shake my hand. I'm Richard Chen, estate attorney for the Carver family. Patricia asked me to speak with you about some irregularities we've discovered. I sat. Everything felt very far away. After Mr. and Mrs. Carver's death, I was executor of their will. Everything was straightforward. They left their entire estate to their son, as expected. But in the months since, there have been concerns raised about the circumstances of their death, and I've been reviewing the timeline more carefully. He pulled out a document. This is a life insurance policy Daniel took out on his parents 3 months before they died. $2 million, with him as the sole beneficiary. Is that unusual? I asked. Not inherently. Adult children sometimes take out policies on their parents. But combined with other factors, it raised questions. The policy was taken out the same week Daniel learned his parents were planning to update their will. Updated how? They were going to create a trust. Restrict Daniel's access to the inheritance until he turned 40 or got married, whichever came first. They were concerned about his spending habits, some debts they discovered. Margaret told me they wanted to make sure he was stable before he had access to that kind of money. But they died before they could change it. Exactly. And Daniel inherited everything immediately, with no restrictions. I felt cold despite the warm office. You think he knew about the will change? I think he had 3 months to act if he wanted to prevent it from happening. I think the timing is suspicious. And I think the police need to reopen the investigation into that accident. Have you told them this? I filed a formal request, yes. But investigations take time. And Daniel is very good at appearing normal. Sympathetic, even. The grieving son. The devoted fiancé. Devoted. I thought about him last night, lying next to me in bed, his hand on my hip, whispering about how lucky he was to have found me. Had he whispered the same things to Rebecca? What do I do? I asked, but I was really asking myself. Patricia leaned forward. You need to be careful. If Daniel finds out what you know, I don't know what he'll do. If he really did kill his parents, you could be in danger. I'm supposed to marry him in 6 weeks. You need to leave him. Today. Pack your things while he's out and go somewhere safe. But I couldn't move. Couldn't process. My whole life was in that apartment. My clothes, my books, my grandmother's jewelry. 3 years of shared life. And deeper than that, 3 years of memories I'd have to recontextualize as lies. I need proof, I heard myself say. Real proof. Something that makes sense of all this. Richard Chen closed his briefcase. The police investigation will provide that. But it could take months. I can't wait months. I need to know now. Patricia and Richard exchanged glances. Finally, Patricia said, there might be a way. But it's dangerous. Tell me. Daniel's other apartment, the one he shares with Rebecca when he's supposedly traveling for work. I have the address. We could go there. Look around. Maybe there's something that proves what he's been doing. That's breaking and entering, Richard said sharply. I know what it is. Patricia's jaw set. But if Emma goes to the police now with what we have, it's all circumstantial. They might question Daniel, and then he'd know we're onto him. He could disappear. Or worse. Or worse. The phrase hung there. I thought about Daniel. Sweet Daniel who brought me coffee in bed. Who rubbed my feet when I had long days. Who cried during emotional movies and never raised his voice. Could that person really be a murderer? A con artist? I'll do it, I said. I need to see for myself. We drove to an apartment complex on the east side of town, nicer than the one Daniel and I shared. Patricia had gotten the address from her investigator, who'd followed Daniel here multiple times. Apartment 3B. Rebecca works during the day, Patricia explained as we climbed the stairs. Nurse. She's on a 12-hour shift right now. Daniel's at, well, wherever he actually spends his days. She had a key. I didn't ask how she got it. Probably the same investigator who'd been piecing all this together. The door swung open onto a space that made my chest constrict. It was decorated almost exactly like our apartment. Same sage green walls. Same style of furniture. Even the throw pillows were similar. He's replicating his life, Patricia whispered. Creating the same environment in both places so he doesn't slip up. I walked through slowly, touching things. Rebecca's hairbrush on the bathroom counter. A framed photo of her and Daniel on the coffee table, his arms around her just like in all our photos. A wedding planning binder on the kitchen table, almost identical to ours. In the bedroom, I opened the closet. Daniel's clothes, the ones I'd seen him wear. And on Rebecca's side, I saw something that made my breath catch. A necklace hanging on a hook. My grandmother's necklace. The one that had gone missing 2 months ago from our apartment. I'd torn the place apart looking for it, and Daniel had helped me search, his face full of concern. "He's stealing from me," I said softly. "Giving my things to her." Patricia came up behind me. "Or giving her things to you. Transferring items between lives to save money." I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures. The apartment. The binder. The necklace. All of it. Then I heard it. A key in the lock. Footsteps in the entryway. Patricia and I froze. We were in the bedroom with nowhere to hide. No time to run. Daniel's voice called out, "Babe? You home early?" "Not Rebecca." He thought Rebecca was there. Which meant he wasn't supposed to be there either. My mind raced. If he found us, what would he do? Patricia grabbed my arm and pointed to the closet. We squeezed inside, pulling the door nearly closed, leaving just a crack to see through. My heart hammered so loud I was sure he'd hear it. Daniel walked past the bedroom toward the kitchen. I heard the refrigerator open. The clink of a bottle. He was getting a drink, casual and comfortable in this space that was supposed to be his other life. Then his phone rang. I heard his voice, clearer now, moving back toward the bedroom. "Hey, beautiful." A pause. "No, I'm at the office. Late meeting. I'll be home by 8. His tone was warm, familiar. It was the voice he used with me. I know. Soon. Just 6 more weeks and then it's me and you forever. I promise, Emma's not going to be a problem after the wedding. Emma's not going to be a problem." The words hit me like a physical blow. Patricia's hand clamped over my mouth to keep me from making a sound. "Yeah, the timing works out perfectly," Daniel continued. "September wedding means I can finalize everything with Emma, and by November, we'll be set. All the money from the estate will be secured, and I can settle up. Settle up? Like I was a debt. A transaction. Listen, babe, I have to go. Meeting's starting. Love you." He paused at the bedroom doorway, so close I could see the familiar pattern of his shirt through the crack in the closet. Then he turned and left, the apartment door clicking shut behind him. We waited 5 full minutes before emerging. My legs shook as I climbed out of the closet. I felt Patricia's hand on my shoulder, steadying. "We need to call the police," she said. "Now." That was practically a confession. But I was thinking. Planning. "No. Not yet. Emma, you heard him. You're not going to be a problem after the wedding." That sounds like a threat. Or it means he's planning to divorce me and take whatever assets we combine. If he gets me to marry him, he could have access to my accounts, my credit. Then he disappears or files for divorce and leaves me with nothing while he's free to marry Rebecca. Or, Patricia said quietly, it means something worse. His parents were problems too. And now they're dead. The thought was there between us, cold and undeniable. I pulled out my phone and called Richard Chen. Explained what we'd heard. He was quiet for a long moment. "That changes things," he said finally. "I'm contacting the police immediately. They need to know Daniel might be a threat. Can you get somewhere safe?" "I have a friend across town. I'll go there." "Good. Don't go back to your apartment. Don't contact Daniel. Just disappear for a few days while the police build their case." I hung up and looked at Patricia. "Thank you. For everything. For caring enough about me to do this." She pulled me into a hug, this woman I'd met only hours ago but who just saved my life. "Margaret would have wanted someone to protect you," she whispered. She'd always said Daniel's girlfriends deserved better than her son's lies. Girlfriends, plural. I wondered how many there had been before me. How many other women he'd practiced this double life on. Patricia drove me to my friend Sarah's apartment. I told her everything, watching her face cycle through shock, disbelief, horror. She immediately insisted I stay as long as I needed. That night, my phone exploded with messages from Daniel. "Where are you? Emma, I'm worried. Call me. Your car isn't at the apartment. Did something happen? Please answer me. I'm freaking out here." I didn't respond. Each message felt like proof of his act, the concerned fiancé routine he'd perfected. Then, at midnight, my phone rang. Daniel. I didn't answer. He called 6 more times. Finally, he left a voicemail. "Emma, I know you know. I don't know how, but I know you know. Please, just let me explain. It's not what you think. I can make this right. I love you. Please come home so we can talk. I saved the voicemail and sent it to Richard Chen. The next morning, the police called. They wanted me to come in and make a statement. Detective Morrison was kind, patient, taking notes as I explained everything. Patricia joined me, bringing her investigator's files. We're reopening the investigation into the Carver's death, Morrison told us. The life insurance policy plus the timing of the will change, combined with the suspicious brake failure, it's enough to take another look. But I have to be honest, building a murder case is difficult. We might not be able to prove anything criminal. What about fraud? I asked. He lied about his parents being alive. He's engaged to 2 women. He's been stealing from me. The engagement isn't illegal, unfortunately. Immoral, yes, but not criminal. The theft, if we can prove it, could be prosecuted. But we need evidence. Do you still have access to your shared apartment? Legally, yes. My name's on the lease. Then I'd like you to go back, with an officer present, and document anything that might be evidence. Bank statements, documents, anything that shows fraudulent activity. So that afternoon, I returned to the apartment with Officer Davis, a woman about my age with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense attitude. Daniel wasn't there. The place felt empty, hollow, like a stage set waiting for actors. I started in the bedroom, going through Daniel's things with gloved hands. In his nightstand drawer, I found a burner phone. Officer Davis bagged it as evidence. In his closet, behind a stack of sweaters, I found another manila folder. Inside were documents. A marriage certificate between Daniel Carver and someone named Jennifer Lopez, not the famous one. Dated 3 years ago. Divorce papers, dated 6 months later. Another marriage certificate, different woman, similar timeline. Then another. And another. He's done this before, I whispered. Multiple times. He marries them, gets access to their assets, then divorces. Officer Davis's jaw tightened. This is a pattern. Serial fraud. This changes everything. We found more. Bank statements showing money transfers to offshore accounts. Copies of life insurance policies Daniel had taken out on previous wives without their knowledge. A ledger, handwritten, tracking deposits and withdrawals, noting which project each amount came from. Project Emma. Project Rebecca. Project Jennifer. We were projects. Investments. Marks. I felt Officer Davis's hand on my shoulder. Are you okay? I wasn't. But I nodded anyway. At the bottom of the folder was a photograph. Daniel as a teenager, standing between his parents. His mother's hand on his shoulder. His father's arm around him. They looked happy. Normal? I turned it over. On the back, in handwriting I didn't recognize, our boy, the day he graduated. So proud. How did someone go from that to this? From being loved to becoming someone who would kill the people who loved him most? Back at the police station, Detective Morrison reviewed everything we'd found. His expression grew darker with each document. This is enough, he said. We can arrest him on fraud charges while we continue investigating the murder. Where is he now? I don't know. He's been calling and texting, but I haven't responded. Good. Keep it that way. We're issuing a warrant. With any luck, we'll have him in custody by tonight. But Daniel was smarter than that. When police went to his apartment, to Rebecca's apartment, to his old office building, he wasn't anywhere. He'd vanished. Rebecca, on the other hand, was found. Detective Morrison brought her in for questioning, and I watched through the two-way mirror. She sat in the interrogation room, her face pale and confused. I don't understand, she kept saying. Daniel told me he was an only child. His parents died when he was young. He's never been married. Who is Emma? Morrison showed her photos. Our apartment. The matching furniture. The evidence of Daniel's other life. Rebecca's face crumpled as realization hit. He told me I was the one, she whispered. He said he'd never felt this way about anyone. Was any of it real? Morrison's voice was gentle. I'm sorry, Miss Winters. But we have reason to believe Daniel Carver has been defrauding multiple women for years. You and Miss Hayes are the most recent victims. Victims? Rebecca looked at the mirror like she could see me behind it. Is she here? Emma? Morrison glanced at the mirror. After a moment, I stood and walked into the room. Rebecca and I stared at each other. We were wearing similar styles, I realized. Our hair was the same length, the same color. We could have been sisters. I'm sorry, I said, though I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. He showed me pictures of you, Rebecca said softly. His ex, he called you. Said you couldn't accept the breakup. That you were stalking him, making up stories. He said if you ever contacted me, I should ignore you because you were unstable. Of course he did. Already setting up the narrative in case I discovered the truth. Did he ever hurt you? I asked. Rebecca shook her head. No. He was perfect. Sweet, attentive, romantic. I thought I'd finally found someone real. Me too. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Rebecca asked, Do you think he killed his parents? I don't know, I admitted. But I think he's capable of it. Then we need to find him before he hurts anyone else. The police search intensified. Daniel's face appeared on the news. Anyone with information about his whereabouts was asked to call a tip line. Days passed with no leads. He'd gone completely off the grid. I stayed at Sarah's, jumping at every sound, checking over my shoulder whenever I went outside. Patricia called daily to check on me. Rebecca and I started texting, a strange bond forming between us as fellow survivors of the same con. Then, a week later, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. But something made me pick up. Emma. Daniel's voice. Calm. Almost warm. I've missed hearing your voice. My hand shook. Where are you? Somewhere safe. Somewhere they won't find me. The police are looking for you. You know that, right? I know. But I had to call you. Had to explain. Explain what? How you lied to me for 3 years. How you're engaged to someone else. How you killed your own parents. I didn't kill them. His voice hardened. That was an accident. A genuine accident. But I'm not sorry they're dead. Do you know what it's like growing up with parents who think you're never good enough? Who hold their love hostage until you meet their impossible standards? So you killed them and stole their money. I took what should have been mine all along. The money they used to control me, to manipulate me. I freed myself. And the other women? Jennifer, Rebecca, me? How do we fit into your freedom? A long pause. I never meant to hurt you, Emma. What we had was real, at least for me. You're engaged to Rebecca. Rebecca was a mistake. A backup plan that got too complicated. You were the one I actually wanted. The one I was going to choose. Choose. The word tasted bitter. I'm not a menu option, Daniel. I know. I know. And I'm sorry. If I could go back and do things differently. But you can't. So what do you want? Why are you calling? I need you to tell the police you made a mistake. That you misunderstood what you saw. That I'm innocent. I almost laughed. You're insane. Emma, please. They're going to lock me up for something I didn't do. The fraud charges, okay, fine. But I didn't murder anyone. My parents died in an accident. You have to believe me. I don't have to do anything. You're going to prison, Daniel. For the fraud if not for murder. And I'm going to watch you go. His voice dropped, turning cold. You know, I always thought you were smarter than the others. But you're just as stupid. Just as easy to manipulate. Did you really think what we had was special? You were a project, Emma. A means to an end. Nothing more. There it was. The real Daniel, finally showing his face. I know, I said calmly. Patricia told me everything. I've seen your ledger. Project Emma. I know exactly what I was to you. Silence. Then Patricia needs to learn to mind her own business. Is that a threat? Just a statement of fact. She's been causing problems for me. Problems have a way of disappearing. The police are recording this call, Daniel. Every word you're saying is evidence. Another pause. Then he laughed. No, they're not. You're at your friend Sarah's apartment. Alone. No police. No one listening. It's just you and me, like old times. Ice flooded my veins. How did he know where I was? Sarah has a Ring doorbell, Daniel continued conversationally. Did you know that? I've been watching you come and go all week. Waiting for the right moment. I ran to the window, looked down at the street. A car I didn't recognize sat parked across from the building. As I watched, the driver's door opened. Daniel stepped out, phone pressed to his ear, looking up at me. He waved. I dropped the phone and ran for the door, but Sarah's apartment was on the 3rd floor. He'd reached the entrance before I could get out. I grabbed my phone again, dialed 911 with shaking fingers. He's here, I gasped when the operator answered. Daniel Carver, he's here, there's a warrant. Ma'am, slow down. What's your location? I gave Sarah's address, heard the operator dispatching units. But how long would they take? 5 minutes? 10? Long enough for Daniel to get inside? I heard footsteps in the stairwell. Heavy. Fast. Coming up. There was nowhere to hide. Sarah's apartment was small, open. I grabbed a kitchen knife, held it in front of me with both hands, feeling ridiculous and terrified. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A knock. Polite. Almost casual. Emma, open up. We need to talk. The police are on their way. I know. That's why we have to make this quick. Make what quick? I need you to understand something. I loved you. In my own way, I really did. But you ruined everything. You and Patricia, sticking your noses where they didn't belong. Now I have to disappear forever. Start over somewhere new. And I can't leave loose ends. Loose ends. I was a loose end. You're going to kill me, I said it flatly, not a question. I don't want to. But you've left me no choice. If you just stayed quiet, played along, we could have had our wedding. I would have gotten what I needed and moved on. But no. You had to dig. You had to know everything. I heard sirens in the distance. Daniel heard them too. Time's up, he said. Last chance, Emma. Open the door and let's end this peacefully. Peacefully. I almost laughed. You mean let you kill me without a struggle? I mean let's talk this through like adults. Maybe we can work something out. The sirens were closer now. Daniel's voice grew urgent. Emma, please. I don't want it to end like this. I still care about you. If you cared, you wouldn't have lied. You wouldn't have stolen from me. You wouldn't be standing outside this door threatening to kill me. I'm not threatening, he stopped. I heard him muttering something I couldn't make out. Then, louder, you know what? Forget it. Forget all of this. I'm done. You win, Emma. Congratulations. I hope you're happy. Footsteps retreating down the stairs. Fast. Running. The sirens reached the building just as I heard the front entrance slam open. Shouts. Police commands. More running. I stayed frozen by the door, knife still gripped in white-knuckled hands. A knock, different from Daniel's. Official. Ma'am? Police. Daniel Carver is in custody. You're safe now. I opened the door to see Officer Davis, her weapon holstered, her expression concerned. He's downstairs, she said. Ran right into our arms. Are you hurt? I shook my head, realized I was crying. The knife clattered to the floor as my legs gave out. Davis caught me, helped me to the couch. You're okay, she kept saying. You're safe now. But I didn't feel safe. I felt broken. Used. Stupid for not seeing who Daniel really was. The arrest was all over the news. Daniel Carver, suspected in his parents' deaths, arrested for fraud and attempted assault. They found evidence in his car, rope, duct tape, cleaning supplies. Everything you'd need to make someone disappear. Detective Morrison told me later that Daniel had confessed to killing his parents. Not out of remorse, but out of pride. He'd wanted them to know how clever he'd been, how perfectly he'd planned it. The brake failure, the timing, the life insurance. All calculated. All intentional. He'd also confessed to the fraud scheme that had netted him over $5 million from various women over the years. Some he'd married, some he'd just dated long enough to access their accounts. None of them had reported it, too embarrassed or scared. Until Patricia started digging, no one had connected the dots. The trial took 8 months. I testified, as did Rebecca and 3 other women Daniel had conned. Patricia testified about her suspicions, about Margaret's concerns before she died. The evidence was overwhelming. Daniel was convicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 9 counts of fraud, 1 count of attempted assault. They sentenced him to life without parole. When the verdict was read, he looked at me across the courtroom. No emotion. No regret. Just cold assessment, like he was already planning his next move. Rebecca and I kept in touch after the trial. We met for coffee sometimes, 2 women trying to piece together how we'd been so thoroughly deceived. We laughed about the matching apartments, cried about the time we'd lost, and slowly, carefully, began to trust again. Patricia became something like family. She invited me to dinners, introduced me to Margaret's other friends, shared stories about the woman Daniel's mother had been. Kind. Generous. Nothing like her son. I kept the photograph I'd found in Daniel's drawer, the one of him with his parents. Sometimes I looked at it and tried to see the moment things went wrong. The exact instant a loved child became a killer. But there was no moment. Just a slow, invisible rot. Sarah insisted I stay with her for months after the trial. I couldn't go back to the apartment Daniel and I had shared. The lease ended and I let it go without ever setting foot inside again. Everything I'd left there, I abandoned. Fresh start, Sarah said. Clean slate. But you don't really get clean slates after something like this. You carry it with you. I carried it in the way I flinched when men approached me too quickly. In the way I background checked every date obsessively. In the way I couldn't commit to anything long term because part of me was always waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the lie to reveal itself. 6 months after the sentencing, I got a letter. Prison stationery. Daniel's handwriting. I almost threw it away unopened. Almost. But curiosity is a terrible thing. Emma, I've had a lot of time to think in here. About what I did. About who I am. The prison psychologist says I have antisocial personality disorder. That I lack empathy, manipulate without conscience. She's probably right. But here's what I keep coming back to: I'm not sorry. I'm sorry I got caught. Sorry my plan fell apart. But I'm not sorry for the things I did. My parents deserved what happened to them. They created me, this thing I am, with their constant criticism and impossible expectations. They made me into someone who learned to wear masks, to become whoever people needed me to be. That's on them. And you, Emma? You were different from the others. Smarter. More observant. I actually had to work to keep you fooled, and I like that. It was a challenge. You pushed me to be better at the game. In some twisted way, you made me better at being the person I pretended to be. I know you testified that you never really knew me. That the man you loved didn't exist. But that's not entirely true, is it? Some of those moments were real. The night we stayed up until 3 a.m. talking about our childhoods. The time I held you when your grandmother died. The way we fit together in bed, your back against my chest, my arm around your waist. Those moments existed. They were real even if the context was a lie. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even want it. I just want you to know that of all the women, all the marks, all the projects, you were the only one who almost made me want to stop. Almost made me think I could be normal. Be real. Almost. I hear Rebecca visits you sometimes. That you've become friends, bonded over your mutual victimhood. That's funny to me. Poetic, even. The two women I was juggling, now supporting each other. I wonder if you talk about me. Compare notes on my lies. Laugh at how thoroughly I fooled you both. There's something else you should know. Something the police never found because they stopped looking once they had enough to convict me. There were others. Before Jennifer, before all the names in my ledger. I've been doing this since I was 23. 12 years, Emma. Dozens of women. Some I married, some I just dated long enough to drain their accounts. Some I truly cared about in my limited way. Others were just transactions. And here's the thing that keeps me up at night: I was good at it. Really good. I could have kept going for decades if it wasn't for Patricia's meddling. I could have had 20, 30 more projects. Made millions more. But one nosy woman with a guilty conscience and a dead friend's memory ruined it all. Sometimes I think about what I would do differently if I could go back. Probably get rid of Patricia first. She was the real problem. Too observant. Too persistent. Too much time on her hands to play detective. You're probably wondering why I'm telling you this. Maybe I want to hurt you one last time. Maybe I want you to know that even in prison, even convicted and caged, I'm still the one with power. I'm the one who knows all the secrets. All the victims who never reported me. All the money I hid in accounts the police never traced. Or maybe I'm just bored and writing letters is the only entertainment I have in this cell. Whatever the reason, I wanted you to know, you weren't special, Emma. You were just another Mark who got lucky enough to escape before I was done with you. The only difference between you and the others is that you got to walk away alive. Some of the others weren't so lucky. Sleep well, Daniel. My hands shook as I finished reading. Some of the others weren't so lucky. Was he confessing to more murders? Or just trying to terrorize me one final time? I took the letter straight to Detective Morrison. He read it with his jaw clenched, then looked up at me with tired eyes. He's playing games, Morrison said. Trying to make himself seem more dangerous than he is. We investigated thoroughly. There's no evidence of other murders. But what if he's telling the truth? What if there are other victims? Then they're dead and buried somewhere, we'll never find them, and Daniel's the only one who knows where. Morrison handed the letter back. Don't let him get in your head. That's what he wants. To maintain control even from prison. But the letter did get in my head. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Other women? Other victims? How many had there been? How many had disappeared before I ever met him? I started researching. Late nights on my laptop, searching missing persons databases, cold cases involving young women Daniel might have crossed paths with. I found 3 possibilities. A woman named Ashley who disappeared in 2019 after dating a man matching Daniel's description. A woman named Lauren who'd vanished in 2021, last seen getting into a car with her fiancé. A woman named Michelle whose body was never found after she went missing in 2022. I brought them to Morrison. He looked at the files with resignation. Emma, you can't do this to yourself. You can't chase every cold case hoping it connected to Daniel. That way lies madness. But what if I'm right? What if he killed them? Then the evidence is long gone and we'll never prove it. Let it go. Move on with your life. That's the best revenge against someone like him. But I couldn't let it go. I contacted the families. Ashley's mother. Lauren's sister. Michelle's brother. Told them about Daniel, about his pattern of behavior. Shared his photo. Asked if they recognized him. Ashley's mother called me back crying. Yes, she recognized him. He'd gone by a different name, Michael Carter, but it was definitely him. Ashley had been engaged to him when she disappeared. The police had investigated him but found no evidence. He'd been the perfect grieving fiancé, searching for her, pleading for her return on the news, just like he would have done with me if I'd disappeared. Lauren's sister recognized him too. Different name again, David Carlson. Same pattern. Engagement, then disappearance. No body ever found. Michelle's brother was harder to convince. He insisted Michelle had left on her own, running from debts and a bad relationship. But when I showed him photos of Daniel with Michelle that I'd found in old social media archives, his face went white. That was her boyfriend. Daniel Kingston, she'd called him. He'd helped Michelle's brother search for her after she vanished. Had been so supportive, so devastated. I brought everything back to Morrison. This time, he listened. Really listened. If this is all the same person, he said slowly, we're talking about a serial killer. Not just a con artist. Someone who's been operating under multiple identities for over a decade. They reopened all 3 cases. Brought Daniel in for questioning. He smiled through the whole interview, answered nothing, invoked his right to remain silent. But his eyes, when they showed him photos of Ashley and Lauren and Michelle, his eyes gave him away. Just for a second. A flash of recognition. Of pride. Without bodies, though, without evidence, they couldn't charge him. He was already serving life for his parents' murders. Adding 3 more wouldn't change his sentence. Still, the families deserve to know. Deserve closure. Ashley's mother thanked me through tears. At least now I know. At least now I'm not wondering if she's still out there somewhere, suffering, needing help. She's gone. And I know who took her from us. That should have been the end of it. Daniel in prison, 3 more families with answers if not justice, my life slowly returning to something like normal. But Daniel had 1 more card to play. Another letter arrived. Shorter this time. Emma, I underestimated you. Again. You've always been persistent. It's one of the things I actually admired about you. Most people would have moved on after the trial. But not you. You had to keep digging. Had to find the others. So here's your reward for being such a dedicated detective. I'll give you 1. 1 location. 1 body. Let 1 family have their closure, their burial, their peace. But only 1. The others stay where they are, my little secrets. The choice is yours, Emma. Ashley, Lauren, or Michelle? Who deserves peace? Who stays lost forever? And before you run to the police thinking I'll tell them all 3 if they pressure me, know this, I won't. I'll tell you the 1 location you choose, and then I'll never speak another word about them. Not to you. Not to police. Not to lawyers or priests or psychologists. I'll take the other 2 to my grave. So choose carefully. This is the only real power you'll ever have over me. Tick-tock, Daniel. I stared at the letter for an hour. He was still playing games. Still manipulating. Even from prison, even with nothing left to gain, he couldn't help himself. I showed Rebecca the letter when we met for coffee that weekend. She read it and then set it down with shaking hands. He's a monster, she whispered. I know. What are you going to do? I don't know. How do you choose? How do you decide which family gets answers and which two stay in limbo forever? Rebecca was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, maybe you don't choose. What do you mean? Maybe you tell all three families what he offered. Let them decide together. Or let them decide not to play his game at all. Don't give him what he wants, which is the power to manipulate you one more time. She was right. Of course she was right. I contacted all three families and told them about Daniel's offer. We had a conference call, 4 people bound together by loss and rage. I don't want to know, Ashley's mother said finally. If it means the others don't get to know, I don't want it. Ashley wouldn't want that either. She was kind. She would want everyone to have peace, not just us. Lauren's sister agreed. Same. We've made our peace with not knowing. We don't need Daniel's games. But Michelle's brother was different. I need to know, he said, voice breaking. I need to bury my sister. I need a grave to visit. Please. I can't keep living like this. And there it was. The impossible choice. 2 families willing to sacrifice for the others. One desperate for answers. We could lie to him, I suggested. Tell him we chose, but then refuse to keep our end of the bargain. Make him tell us all 3 locations. He'll never fall for that, Lauren's sister said. He's too smart. Too careful. If we trick him, he'll clam up forever just to spite us. She was right. Daniel would see through any deception. And he'd enjoy watching us try. In the end, we agreed to play his game. For Michelle's brother. We chose Michelle. I wrote back to Daniel with one word, Michelle. His response came 3 days later. A set of coordinates. A location in the woods about 60 miles outside the city. Instructions on where to dig. The police went with Michelle's brother. I went too, along with Rebecca and Patricia. We stood at the tree line while cadaver dogs and excavation teams did their work. It took 4 hours. Then they found her. Bones and remnants of clothing. Dental records confirmed it was Michelle. Her brother collapsed when they told him. I held him while he sobbed, this stranger united with me in grief and rage. Rebecca stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. Patricia held my other hand, her grip tight. Daniel had kept his word. He'd given us Michelle. But Ashley and Lauren remained lost. Their families still waiting. Still wondering. I never wrote to Daniel again. Never responded to his letters, and they came regularly for months. Updates on his prison life, philosophical musings on morality and manipulation, reminders that he still held secrets I'd never uncover. I threw them away unopened. 2 years after the trial, Patricia died. Heart attack, sudden and massive. I spoke at her funeral, thanked her for saving my life, for caring enough about a stranger to risk everything. I meant every word. The apartment she left me in her will came as a shock. Along with a letter explaining that Margaret had always wanted to help Daniel's victims if there ever were any. That Patricia had set up a trust to support women escaping from manipulative relationships. That she wanted me to run it. So that's what I do now. I help women leave. I teach them to spot the red flags I missed. I share my story in support groups and at women's shelters. I testify in court cases involving fraud and domestic manipulation. Rebecca works with me sometimes, both of us using our pain to help others avoid the same fate. But sometimes, late at night, I still think about Daniel. About the man I thought I knew. The one who brought me coffee in bed and held me when I cried and whispered that he loved me in the dark. That man never existed. He was a character Daniel played, a role he performed. But the feelings I had were real. The love, the trust, the hope for our future. Those were mine, even if the recipient was a fiction. That's the hardest part to accept. Not that he fooled me, but that my emotions were genuine while his were scripted. That I gave real love to a hollow man. Sometimes I dream about the wedding that never happened. Walking down an aisle toward Daniel's smiling face. Saying vows I meant while he recited lies. Binding myself to a murderer and never knowing until it was too late. In the dreams, we go through with it. The ceremony, the reception, the honeymoon. And then, one morning, I wake up and he's standing over me with cold eyes and a pillow in his hands. I always wake before the pillow comes down. Heart racing. Sweat soaked. Reaching for a phone to call a fiancé who is never real. Rebecca says the dreams will fade eventually. That our brains need time to process trauma this profound. Patricia used to say the same thing before she died. I want to believe them. But 3 years later, the dreams still come. Less frequently now, but they come. Daniel writes to me still. I know because the prison forwards his letters to Morrison, who logs them as potential evidence. Morrison tells me their content sometimes. Daniel claiming to have changed. Daniel insisting he's found religion. Daniel offering more information about his victims if I'll just visit him once. Daniel. Still trying to maintain control. Still needing to be the center of my world. But he's not. He's a memory now. A cautionary tale. A chapter in my past that I've closed and locked away. I have a life now that doesn't revolve around him. A job I love. Friends I trust. A therapist who's helped me rebuild my ability to connect with people. There's even someone new, though we're taking things slow. Painfully slow. He's patient about it. Understanding. He knows my history. Everyone knows my history after the media coverage of the trial. His name is Marcus. He's kind. Genuine. Transparently himself in a way that's almost startling after Daniel's performance. He told me on our first date that his parents are alive and well in Florida, that he talks to them every Sunday, that I could call them right then if I wanted to verify. He showed me his tax returns without me asking. Introduced me to his friends and co-workers within weeks. Invited me to his apartment and pointed out that there was only one of everything, no secret double life. It should be reassuring. It is reassuring. But part of me keeps waiting for the mask to slip. For the real Marcus to emerge, as terrible and twisted as Daniel. That's the scar Daniel left that will never fully heal. The inability to trust my own judgment. The certainty that I'll be fooled again because I was fooled so completely before. But I'm trying. That's all any of us can do. Try to move forward. Try to trust again. Try to believe that not everyone is a monster wearing a human face. Last month, I got a call from Detective Morrison. They'd found Ashley. A construction crew excavating for a new development had uncovered human remains. DNA matched her to the missing persons database. She'd been buried about 10 miles from where they found Michelle. In the same woods, just a different section. We're searching the entire area now, Morrison told me. If Lauren's there too, we'll find her. They found her 3 days later. All 3 women, buried within a 20-mile radius. Daniel's dumping ground. His secret cemetery. I called Michelle's brother to tell him. He cried again, but differently this time. Relief, not grief. They all get to come home now, he said. All 3 families get closure. We don't have to wonder anymore. I thought about writing to Daniel. Telling him that we found all of them without his help, that his power play had been meaningless. But that would be engagement. That would be giving him what he wants, which is my attention. So I didn't write. Didn't call. Didn't acknowledge his letters or his games. Silence, I've learned, is the cruelest thing you can give a manipulator. They feed on reaction, unknowing they affect you. Silence starves them. The trial for Ashley and Lauren's murders is set for next year. Daniel will be in court again, facing more charges, getting more attention. Part of me wants to attend. To look him in the eye and show him I've survived. That I've built a life beyond him. That he didn't break me. But another part of me knows that's still playing his game. Still making him the center of my story. So maybe I won't go. Maybe I'll spend that day doing something completely unrelated to Daniel Carver. Working with the trust. Having dinner with Marcus. Living a normal, boring, beautifully mundane life. That would be the real victory. Not confronting him, but forgetting him. Not proving I survived, but simply surviving. Moving forward without looking back at the man who tried to destroy me. Rebecca agrees. We talked about it over coffee last week, our regular Tuesday meeting that's become as much about friendship as shared trauma. He wants us to be defined by what he did to us, she said. Every time we talk about him, think about him, let him occupy space in our minds, we're giving him exactly what he wants. So maybe we just stop. Stop talking about him? Stop letting him matter. We have this trust now. We help people. We've turned our pain into something good. That's enough. That's more than enough. We don't owe him our continued attention. She's right. I know she's right. But letting go is harder than it sounds. Daniel Carver was supposed to be my future. My husband. The father of my children. That future died when I drove to his parents' address and found out that everything was a lie. And grieving a future that never existed is a strange kind of loss. But I'm learning to build a new future. One where Daniel is just a name. A story I tell sometimes to help others. A lesson learned. not a living presence that haunts every decision and relationship. Marcus asked me to move in with him last week. I said I needed time to think about it. Not because I don't trust him, but because I need to trust myself. Need to be sure I'm moving forward towards something, not just running away from Daniel's ghost. I'll probably say yes. Eventually. When I'm ready. When the dreams fade a little more. When I can wake up in the morning and not immediately wonder if the person beside me is lying about who they are. But here's the thing I've realized, the truth that keeps me going, even if I am fooled again, even if I make another mistake, even if someone else lies to me as thoroughly as Daniel did, I'll survive it. Because I survived him. I survived a man who killed his own parents. Who murdered 3 women. Who tried to make me his next victim. If I can survive Daniel Carver, I can survive anything. That's the gift he gave me, though he never intended it. Proof of my own strength. Evidence of my resilience. The knowledge that I'm harder to break than I thought. So maybe I should write him one final letter. Not to engage. Not to give him power. Just to let him know. You tried to destroy me, Daniel. You failed. I'm still here. Still whole. Still moving forward. And you're still in prison, alone with your lies and your victims and your empty victories. I win. But I won't write that letter. Because even that would be too much acknowledgement. Too much space given to someone who deserves none. Instead, I'll just live. Fully. Authentically. Surrounded by people who are real. Building a future that's mine, not someone else's carefully constructed illusion. And if Daniel's letters keep coming, I'll keep throwing them away unopened. If he finds new ways to manipulate from prison, I'll ignore them. If he dies in that cell, I won't attend the funeral. He'll just be gone. Finally. Completely. From my life and from my thoughts. That's the ending he doesn't get to control. The final chapter where I walk away and never look back, leaving him alone with his darkness while I step into the light.
Story 5.
After donating my kidney to save my husband's life, I woke up in recovery to discover he banned me from his hospital room and changed his emergency contact to his ex-girlfriend. When I begged his family for an explanation, they avoided my eyes and simply handed me divorce papers, his mother whispering, "Just sign them quickly, he doesn't want any complications." I collapsed in the hallway, still bleeding through my surgical bandages. That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, my phone lit up with 84 desperate calls and messages asking me, "How could you do this to me?" The nurse had to tell me 3 times before the words actually registered. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Chen, but you're not on his approved visitor list." Her face had that careful blankness healthcare workers develop when they're delivering impossible news. She kept glancing at my 4-pole, at the surgical tape across my abdomen, at the way I was gripping the hallway rail so hard my knuckles had gone white. "There's been a mistake," I said. My voice came out thin and strange, like it belonged to someone else. "I'm his wife. I just gave him my kidneys 6 hours ago." She looked at me the way you'd look at a dog that's been hit by a car and is still trying to stand up. "I know. I was in the OR. But the instructions are clear. Only his mother and..." She hesitated, checking her tablet, "and a Miss Jennifer Hartley are permitted in his room." Jennifer. The name hit me like cold water. Jennifer, who he dated for 3 years before me. Jennifer, who still texted him on holidays. Jennifer, who he swore was just an old friend, nothing to worry about, ancient history. That should have been the first red flag, that she was still orbiting our marriage like a satellite he refused to shoot down. "There's been a mistake," I repeated, because what else could I say? The surgical glue was still tacky on my skin. They'd wheeled us into adjacent ORs, and the last thing I'd seen before the anesthesia pulled me under was his hand reaching for mine across the gap between our gurneys. He'd mouthed, "I love you." I'd felt the warmth of those words all the way down into the dark. The nurse touched my arm gently. "Let me page the charge, nurse. Please, sit down before you fall down." But I didn't sit. I walked, shuffled, really, one hand pressed against the wall, toward Marcus's room. The door was closed. Through the small window, I could see him propped up in bed, already looking better than he had in months. The yellow tinge was gone from his skin. His eyes were clearer. My kidney was already working inside him, filtering, cleaning, saving his life. His mother sat in the chair by the window. And Jennifer stood at his bedside, her hand on his shoulder, leaning in close the way I used to lean in when I wanted to tell him something private. I pushed the door open. They all turned. The look on Marcus's face wasn't surprise or confusion or even guilt. It was annoyance. Like I was a telemarketer who'd interrupted dinner. "Elena," he said flatly. You shouldn't be walking around. What's going on? I looked from him to his mother to Jennifer. Jennifer had the decency to step back from the bed, but she didn't leave. She stood there in her cream cashmere sweater and designer jeans, looking effortlessly beautiful in the way that had always made me feel like I was playing dress-up in my own life. Marcus's mother stood. Margaret Chen, who taught me how to make his favorite dumplings, who'd held my hand during our wedding ceremony because my own mother had been too drunk to attend. She wouldn't meet my eyes now. "Elena, dear," she said. "Perhaps we should talk in the waiting room." "I don't want to talk in the waiting room. I want to know why I'm banned from my husband's room." My voice was rising, cracking. A nurse appeared in the doorway behind me. "Is everything all right here?" "It's fine," Marcus said, his voice calm and controlled. He'd always been good at staying calm. It was one of the things I'd loved about him, once. "My wife is just confused from the anesthesia. She should rest." Confused from the anesthesia? Like I was a child who needed to be managed. Margaret took my elbow. Her grip was firmer than I expected. "Come with me, Elena. Please." I let her lead me out because my incision was screaming and the room was starting to tilt. Because some part of me, the stupid, hopeful part, thought maybe there was an explanation that would make sense of this. Maybe he was protecting me from something. Maybe he was delirious. Maybe I really was confused. She guided me to a small family consultation room off the main hallway. The kind of room where doctors deliver bad news. Jennifer followed us in and closed the door. "Why is she here?" I asked. "Sit down, honey." Margaret pressed me gently into a chair. "I don't want to sit down. I want answers." Margaret and Jennifer exchanged a look. It was Jennifer who reached into her designer purse and pulled out a manila envelope. She set it on the table between us like she was defusing a bomb. "Marcus asked us to give you this," she said softly. Her voice was full of compassion, which somehow made everything worse. My hands shook as I opened the envelope. Inside were divorce papers. Filled out, signed by Marcus, waiting only for my signature. The date at the top was from 3 weeks ago, before the surgery, before I'd signed the consent forms, before I'd let them cut me open and take a piece of me to save him. "I don't understand," I whispered. Margaret sat down across from me. "Marcus and Jennifer have been reconnecting. For the past 8 months. 8 months. I counted backward in my head. 8 months ago was January. January was when Marcus's kidneys had first started failing, when the diagnosis had come down like a guillotine. Polycystic kidney disease, inherited, progressive, fatal without a transplant. I'd gotten tested the same day they told us. I was a perfect match. We'd celebrated with champagne even though he wasn't supposed to drink, both of us crying and laughing because we'd been so scared, and now we had a solution. 8 months ago was also when he'd started staying late at work more often. When he'd become protective of his phone. When he'd stop reaching for me in bed. "You knew," I said to Margaret. "When I donated. You knew." She had the grace to look ashamed. "Marcus made me promise not to say anything until after the surgery. He was terrified you'd change your mind. So he lied to me. Used me. Let me give him my kidney while he was sleeping with his ex-girlfriend." "It wasn't like that," Jennifer said quickly. Too quickly. We weren't physical until last week. It was mostly emotional." I almost laughed. The sound came out sharp and broken. "Oh, well, as long as it was mostly emotional. That makes it so much better." "Elena," Margaret started. "Did you know too?" I turned to Jennifer. "Did you watch me visit him in the hospital every day? Did you see me hold his hand while they ran all the tests? Did you laugh about it together?" "No." Jennifer's face flushed. "I didn't want it to happen this way. I told him to be honest with you. But he said..." "He said what?" "He said you'd refuse to donate if you knew the truth. And he needed that kidney." The room went very quiet. Outside, someone was paging a doctor over the intercom. Normal hospital sounds. A normal day for everyone except me. "Just sign them quickly," Margaret said, pushing a pen across the table. "He doesn't want any complications." Complications. Like I was a business transaction going slightly off script. Like I hadn't just given him a vital organ. Like we hadn't stood in front of 200 people and promised forever. I stood up. The movement sent fire through my abdomen. "Tell Marcus I'll sign when I'm ready. And tell him to pray I don't file a civil suit." "Elena, please." Margaret's voice broke. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." "Make this harder?" I stared at her. I'm the one who's made this hard? I walked out. Or tried to. 3 steps into the hallway, my legs gave out. I grabbed for the rail but missed, and then I was on the floor, the linoleum cold against my cheek. Something warm and wet spread across my side. The bandages. I was bleeding through the bandages. Footsteps, running. Someone calling for help. Hands lifting me onto a gurney. Bright lights sliding past overhead. A doctor's face looming over mine, asking me questions I couldn't answer because everything was far away and muffled, like I was underwater. When I woke up, I was back in my hospital room. They'd reinforced the incision, given me more pain medication, lectured me about not overexerting myself. A kind nurse with purple scrubs stayed with me for a while, holding my hand, not asking questions. I spent 2 more days in the hospital. No visitors. I didn't ask for any. My best friend Tanya picked me up when they discharged me. She'd wanted to come immediately after the surgery, but I told her not to because Marcus's family would be there and space was limited. What a joke that had been. She took one look at my face and just hugged me, carefully, avoiding my bandages. His mother called me, she said. Told me what happened. I'm so sorry, Elena. Did everyone know except me? No. Gosh, no. She grabbed my bag and led me to her car. I would have told you. I swear. I believed her. Tanya had been my friend since college. She'd been the maid of honor at my wedding, had cried harder than anyone when Marcus proposed. She'd also been the one to say, gently, that maybe I should slow down, that Marcus seemed to take more than he gave. I'd brushed her off. Love was supposed to be about giving, I'd said. Love was supposed to be selfless. I'd been so stupidly young. She drove me to her apartment instead of the house I'd shared with Marcus. I didn't argue. I couldn't face that place yet, the bedroom we'd painted together, the kitchen where we'd cooked Sunday dinners, the bathroom where I'd held his hair back when he'd gotten sick from the dialysis. I slept for almost 14 hours. When I woke up, there were divorce papers on Tanya's coffee table. Different papers. These had come from a lawyer, my lawyer, Tanya explained. She'd called in a favor. I needed to protect myself. Did you know you can actually sue for something called fraudulent inducement? She asked, settling next to me with 2 mugs of tea. When someone tricks you into doing something you wouldn't otherwise do. I don't want his money. The tea was too hot. I set it down. It's not about money. It's about making sure he can't do this to anyone else. It's about justice. Justice. The word felt hollow. What justice could there be? He had my kidney now. That was permanent. I couldn't undo it, couldn't take it back. He'd be walking around for the rest of his life with a piece of me inside him, and he'd probably never think about it except to thank Jennifer for convincing him to lie a little longer. I signed the papers. Not his, mine. Papers that demanded financial compensation for medical expenses and emotional distress. Papers that laid out, in cold legal language, exactly how I'd been manipulated and used. Then I blocked Marcus's number. Blocked Jennifer's. Blocked Margaret's. I blocked everyone connected to that part of my life and tried to pretend I was someone who hadn't just made the stupidest decision in the history of stupid decisions. For 2 weeks, I lived in Tanya's spare room. I healed. My incision stopped bleeding, started scabbing over, began to itch the way wounds do when they're finally closing. I went to my follow-up appointments. I told the doctors I was fine, everything was fine, I was recovering well. I wasn't fine. At night, I'd lie awake and replay every moment of our relationship, looking for the cracks I'd missed. They were everywhere once I knew to look for them. The way he'd always needed me to prove my love. The way he'd pouted when I'd spent time with friends. The way he'd made me feel like I was never quite enough, but if I just tried a little harder, gave a little more, I could be. I'd given him everything, and it still hadn't been enough. On day 15, my phone started ringing. I'd gotten a new number, but I kept the old phone active for the lawyer's calls. It had been silent for 2 weeks. Now it was vibrating itself across Tanya's kitchen counter, call after call after call. Marcus. His mother. Jennifer. Unknown numbers that were probably them using friends' phones. Text messages piling up faster than I could delete them. Please call me back. We need to talk. This is urgent. Elena, I know you're angry, but I turned the phone off. Made myself lunch. Tried to read a book. Turned the phone back on to check if my lawyer had called. 84 missed calls. 73 text messages. The most recent one was from Marcus, "How could you do this to me?" I stared at that message for a long time. How could I do this to him? Me. Like I was the one who'd lied and cheated and manipulated. Like I was the one who'd betrayed every promise I'd ever made. I called him back. He answered on the first ring. Thank God, Elena, I've been trying to reach you for. What do you want? Silence. Then, we need to talk about these legal papers you served me. This is insane. You can't possibly think. What I think, I interrupted, is that you used me for my kidney. What I think is that you lied to me for 8 months. What I think is that you had your mother hand me divorce papers while I was still bleeding from surgery. So yeah, Marcus, I served you. And unless you have something useful to say, I'm hanging up. Jennifer left me. The words came out in a rush, raw and desperate. I could picture his face, the expression he made when things weren't going his way, like a little boy who'd been denied dessert. Okay, I said. That's it? That's all you have to say? What do you want me to say? Congratulations? I'm sorry for your loss? She said she couldn't be with someone who'd treat his wife that way. She said I was a different person than she remembered. She said, his voice cracked. Elena, I made a mistake. I know that now. I was scared and sick and not thinking clearly. But we can fix this. We can go to counseling. I'll do whatever it takes. I closed my eyes. Some traitorous part of me wanted to believe him. Wanted to go back to the before time, when I'd been stupid enough to think our love story had a happy ending. No, I said. Please. I love you. I never stopped loving you. You took my kidney, Marcus. You let me think we had a future while you were already planning your exit. You had me cut open for you, and then you threw me away before I even woke up. I know, and I'm so sorry. But I'm lost without you, Elena. Everything's falling apart. My mother won't speak to me. Jennifer's gone. The doctors say I'm not taking care of myself properly post-surgery. I need you. There it was. I need you. Not I love you and I was wrong and I'll spend the rest of my life making this up to you. Just I need you. Like I was a resource to be exploited, a solution to his problems, a tool he could pick up and put down as convenient. That's not my problem anymore. Elena, sign the settlement papers my lawyer sent you. All of them, including the clause about admitting wrongdoing. Or I go public with everything. I'll tell everyone what you did. Your colleagues, your friends, the hospital ethics board. I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of man you are. You wouldn't. But his voice wavered. Watch me. I hung up. My hands were shaking. I felt like I'd just run a marathon, like I'd just fought off a pack of wolves, like I'd just survived something that should have killed me. Tanya came home to find me crying in the kitchen, great gasping sobs that hurt my healing incision but felt necessary somehow, like I was purging something toxic from my system. He called? She asked. I nodded, unable to speak. She sat down next to me and let me cry on her shoulder. She didn't tell me it would be okay, or that time heals all wounds, or any of the other platitudes people offer when they don't know what else to say. She just stayed. Later, after I'd cried myself out, she made dinner and we watched a movie neither of us paid attention to. My phone buzzed periodically, more calls from Marcus, from his mother, from numbers I didn't recognize. I ignored them all. Around midnight, a new message came through. Not from Marcus. From Jennifer. I'm sorry, it read. For all of it. You deserved better. We both did. I almost replied. Almost sent back something cutting about how she was hardly a victim here, how she'd made her choices just like he had, how sorry didn't fix anything. But I didn't. Because she was right, we'd both deserved better. We'd both gotten caught in Marcus's gravity well, both made the mistake of thinking we could save him from himself, both learned too late that some people don't want to be saved. They just want someone to blame when everything falls apart. I deleted the message without responding. 3 days later, Marcus signed the settlement papers. All of them. His lawyer tried to negotiate, but mine, Tanya's friend, a shark in a pantsuit who took one look at the timeline and smelled blood in the water, shut that down immediately. Marcus paid for my medical expenses, my therapy bills, my lost wages. He signed a document admitting to fraudulent inducement. He agreed to a divorce with no contest, no alimony demands, no attempts to claim any of my assets. And he agreed to one more thing, the clause I'd added at the last minute, a written apology, to be read into the court record, acknowledging exactly what he'd done and why it was wrong. His lawyer said he'd never do it. Said it was too humiliating, too legally risky, too much. But Marcus signed. Because the alternative was me going public, and he couldn't handle that. Couldn't handle people knowing the truth about him. His reputation mattered more than his dignity. The court date was set for October 15th. 4 weeks away. 4 weeks for me to heal, to prepare, to decide who I wanted to be on the other side of this. I moved out of Tanya's spare room and into a small studio apartment downtown. It was sparse and a little shabby, but it was mine. No shared memories in the walls. No ghost of a marriage haunting the hallway. I went back to work. I was a graphic designer for a marketing firm, and my boss had been incredibly understanding about the whole nightmare situation. My coworkers welcomed me back with careful kindness, not asking too many questions, just letting me ease back into normalcy. Normalcy? What a strange concept. Like there was a normal life waiting for me, a life I'd just temporarily stepped away from, a life I could return to once all this ugliness was sorted out. But I'd never been normal. Not really. I'd been Elena who loved too much, Elena who tried too hard, Elena who gave away vital organs to men who didn't deserve them. I needed to figure out who Elena who survived was going to be. The night before the court date, Marcus called one last time. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. I just want you to know, he said without preamble, that I really did love you. Maybe not the way you deserved. But I did. Okay, I said. And I'm grateful. For the kidney. For everything you tried to do for me. I know I didn't show it, but I was. Marcus. I closed my eyes. If you were actually grateful, you wouldn't have done any of this. I know. His voice was small. I know. We sat in silence for a moment, the phone line crackling with everything we weren't saying. I hope you're happy someday, I said finally. I hope you figure out how to be a better person. But I can't be the one to help you do it. I know, he repeated. Then, are you going to be okay? It was such an absurd question. Was I going to be okay? I'd given up a kidney for him. I'd been betrayed in the cruelest way imaginable. I'd had to rebuild my entire life from scratch. But I was here. I was breathing. My incision was healing. I had friends who loved me and a lawyer who'd fought for me in a future that was mine alone. Yeah, I said. I think I am. I hung up before he could respond. The court hearing was brief. Marcus read his apology in a flat, expressionless voice, like he was reading the terms and conditions on a software installation. The judge signed the divorce decree. And just like that, it was over. Tanya took me out for lunch afterward. We went to a Thai place we used to love, back in college, back when the world had felt full of possibility, and I thought I knew what love was. How do you feel? She asked, studying my face. I considered the question. How did I feel? Lighter, maybe. Sad in a way that would probably never fully go away. Angry, still, though the edges of it were softening. Grateful to be alive, to be free, to be sitting here eating pad thai with my best friend instead of shackled to a man who'd seen me as nothing more than a convenient source of spare parts. I feel like myself again, I said. Or maybe like myself for the first time. She smiled. Good. That's good. We finished lunch and walked around the city for a while, not talking about Marcus or the divorce or any of it. Just being. Just existing in a world that felt, for the first time in months, like it might have space for something other than pain. A week later, I got an email from Margaret. I almost deleted it without reading, but curiosity won out. I'm sorry, it read. I should have told you the truth. I should have protected you. I was a coward, and you paid the price. I don't expect forgiveness, but I wanted you to know that I think about you every day. I hope you're healing. I hope you find someone who deserves you. I didn't reply to that one either. Maybe someday I would. Maybe someday I'd be able to look at everything that had happened and see it as something other than a wound that would never fully close. But not yet. For now, I focused on small things. My apartment. My job. Long walks through the city. Coffee with Tanya. Therapy sessions where I slowly unraveled the tangle of who I'd been and who I wanted to become. I dated, eventually. Casual things, nothing serious. I wasn't ready for serious, might never be ready again. But it felt good to remember that there were men who could see me as more than a solution to their problems, men who could give as well as take. And sometimes, late at night when I couldn't sleep, I'd press my hand against the scar on my side, still pink, still tender, still there as a permanent reminder of the worst decision I'd ever made. But then I'd remember, I survived. He tried to break me, tried to use me up and throw me away, tried to take everything I had to give and leave me with nothing. And I survived anyway. That had to count for something. Though I'd be lying if I said I didn't sometimes wonder, when Marcus looked in the mirror, when he went about his daily life, when he laughed or loved or lived, did he ever think about the fact that he was only able to do any of it because I'd chosen to save him? Did he ever feel the weight of that? Or had he already convinced himself it was something he deserved, something he'd earned, something that had nothing to do with me at all? I'd probably never know. And maybe that was okay. Maybe not knowing was its own kind of freedom. Still, I keep my phone on at night now. Just in case he calls again with some new crisis, some new disaster that only I can solve, some new way to make his problems mine. I keep it on, and I keep it close, and I wait to see if I'll ever be able to fully let go of the hope that maybe, just maybe, he'll finally understand what he did. That hope is probably the worst thing he left inside me. Worse than the scar. Worse than the pain. Worse than any of it. Because hope like that doesn't heal. It just sits there, quiet and patient, waiting for a call that might never come. 6 months passed before I heard from him again. 6 months of building a life that felt like it might actually belong to me. I'd gotten a promotion at work, senior designer, my own team, projects that made me feel like I was creating something meaningful instead of just surviving. I'd started painting again, something I hadn't done since college. Abstract stuff, all angry reds and deep blues, canvases I'd never show anyone but that felt necessary somehow, like bleeding out poison through a brush. I'd even started seeing someone. Daniel. A high school teacher who'd never been married, who thought my scar was beautiful because it meant I'd survived something, who didn't need saving from anything except maybe his tendency to grade papers until 2 in the morning. It wasn't serious yet, I'd been clear about that from the start, but it was nice. He was nice. Normal nice, not the desperate, consuming kind of nice that Marcus had been. Then my lawyer called. Elena, I need you to sit down for this. I was at my desk, halfway through a logo redesign for a new client. What's wrong? Marcus is sick again. Kidney rejection. Acute, apparently. They're saying he needs another transplant soon, or, she paused. His lawyer contacted me this morning. They want to know if you'd consider being tested again. The world tilted sideways. I gripped the edge of my desk. You're joking. I wish I was. They're claiming it's not a formal request, just, and I quote, exploring all available options. His mother wanted to reach out to you directly, but their lawyer advised against it given the settlement terms. Tell them no. Tell them absolutely not. Tell them, my voice was rising. My coworkers were starting to glance over. I lowered it to a hiss. Tell them I'd rather swallow glass. Already did. In more professional language. But Elena, there's more. Of course there was more. With Marcus, there was always more. He's been telling people you're the reason his kidney failed. That you somehow sabotaged him during the surgery. That you put him in this position out of revenge. The room spun. That's insane. That's medically impossible. The doctors can prove. I know. And they have. But he's convincing the people who don't understand the science. He's got a whole narrative going about how you were bitter about the divorce, how you've been harassing him. I blocked his number. I know. We have records of everything. But Elena, he's not being rational right now. He's scared and sick and apparently willing to destroy your reputation to make himself feel better about his choices. I closed my eyes. Took 3 deep breaths the way my therapist had taught me. What do I need to do? Nothing yet. Just document everything. If anyone approaches you about this, friends, co-workers, strangers on social media, don't engage. Send them to me. And Elena? Her voice softened. This isn't your fault. You know that, right? Yeah, I lied. I know. But I didn't know. Not really. Because there was a part of me, small and vicious and impossible to silence, that wondered if maybe I had done something wrong. Maybe I'd eaten the wrong foods before surgery. Maybe I'd passed along some genetic flaw I didn't know I had. Maybe I'd cursed him somehow just by being angry, by wanting him to suffer the way he'd made me suffer. I knew it was irrational. I knew organ rejection was a known risk, that it happened to transplant patients all the time regardless of the donor's feelings. But knowing something intellectually and believing it emotionally were two very different things. That night, Daniel came over with Thai food and found me sitting on my apartment floor surrounded by medical journals I'd pulled up online, desperately trying to understand what could cause acute rejection. Hey, he said gently, setting down the food and sitting next to me. Talk to me. So I did. I told him everything, About Marcus's accusations, about the lawyer's call, about the small, horrible part of me that wondered if I really had somehow caused this. He listened without interrupting. Then he pulled out his phone and started typing. "What are you doing?" "Looking up organ rejection rates. Because I'm 99% sure you can't cause a kidney to reject through sheer force of will, but let's confirm." He scrolled through several pages. "Okay, look. 20% of transplant patients experience some form of rejection in the first year. It's caused by the immune system attacking foreign tissue. The main risk factors are," he read off the list: poor medication compliance, infection, genetic compatibility issues that weren't detected initially, and basically bad luck. Notice what's not on that list? The donor's feelings about the recipient. Exactly. The donor's feelings about the recipient. He set down his phone and took my hands. "Elena, you gave that man a kidney when you thought he loved you. You can't retroactively poison it just by being angry about what he did. That's not how biology works." "I know. Logically, I know that. But emotionally you're still carrying it." I nodded, not trusting my voice. "Listen to me. What Marcus is doing right now is the same thing he did before, making his problems your responsibility. Making you doubt yourself. Making you feel like you're the villain in his story. Don't let him do that again." He was right. I knew he was right. But knowing and feeling were still miles apart. The accusations started spreading the next day. A former colleague sent me a screenshot of a Facebook post Marcus had made. "Struggling with transplant rejection," it read. "Doctors say it's unusual given how well-matched we were initially. Makes you wonder about the psychological impact donors can have on outcomes. Trying to stay positive despite everything." It was subtle. He didn't name me. But everyone who knew us would know exactly what he was implying. The comments were worse. People I thought were friends, people who'd attended our wedding, posting things like "praying for you" and "some people are just toxic and you deserve so much better." A few brave souls pushed back, but they were drowned out by the chorus of support for poor, suffering Marcus. Tanya called me, furious. "I'm going to kill him. I'm actually going to kill him. I've already commented on that post calling him out, but don't." I was surprised by how calm my voice sounded. "Don't engage. It's what he wants." "So we just let him lie about you?" "No. We let my lawyer handle it." Which she did, magnificently. A cease and desist letter arrived at Marcus's address within 24 hours, threatening legal action if he continued to make defamatory statements about me. The Facebook post came down. But the damage was done. The whispers had started. I began to notice it at work. Conversations that stopped when I walked into a room. Concerned looks from people who'd never been particularly concerned about me before. Someone from HR scheduled a check-in meeting to make sure I was handling everything okay. "I'm fine," I told her. "This is just my ex-husband spreading lies because his own choices caught up with him." She nodded sympathetically, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. She'd probably Googled me, found the court records, the settlement documents. She probably wondered if there was more to the story. The worst part was running into Jennifer at a coffee shop 3 weeks later. She was with a new guy, laughing at something he'd said, looking happy and unburdened. She saw me before I could leave. "Elena," she said, her smile fading. "Hi." "Hi." Awkward silence. Her boyfriend looked between us, clearly sensing the tension. "I heard about Marcus," she said quietly. "The rejection. I'm sorry." "Don't be. It's not my problem anymore. He's telling people you. I know what he's telling people. It's not true." She bit her lip. "I know it's not. For what it's worth, I've been telling everyone who'll listen that you had nothing to do with it. That Marcus is just," she glanced at her boyfriend, "not dealing well." "Thanks," I said, though the word tasted bitter. What I wanted to say was, you helped him do this to me. You knew he was married and you pursued him anyway. You're not absolved just because you grew a conscience after the fact. But I didn't say any of that. I just walked out with my coffee and sat in my car for 20 minutes, shaking. Daniel found me there. He'd been parking his car when he saw me through the window, saw whatever expression was on my face, and came to check on me. "Jennifer?" He guessed. "Jennifer." He climbed into the passenger seat. "You want to talk about it or pretend it didn't happen?" "Pretend, I think." So we did. We drove to a park on the edge of the city and walked along the trails until my hands stopped shaking and I could breathe normally again. He told me about his students, about the kid who'd turned in an essay about growing up in foster care that had made him cry in the teacher's lounge, about the ongoing drama of whether the school should allow phones in classrooms. Normal problems. Normal life. The kind of life Marcus had stolen from me and was still trying to sabotage from a distance. That night, alone in my apartment, I did something I'd promised myself I wouldn't do. I unblocked Marcus's number. 3 texts came through immediately. I know you're getting my messages somehow. I know you're reading this. I need you to know I never wanted to hurt you like this. Please. I'm desperate. They're saying I might have 6 months if I don't get another kidney. Maybe less. I stared at those messages for a long time. Part of me felt the old familiar pull, the urge to fix, to help, to save. That's what had gotten me into this mess in the first place. My pathological need to be needed. But there was a new voice too. Quieter, stronger. The voice that had learned what it cost to set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm. I typed out a response, then I guess you'd better hope there's someone else out there foolish enough to believe your lies. Because I'm not her anymore. I blocked him again before he could respond. The next morning, Margaret showed up at my office. Security called up to warn me. There's a Margaret Chen here to see you? She says it's urgent. I considered saying no. Considered having security escort her out. But curiosity, or maybe some lingering thread of connection to the woman who'd taught me to make dumplings, made me say yes. She looked older. Thinner. Her hair had more gray than I remembered, and there were new lines around her eyes. Elena. She stood when I entered the conference room where they'd put her. Thank you for seeing me. I have 5 minutes. That's all I need. She sat back down, and I noticed her hands were trembling. Marcus is dying. The doctors say weeks now, not months. His immune system is attacking everything. They can't find a viable donor in time. And you thought you'd come here and, what? Guilt me into helping him again? No. Her voice cracked. I came to apologize. For all of it. I was a coward before. I let him manipulate you because I was terrified of losing my son. But I'm losing him anyway, and the last thing I want is for him to die thinking what he did to you was okay. I sank into a chair across from her. What do you want from me, Margaret? I want you to know that I told him the truth. About what he did to you, how unforgivable it was. We had a terrible fight about it. He said I was choosing you over him. She wiped at her eyes. I told him that wasn't it. I told him I was choosing what was right over what was easy. He hasn't spoken to me since. I'm sorry, I said, and meant it. Whatever else Margaret had done, she was still a mother watching her son die. Don't be. I should have said it a year ago. I should have stopped him before. She took a shaking breath. I wanted you to know that I don't believe what he's been saying about you. I've been telling everyone who'll listen that you saved his life once, that he threw it away, and that what's happening now is just his body giving up because he stopped taking care of himself. Is that true? He stopped taking his medication? She nodded. After Jennifer left. He spiraled. Started missing doses, skipping appointments. The doctors warned him, but he didn't listen. Or maybe he didn't care anymore. She met my eyes. I'm not telling you this to make you feel responsible. You're not. I just thought you should know the truth. We sat in silence for a moment. I need to get back to work, I said finally. Of course. She stood, then hesitated. Elena? You were the best thing that ever happened to him. I hope you know that. I hope you find someone who sees it. After she left, I sat in that conference room for another 20 minutes, crying in a way I hadn't let myself cry since the divorce. Crying for the girl I'd been who'd loved someone incapable of loving her back. Crying for Margaret, watching her son destroy himself. Crying for Marcus, who'd been given a second chance at life and squandered it. But mostly crying from relief. Because Margaret's visit had given me something I didn't know I needed, confirmation that this really, truly wasn't my fault. That I hadn't cursed him or sabotaged him or done anything except try to save someone who didn't want to be saved. Daniel took me home that night. Made me soup. Let me cry until I couldn't cry anymore. Held me while I slept fitfully, plagued by dreams where I was back in that hospital hallway, bleeding through my bandages, reaching for a door that kept moving further away. Marcus died 3 weeks later. Margaret called to tell me. I'd unblocked her number after her visit, some part of me needing to know how this story ended. It was peaceful, she said. As peaceful as it could be, anyway. He was on so much morphine at the end he didn't know where he was. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. Elena, he asked for you. At the very end. He was delirious, but he kept saying your name. Kept saying he was sorry. I didn't know what to do with that information. Didn't know if it made it anything better or worse. Did you tell him I forgave him? I asked. No. I didn't want to lie to him, even then. Good. The word came out harsher than I intended. I mean, thank you. For being honest. Are you okay? Was I okay? My ex-husband, the man I'd loved enough to give a kidney to, had just died. I should feel something, shouldn't I? Grief or relief or vindication or something other than this strange, hollow numbness. I don't know, I admitted. Maybe eventually. The funeral was closed casket, family only. I didn't go. Sent flowers instead, white lilies, the kind Marcus's grandmother had grown in her garden, the kind he'd always said reminded him of home. A peace offering to Margaret, maybe. Or just a way to mark the end of something. Tanya came over that night without being asked. Brought wine and chocolate and her presence, which was worth more than both. How are you doing? She asked. I keep waiting to feel something, I said. Sad or relieved or angry or anything. But it's just empty. Maybe that's okay. Maybe empty is what healing looks like sometimes. Is it healing? Or is it just nothing? She considered this. I think healing is learning to live with a nothing. Learning that you don't have to fill every space with emotion or meaning or purpose. Sometimes nothing is enough. I thought about that a lot over the next few weeks. About nothing being enough. About empty spaces being okay. About how I'd spent so much of my life trying to fill Marcus's empty spaces, his need for validation, his fear of abandonment, his bottomless hunger for proof that he mattered, that I'd never learned what my own spaces needed. I started therapy again. A different therapist this time, one who specialized in trauma and complex grief. She taught me words for what I'd experienced. Narcissistic abuse. Trauma bonding. Cognitive dissonance. Medical coercion. She taught me that loving someone who hurt you doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. And she taught me that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. That the day I could think about Marcus without feeling anything at all would be the day I'd finally won. I'm not there yet. Maybe I'll never be fully there. But I'm closer than I was. Daniel and I got more serious. Moved in together after a year, my apartment, because his place reminded him too much of his ex-girlfriend, and we both agreed fresh starts were important. He proposed on a random Tuesday, no fanfare, just him standing in our kitchen holding a ring and saying, I love you, and I'd really like to keep loving you for the rest of our lives if you're interested. I said yes. Not because I needed to be saved or because I was trying to fill some empty space. Just because I loved him and he loved me, and that felt like enough. We got married in a small ceremony at a vineyard upstate. Tanya was my maid of honor again. This time, when she cried during her speech, it was from joy instead of worry. I still had the scar. It's faded now, just a thin line across my abdomen that most people wouldn't notice unless I pointed it out. But I know it's there. I feel it every morning when I get dressed, every night when I lie down to sleep. Some days it feels like a wound that never quite healed. Other days it feels like a battle scar, proof that I survived something I shouldn't have had to survive in the first place. And some days, the good days, it just feels like part of my body. Part of my history. Part of the map of who I am. I don't regret giving Marcus my kidney. That probably sounds crazy, after everything. But I don't. Because I didn't give it to the man who betrayed me. I gave it to the man I thought I was married to, the man I believed loved me, the man I would have done anything to save. That man never existed. But my love for him did. And that love, misguided and wasted as it was, taught me what I was capable of. Taught me how much I could give, how much I could endure, how much I could survive. It also taught me when to stop giving. When to walk away. When to choose myself. Those are lessons you can't learn from love that works out. You can only learn them from love that breaks you open and forces you to put yourself back together into someone new. I think about Marcus sometimes. Usually late at night when I can't sleep, when Daniel is snoring softly beside me and the apartment is quiet and still. I wonder if he ever understood what he did to me. If he ever felt genuine remorse instead of just the desperate, selfish sorry of someone who needed something. I wonder if, in those final delirious moments, when he was calling my name, he was trying to apologize. Or if he was just reaching for the last person who'd ever loved him enough to cut herself open for him. I'll never know. And I've made peace with that. Most days, anyway. Because here's what nobody tells you about surviving something like this: the survival is the easy part. The hard part is living with what you learned about yourself in the process. Living with the knowledge that you were capable of such selfless love and such profound denial. Living with the fact that you ignored every red flag, every warning sign, every instinct that told you something was wrong. Living with the understanding that you could be fooled that completely by someone you trusted that much. That's what keeps me up at night. Not grief for Marcus. Not anger at what he did. Just the quiet, persistent fear that I could make the same mistake again. That I could love someone so blindly that I'd lose myself in them all over again. Daniel knows about this fear. We've talked about it in therapy, in late-night conversations, in the small moments when I pull away because I'm scared of getting too close. I'm not him, he always says. Simple. Direct. True. I know. But you're still scared I might be. Yes. That's okay. Be scared. Just don't let it stop you from being here with me. So I don't. I stay. I show up. I love him the best way I know how, which is still probably too much, still probably too hard, still probably a little broken around the edges. But he doesn't seem to mind the broken parts. He says they're proof I'm real, proof I've lived, proof I'm not just some perfect fantasy but an actual person with scars and fears and a past that shaped me. And maybe that's enough. Maybe being loved for exactly who I am, damaged kidney and all, is better than being loved for who I was willing to pretend to be. I know Marcus is gone. I know he can't hurt me anymore. But sometimes, late at night, my phone will buzz with a notification and my heart will still jump, still brace for his name on the screen, still prepare for whatever new crisis he needs me to solve. It's never him, of course. It can't be. He's dead and buried and beyond causing any more damage. But that fear, that readiness to be needed, to be used, to be the solution to someone else's problem, that's still there. Quieter now. Smaller. But persistent. And I wonder if it'll ever really go away. Or if this is just who I am now, someone who gave away a piece of herself and spent the rest of her life learning to live without it.
Story 6.
My sister and parents accidentally dropped my daughter's custom-made $800 birthday cake on the floor. When my daughter burst into tears, my mother said, "It's just cake, stop being so dramatic." My father threatened to light her dress on fire, and my sister filmed her crying for family memories. I said nothing, just hugged my child and left. Now they've shown up with suitcases for the $15,000 vacation I planned, but I canceled their tickets. My sister and parents accidentally dropped my daughter's custom-made $800 birthday cake on the floor. I watched it happen in slow motion, the way you see a car accident unfold when you're powerless to stop it. 3 sets of hands, all reaching at once, and then the porcelain pedestal tilting, the 5-tier masterpiece sliding, and the sickening wet crash against Italian tile. The cake had taken 6 weeks to design. Mira, my daughter, my only child, had turned 7 that morning, and she'd asked for something specific. Not a princess. Not a unicorn. She wanted a replica of the Vienna State Opera House, where we'd taken her the previous summer. She'd sat through 3 hours of the magic flute without fidgeting once, her small hands gripping the velvet armrests, her eyes wide and unblinking. Afterward, she'd announced she wanted to be an opera singer. Not in the way children declare they want to be astronauts or mermaids. In the way people state facts about themselves they've always known but never had words for. So I commissioned the cake from a pastry architect, yes, that's what she called herself, who worked out of a converted warehouse in the Arts District. The woman had studied the building's facade for hours, measuring Myra's toy replica with calipers, mixing custom colors to match the Renaissance Revival stonework. Fondant columns. Hand-painted frescoes. Tiny marzipan statues in the pediment. Gold leaf so delicate it would dissolve in your tongue like a secret. My mother looked at it when I carried it through the front door of their house and said, "Well, that's certainly ostentatious." That should have been the first red flag. My parents lived in the same sprawling Tudor they'd bought when I was 3, all dark wood and leaded windows and rooms that echoed. They'd insisted on hosting Myra's party there. Family tradition, my mother had said on the phone, her voice carrying that brittle cheerfulness she used when she wasn't really asking. My sister Amanda had been on speakerphone, adding, "Plus Mom already ordered the decorations." It would be such a waste. I'd wanted to say no. Mira and I had our own traditions now, small birthday breakfasts at our breakfast nook, presents opened slowly while still in pajamas, the 2 of us taking our time. But Amanda had just gone through her second divorce, and my mother had made it clear that family cohesion was more important than ever. My father had sent a text, "Your mother needs this." So I'd said yes. I'd said yes to a lot of things over the years. The party was supposed to start at 2. I arrived at noon to set up, Mira in her dress, Cream silk with pearl buttons, custom made to match the opera house aesthetic she'd requested. She looked like a miniature soprano about to take the stage. My mother took one look at her and said, "Isn't that a bit formal for a child's party?" "She picked it out," I said. "Well." My mother smoothed her own blouse, a deliberate gesture. "I suppose some children are more particular than others." Amanda was already in the kitchen, arranging cheese cubes on a platter with the studied carelessness of someone who wanted to be seen helping. She was wearing ripped jeans and a tank top that said "Rosé" all day in glittery script. "Hey, kiddo," she said to Mira without looking up. 7, huh? Basically ancient. Mira smiled politely. She'd learned early how to navigate my family's particular brand of affection, the kind that came with barbs you weren't supposed to acknowledge. I set the cake box on the marble island in the center of the kitchen. My mother, Amanda, and my father, who'd wandered in from his study, all crowded around as I opened it. The silence lasted exactly 4 seconds. "It's a building," my father said. "The Vienna State Opera House," I said. "Myra's favorite place." Amanda tilted her head. "Is it supposed to be realistic?" "That's the point." My mother touched one of the fondant columns with her fingernail. "How much did this cost?" "It doesn't matter." "How much?" I felt heat creep up my neck. $800. My father whistled. Amanda laughed, a single, sharp sound like a bark. My mother's mouth compressed into a thin line. "For a cake," she said. "For Myra's birthday." "You know," my mother said, turning to arrange napkins that didn't need arranging, "when you and Amanda were little, I made your cakes from box mix and you turned out just fine." I didn't respond. I'd learned that too, that defending yourself only gave them more ammunition. The guests started arriving at 2:15. Myra's small class from the Performing Arts Academy, mostly other quiet, intense children who talked about composers and practiced their scales. A few neighbors' kids. My best friend Rachel and her son. Everyone admired the cake. Mira stood beside it like a museum docent, explaining the architectural details she'd memorized. I watched her face glow with that particular joy children get when the world takes them seriously. We did presents. Mira opened each one carefully, reading every card aloud, thanking each guest by name. My mother made a comment about old souls that sounded almost complimentary until you noticed her expression. Amanda filmed most of it on her phone, occasionally stage whispering commentary. "Look at her with that music box, so serious. Does she ever just, play?" My father sat in his leather armchair in the corner, scrolling through his tablet, occasionally glancing up to check the time. At 4 o'clock, I started clearing plates. The cake still sat on the island, untouched and perfect. Mira had asked if we could wait to cut it until everyone finished their sandwiches. "So we can all appreciate it properly," she'd said. 7 years old and already understanding ceremony. Rachel cornered me by the sink. "Your family is something," she said quietly. "They're just being themselves. That's what worries me." I should have listened. I should have picked up that cake, called for Mira, and left right then. But my mother was already lighting the candles, 7 slim tapers arranged around the opera house. Amanda had gathered everyone in the kitchen. The children crowded close, their faces bright with anticipation. We sang. Mira closed her eyes when she blew out the candles, making her wish with the solemnity of someone casting a spell. Everyone clapped. I reached for the cake knife. "Wait," my mother said. "Let's move it to the dining table. Better lighting for photos." The island was marble. The dining table was in the next room, through a narrow doorway. I started to say we could photograph it right there, but Amanda was already reaching for the cake stand. "I'll help," my mother said. "Me too," my father added, standing for the first time in an hour. I watched the 3 of them position their hands. My mother on one side of the porcelain pedestal. Amanda opposite. My father behind, his large hand spanning the base. It should have been stable. It should have been fine. They lifted. 3 steps toward the doorway. Then Amanda shifted her grip. My mother adjusted to compensate. My father said, "Wait," and everything tilted. The cake slid. Someone gasped, maybe me. The opera house pitched forward, columns cracking, the roof separating from the walls. It hit the floor in stages, first the top tier, then the fourth, the third, second, first, and finally the base, exploding across the tile in a sunburst of cream and gold and crushed dreams. The kitchen went silent except for the wet settling sounds of ruined buttercream. Myra's face crumpled. She didn't wail or scream. She just stood there, tears streaming down her cheeks, her mouth open in a perfect O of devastation. Her hands came up, fingers spread, reaching toward the wreckage like she could somehow pull it back together through force of will. My mother brushed fondant off her slacks. "Well," she said. "That's unfortunate." Amanda's phone was up, camera pointed at Myra's face. "Oh no, honey," she said, but she was smiling. Actually smiling? I moved toward my daughter. My father stepped between us. "It's just cake," he said, looking down at Mira. "Stop being so dramatic." Mira sobbed, a sound like breaking glass. "This is exactly the problem," my mother said, dabbing at a spot on her blouse. "You coddle her. You let her get attached to things. Now look, she's devastated over some flour and eggs." Some flour and, I couldn't finish. My hands were shaking. "It was an accident," Amanda said. "Still filming. These things happen. You can't expect a child to understand that, though, when you've raised her to think everything has to be perfect." Mira was hiccuping now, trying to catch her breath. The other children stared. Rachel had her hand over her mouth. My father crossed his arms. You know what my father would have done if I'd cried over something like this? He'd have given me something to cry about. He looked at Mira. "You're wearing a very flammable dress, young lady. Keep carrying on and I'll light it on fire. See how dramatic you feel then." The room froze. Someone's mother said, "Excuse me?" My father didn't break eye contact with Mira. "I'm teaching her resilience." Amanda laughed, actually laughed. "Oh, Daddy, you're terrible." She kept recording. I don't remember deciding to move. I just remember being beside Mira, scooping her up, her arms clamping around my neck. She buried her face in my shoulder, her whole body shaking. The cake was destroyed under our feet, marzipan statues crushed into the ground. "Don't be ridiculous," my mother said. "We'll clean this up. We can still have regular cake. I have a box mix in the pantry." "We're leaving," I said. "You're overreacting." I looked at her. Really looked. At the careful blankness in her eyes. At Amanda's phone still recording. At my father's crossed arms and satisfied expression. "Family memories," Amanda said, waving her phone. "For when she's older and learns to laugh about it." I carried Mira through the foyer, grabbed our things from the hall closet, and walked out. Behind me, my mother called, "This is absurd. She needs to learn the world doesn't revolve around her wishes." I buckled Mira into her car seat. Her dress was stained with buttercream and tears. She wasn't crying anymore, just staring straight ahead with that terrible, hollow expression children get when they realize adults can't actually fix everything. "I'm sorry, baby," I said. "They did it on purpose," she whispered. "What?" "They dropped it on purpose." I saw Aunt Amanda let go first. My heart sank. Because of course she had. Of course they all had. 3 adults, a stable pedestal, a 3-foot walk, you'd have to try to drop it. I drove home in silence. Mira fell asleep 20 minutes in, exhausted from crying. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror, cream silk dress, tangled hair, dried tears on her flushed cheeks, and something inside me hardened into diamond. That was 3 weeks ago. In those 3 weeks, I didn't call them. Didn't text. Didn't respond to my mother's messages about moving past this silly incident or Amanda's Instagram posts hashtagging #FamilyFirst #unconditional love. My father didn't reach out at all, which was somehow worse than if he had. What I did do was throw Mira a second party. Just the 2 of us. I commissioned another cake, simpler this time, but still special. We ate it for breakfast in our pajamas. We watched opera recordings and played dress up and sang together. She smiled. Really smiled. The hollow look faded. And I thought about the vacation. I'd planned it 6 months ago, before the cake incident. A 2-week trip to Switzerland and Austria, Salzburg, Vienna, Lucerne. The Sound of Music tour. Opera performances. The Christmas markets. I'd booked everything first class, flights, hotels, tours, meals. I'd invited my parents and Amanda because my mother had been dropping hints about making family memories before we're all too old, and Amanda had been posting about needing a reset after all this divorce stress. Total cost, $15,000. All on my credit card. My treat, I'd said. An early Christmas present. They'd been thrilled? My mother had printed out the itinerary and put it on her refrigerator. Amanda had bought new luggage, expensive matching sets she'd shown off online. My father had researched restaurants and made reservations. The trip was supposed to start tomorrow. Morning flight from JFK. Yesterday, I canceled their tickets. Not mine and Myra's. Just theirs. I called the airline, paid the change fees, removed 3 passengers. Then I called the hotels and adjusted the reservations. Called the tour companies. Rearranged everything. My phone stayed silent all day. I almost convinced myself they hadn't noticed. Then, this morning at 7:30, my doorbell rang. I opened it to find my mother, father, and Amanda on my porch. With suitcases. Matching luggage sets, 2 for my parents, 3 for Amanda. My mother wore a travel outfit, expensive athleisure, a silk scarf, sunglasses pushed up on her head. Amanda had on new sneakers and a designer jacket. My father looked annoyed, checking his watch. "You're late," my mother said. "We need to leave for the airport in 30 minutes to make our flight." I stared at them. At the suitcases. At their expectant faces. "You didn't get my email," I said. "What email?" "The one explaining that your tickets have been cancelled." Silence. My mother's smile froze. Amanda's mouth opened. My father's expression didn't change. "That's not funny," my mother said. "It's not a joke. Don't be childish. We need to leave. Where's Mira? She should be dressed by now." "Mira and I are still going." "You're not." The smile vanished. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." Amanda laughed, that same sharp bark. "Okay, this is about the cake thing. We get it. You're mad. But you're not seriously going to ruin everyone's vacation over an accident." "It wasn't an accident." "Oh, please." Amanda rolled her eyes. "You sound paranoid." "We dropped a cake. It was unfortunate. We apologized." "You didn't apologize. You filmed my daughter crying. Dad threatened to light her dress on fire. Mom called her dramatic for being upset." My father stepped forward. "Your mother and I have been looking forward to this trip for months. We've arranged pet care. Canceled appointments. Your mother bought new clothes specifically for this. You should have thought about that before you deliberately destroyed my daughter's birthday cake." "Deliberately?" My mother's voice rose. "How dare you accuse us of? We would never." "Mira saw you. She saw Amanda let go first." "She's 7, Amanda shouted. "She doesn't know what she saw. She's a child with an overactive imagination because you encourage all this artsy dramatic nonsense. Stop." My voice came out colder than I'd known I could make it. "You're not coming. The tickets are cancelled. Find somewhere else to be for the next 2 weeks." My mother's face flushed red. "This is outrageous. We're your family." "Exactly. You're supposed to be my family. You're supposed to love my daughter. Instead, you destroyed something precious to her and mocked her for caring." "It was cake," my father said. "It was her happiness. Her 7th birthday. Her favorite thing made real. And you 3 coordinated to destroy it in front of her and her friends." "You can't prove that," Amanda said. "I don't need to prove it. I know it. Mira knows it. And that's enough." My mother's hands trembled. I'd never seen her lose composure before. "If you do this," she said quietly, "if you take this trip without us after promising we'd all go together, you'll regret it. Do you understand? This is family. You don't get to just cut us out. Watch me. We'll never forgive this. I'll survive." Amanda grabbed her suitcases, yanking them toward the car. "You know what? Fine. Keep your stupid vacation. I hope you and your weird little opera kid have a terrible time. I hope it rains every day. I hope." "Amanda," my father said. "Not a reprimand. A warning." She stopped. Adjusted her jacket. When she looked at me again, her eyes were flat. "You're going to wake up one day and realize you chose wrong. You put a child's tantrum over your own family. When you're old and alone and she's moved on with her own life, you'll remember this moment." "I'll remember this moment," I said. "But not for the reasons you think." My mother drew herself up. "We're leaving. But this isn't over. You've made a choice today about what kind of daughter you want to be. About what kind of mother you are, the kind who teaches children that the world owes them perfect experiences. Life is full of disappointments. The sooner Mira learns that, she learned it." My voice cracked. "She learned that sometimes the people who should love you most will hurt you on purpose and pretend it was an accident. She learned that sometimes adults lie. That sometimes family isn't safe. She learned all of that because of you. Congratulations." My father picked up his suitcases. "You're hysterical. When you calm down, you'll see how unreasonable you're being." I've never been calmer. They left. Loaded their luggage into their car. My mother tried one more time at the driver's window, last chance. I closed the door. Inside, Mira was sitting on the stairs in her pajamas, her small hands gripping the banister. Are they gone? She whispered. They're gone. Are we still going? We're still going. She came down slowly. Without them? Without them. Good. She wrapped her arms around my waist. I didn't want them to come anyway. They would have ruined it? She was right. They would have. They would have complained about the itinerary, mocked the things Mira loved, made everything about their comfort and convenience. They would have filmed her at vulnerable moments and called it family memories. They would have threatened and criticized and chipped away at her joy until there was nothing left but obligation and dread. I kissed the top of her head. Want to help me finish packing? Can we bring the music box Aunt Rachel gave me? Absolutely. We went upstairs together. Through the window, I watched my parents' car pull away, Amanda's silhouette rigid in the backseat. My phone started buzzing, texts, probably, or voicemails. I turned it off. Tomorrow, Mira and I would board a plane. We'd see Vienna again, the real opera house, the one made of stone and history and music. We'd walk through Christmas markets and drink hot chocolate. We'd sing together in hotel rooms and take silly pictures and make memories that were actually joyful. But tonight, while Mira slept, I sat in my kitchen with a glass of wine and let myself feel the weight of what I'd done. Because there would be consequences. My mother wasn't the forgiving type. Amanda held grudges like precious gems. My father's silence was its own form of punishment. They'd tell everyone their version: the daughter who went crazy, the granddaughter who was coddled, the ruined vacation, the betrayal. I'd lose things. Extended family who took their side. Holiday invitations. The illusion of normalcy. The pretense that we were a happy family who just had small disagreements. But I'd keep Mira. I'd keep her safety, her joy, her ability to love beautiful things without fear of having them destroyed. I'd keep her trust, the knowledge that when someone hurt her, I'd believe her. I'd protect her. I wouldn't make her perform forgiveness for the sake of peace. That was worth everything. My phone stayed off for 3 days. When I finally turned it on, there were 47 messages. Most from my mother and Amanda. Some from relatives I barely knew, all saying some variation of family is forever and you're being selfish. One from Rachel: proud of you. Have an amazing trip. One from my father: sent at 2 a.m. the night we left, your mother is devastated. I hope you're satisfied. I deleted them all except Rachel's. The trip was perfect. Mira stood in the real Vienna State Opera House and cried, the good kind of tears, the kind that come from beauty overwhelming you. We saw 3 performances. She sang along under her breath, her small voice matching the soprano's note for note. In Salzburg, we took the Sound of Music tour. Mira wore a dress she'd picked out herself, navy blue with white trim, practical and pretty. No one threatened to light it on fire. We ate pastries for breakfast every morning. We got lost in tiny streets and found hidden courtyards. We took 1,000 pictures, real ones, the kind where we're both smiling, where there's no performance, where the happiness is uncomplicated. On the last night, in our hotel room with snow falling outside the window, Mira asked, are Grandma and Grandpa going to be mad forever? I thought about lying. Making it easier. But she deserved the truth. Probably for a long time, I said. Because I cried about the cake? Because I chose you. She considered this. That's silly. You're my mom. You're supposed to choose me. I know. They don't understand that. No, they don't. She snuggled closer. Outside, church bells rang. Inside, the heater hummed. Somewhere in the building, someone was playing piano, a Chopin nocturne, delicate and melancholic. I'm glad they didn't come, Mira whispered. Me too. Next time, can it just be us again? Every time, I promised. We flew home 2 days later. The house was exactly as we'd left it, quiet, peaceful, ours. I checked the mail. 3 envelopes from my mother, all unopened. I threw them away. That was 4 months ago. I haven't spoken to them since. My mother sends cards, birthday cards, Christmas cards, cards for no reason at all. They all say some variation of when you're ready to apologize. I don't open them anymore. Amanda posted about the family member who abandoned us on social media. I'm blocked now, but Rachel sends screenshots sometimes. The comments are predictable: blood is thicker than water. Forgiveness is divine. Children don't understand what they're doing to their parents. My father sent one email: "You've made your choice. Live with it." I am living with it. Mira thrives. She's in advanced vocal training now. She performed in her first real recital last month, a small concert hall, nothing fancy, but she sang Puccini and the audience stood. I sat in the front row and cried the good kind of tears. Afterward, she found me in the lobby. "Did you see? Did you see me?" I saw everything. I wasn't scared at all. I know. Because I knew you were there. That's the thing they'll never understand. The thing I couldn't explain even if they'd listen. Family isn't about obligation or blood or tradition. It's not about performing forgiveness or keeping peace or maintaining appearances. It's about showing up. About being safe. About protecting the people you love even when it costs you something. Especially when it costs you something. Sometimes I wake up at 3 in the morning and think about that moment in the kitchen. The cake falling. Myra's face. The choice spreading out before me like a map: comfort me or comfort her, believe them or believe her, keep the peace or keep my child. I chose right. But late at night, when the house is dark and Mira is sleeping and I'm alone with the consequences, I can still hear my mother's voice: "You'll regret this." Maybe I will. Maybe someday I'll be old and alone, and Mira will have her own life, and I'll wonder if I gave up too much for too little. But I don't think so. Because every time Mira sings, every time she trusts me with her joy, her sadness, her small devastations, I know I made the only choice I could live with. Last week, she asked if we could commission another cake. Not for a birthday. Just because she wanted one. "What kind?" I asked. The theater where I did my recital. With little spotlights and tiny seats. "That's going to be expensive." "I know." She looked up at me, her face serious. "But it's not about the cake, is it?" "No, baby. It's not about the cake. It's about people caring about what you care about." "Exactly. So can we?" We did. The same pastry architect, a new design, Myra's specifications. It took 5 weeks. Cost $900 this time. The spotlights were complicated. When it was finished, we picked it up together. We carried it into our house, just the two of us, careful and slow. We set it on our kitchen table. We took pictures. We admired it for an hour, walking around it, pointing out details, marveling at the artistry. Then we cut it. We ate it. It was delicious. And nobody dropped it. Nobody threatened anything. Nobody filmed her crying. I posted one picture on social media, the only one I've posted in months. Just the cake, beautiful and whole, with the caption, "Myra's Dream Theater. Made with love." I got one comment, from a number I didn't recognize: "Some people never learn." I deleted it. Because I did learn. I learned that some families are only safe from a distance. That some relationships cost more than they give. That protecting your child from cruelty, even familial cruelty, is not just acceptable, it's essential. I learned that I'm stronger than I thought. That Mira is stronger than anyone gave her credit for. That we can build our own traditions, create our own memories, define our own version of family. And I learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is walk away. Even when it's hard. Even when it hurts. Even when everyone tells you you're wrong. The doorbell rang yesterday. I checked the camera, my mother, standing on the porch with a wrapped present. She looked older. Tired. She waited for 5 minutes, rang twice more, then left the present on the mat and drove away. I brought it inside. Mira watched me from the stairs. "Is that from Grandma?" she asked. "Yes." "Are you going to open it?" I looked at the present. Perfect wrapping, expensive paper, a bow made from silk ribbon. Exactly the kind of gift my mother would choose, beautiful on the outside, obligation hidden in the center. "Not today," I said. "Maybe not ever?" "Maybe not ever." She nodded. Came down the stairs. Took my hand. "That's okay," she said. "We don't need it." She was right. We didn't. The present is still sitting on my hall table, unopened. Sometimes I walk past it and feel a twist in my chest, guilt, grief, the ghost of the daughter I used to be, the one who would have opened it immediately, who would have called to say thank you, who would have bent herself into shapes to keep everyone comfortable. But I'm not her anymore. I'm the mother who chose her child over comfort. Who canceled the tickets. Who walked away. And late at night, when the doubt creeps in, I go to Myra's room. I watch her sleep, her face peaceful, her breathing steady, her dreams untroubled by people who would hurt her and call it love. That's when I know I chose right. And I choose the same way every single time. 3 months after the unopened present appeared, my grandmother died. My father's mother. 92 years old, sharp until the very end, the only one in his family who'd ever really seen me. She'd sent Mira birthday cards with $20 bills tucked inside and notes that said things like for the opera fund or buy yourself something beautiful. She'd called every few weeks just to talk, never asking about my parents, never pressing me to reconcile. The last time we spoke, 2 weeks before she died, she said, "You did the right thing, leaving that party. Your father was always cruel when he thought he was being funny. I should have stopped it when he was young." "It's not your fault," I told her. "Maybe not. But I saw it. I knew what he was. I stayed quiet too many times." She paused. "Don't you stay quiet, sweetheart. Not for anyone." The funeral was on a Saturday. Gray sky, November rain, a church I hadn't been to in 15 years. I debated not going. Mira and I could grieve privately, away from them. But my grandmother deserved better than my absence, even if it meant facing my parents. I told Mira the night before. She was in bed, reading a biography of Maria Callas, too advanced for her age, but she'd insisted. "Great-Grandma Jean died," I said. She closed the book carefully, marking her place. "I know. I heard you on the phone with Aunt Rachel. The funeral is tomorrow. We don't have to go if you don't want to." "Will they be there?" She didn't have to specify who. "Yes." Mira thought about it. Her face had changed in the months since the party, something sharper in her eyes, older. 7 going on 70, my grandmother used to say. Great-Grandma was nice to me. She loved you. Then we should go. For her. Not for them. So we went. I dressed Mira in navy blue, respectful, understated. Nothing they could criticize. I wore black, minimal jewelry, my hair pulled back. Armor disguised as morning clothes. The church parking lot was full. I recognized cars, relatives I hadn't seen in years. Inside, the sanctuary was packed. My grandmother had been beloved, church volunteer, library donor, the woman who remembered everyone's birthday. The casket sat at the front, closed, covered in white roses. My parents were in the first pew. My mother in black Chanel, my father in a suit that cost more than most people's monthly rent. Amanda beside them, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, her other hand on her phone. They didn't see us come in. We slipped into a back pew, Mira pressed against my side. She was trembling. "We can leave," I whispered. "No. I want to stay." The service started. Hymns my grandmother loved. A eulogy from the pastor who'd known her for 40 years. He talked about her kindness, her wit, her devotion to family. I felt Myra's hand tighten on mine when he said that word, family. Then my father stood to speak. He walked to the podium slowly, his face arranged in what I recognized as his grief expression, not quite sadness, more like dignified solemnity. The performance of a man who knew how mourning should look. "My mother," he began, "was a woman of great strength and grace." I almost laughed. My grandmother had been strong, yes, but grace? She'd been sharp-tongued and irreverent, the kind of woman who said what she thought and didn't apologize. She'd have hated this sanitized version of herself. My father continued. Stories I half remembered, all polished smooth, all the rough edges filed away. He talked about family values. About legacy. About the importance of forgiveness and unity. "Mother always believed," he said, his voice catching perfectly, "that family was everything. That no disagreement was too big to overcome. That love meant staying together, no matter what." Myra's hand went rigid in mine. "She taught me that forgiveness is not weakness, it's strength. That holding grudges only hurts the person carrying them." He paused, looking out at the congregation. His eyes swept the room and stopped on us. For 3 seconds, we locked eyes across the crowded church. His expression didn't change, but something flickered behind it. Calculation. Strategy. "I know Mother would want us all to remember that today," he said. "To let go of petty grievances. To choose family over pride." Beside me, Mira whispered, "He's lying." "I know. Great-Grandma didn't say those things. She told me on the phone that sometimes the bravest thing is leaving." I kissed her head. Around us, people nodded along with my father's words. They didn't know. They couldn't see the manipulation dressed up as wisdom, the way he'd weaponized his dead mother's funeral to make a point about my absence. The service ended. People filed out slowly, stopping to hug my parents, to offer condolences. We waited in our pew until the crowd thinned. I wanted to see my grandmother one more time, to say a private goodbye. We approached the casket. Someone had placed her reading glasses on top, the ones with purple frames she'd loved. Tacky, my mother had called them. My grandmother had bought 3 more pairs in different colors. I touched the smooth wood, said my silent goodbye. Mira stood on tiptoes to see the roses. She smelled like roses, Mira said. And peppermints. She did. I'm going to miss her. Me too, baby. Well. My mother's voice, behind us. I wasn't sure you'd have the decency to show up. I turned slowly. She stood 5 feet away, Amanda at her shoulder. Both of them dressed in expensive black, both wearing expressions of wounded dignity. We came to honor Grandma, I said. How thoughtful. After abandoning the rest of your family for months. My mother's eyes flicked to Mira, then away, as if looking at her was painful. Hello, Mira. Mira said nothing. She pressed closer to my side. Still not teaching her manners, I see, Amanda said. A child should greet her grandmother. A grandmother should be someone safe to greet, I said. My mother's jaw tightened. This is neither the time nor the place for your dramatics. I agree. We should go. Wait. She grabbed my arm. Her grip was tight, her nails pressing through my sleeve. Jean left you something. In her will. The lawyer needs you to sign papers. Mail them. It's not that simple. There's a stipulation. She released my arm. You have to be present. At the house. For the reading. Why? Because that's what she wanted. My mother's voice carried an edge I recognized, frustration barely contained. Tomorrow at 2. Don't be late. And come alone. This is adult business. Then Mira stays home. Obviously. We left before I could say something I'd regret. In the car, Mira asked, What do you think great-grandma left you? Probably nothing important. Maybe some jewelry. Are you going to go? I thought about it. My grandmother wouldn't have added stipulations without reason. She'd been sharp, intentional. If she wanted me at that house, it meant something. Yes, I said. But you're staying with Rachel. Be careful, Mira said quietly. They're planning something. I can tell. She was right to be worried. The next day, I dropped Mira at Rachel's house and drove to my parents' tutor. The driveway was full, my parents' cars, Amanda's, several I didn't recognize. Through the windows, I could see people inside. This wasn't a private reading. I almost turned around. But my grandmother's face appeared in my mind, and I got out of the car. My mother answered the door. You're late. I'm 5 minutes early. Early is on time. On time is late. She stepped aside. Everyone's in the living room. Everyone turned out to be 20 people. Extended family I barely knew. My father's siblings. Cousins. Amanda and her girlfriend, a new one, sharp-eyed and uncomfortable. And a man in a suit with a leather briefcase, the lawyer. They'd arranged chairs in rows, like an audience. The only empty seat was in the front, directly facing everyone else. A spotlight without the light. I sat down. The lawyer introduced himself, Martin something, a name I immediately forgot. He opened his briefcase and pulled out papers. Jean Winters was very specific about how she wanted this conducted, he said. She left instructions that certain items be distributed only in the presence of the full family. This is unusual, but legally binding. My father sat in the back row, arms crossed. My mother perched on the arm of his chair. Amanda had her phone out, naturally, camera angled toward me. The lawyer read through the will. Small bequests to charities. A few $1,000s to each grandchild except me and Amanda. We were separated into a different category, apparently. The house and bulk of the estate to my father, as expected. Then Martin paused. To my granddaughter, Sarah, who has shown more courage in these past months than I showed in my lifetime, I leave the following. The room went silent. I felt everyone's eyes on me. First, my collection of first edition opera librettos, including the signed Puccini, which I know she will cherish and share with Mira. Second, the contents of my safety deposit box at First National Bank, including all jewelry, documents, and cash assets therein. He looked up. The jewelry alone is estimated at over $200,000. Someone gasped. Amanda's mouth fell open. My mother stood up. That's not, Jean promised me those pieces. The emerald set, the pearls, those were supposed to be mine. The will is clear, Martin said calmly. But there's more. He returned to the document. Third, a letter, to be read aloud now, in front of the assembled family. This is a joke, my father said. I assure you it's not. Martin pulled out an envelope, broke the seal, and began to read in my grandmother's voice, or as close as words on paper could capture it. To my family, since you're all gathered there looking scandalized, good. You should be. I've watched this family for 92 years, and I've seen what we really are. Not the polished version we show at Christmas parties. The real thing, underneath. I've watched my son turn into a bully who mistakes cruelty for strength. I've watched his wife orchestrate small humiliations and call it family bonding. I've watched Amanda learn from both of them, perfecting the art of the targeted wound. And I've watched Sarah try to be enough. Try to smooth things over. Try to keep everyone happy while slowly erasing herself in the process. Until she finally didn't. When Sarah left that birthday party, yes, I know all about it, Amanda's social media isn't as private as she thinks. I was proud of her for the first time in years. Not because she caused conflict, but because she finally chose her daughter over your comfort. The cake wasn't an accident. We all know it. Sarah knows it. Mira knows it. You can lie to yourselves if you need to, but don't expect anyone else to believe it. Sarah, my dear, take the jewelry. Sell it if you want, or save it for Mira. Take the money and the books, anything else that's yours by right of being loved, not tolerated. Build your own family, your own traditions, your own version of what home means. And to the rest of you, you had chances. Years of them. Opportunities to be kinder, softer, better. You chose otherwise. That's not Sarah's fault, and it's not her responsibility to fix. She doesn't owe you reconciliation. She doesn't owe you access to her daughter. She doesn't owe you anything except the truth, which is this: you failed her. You failed Mira. And she's better off without you. Some families are born. Some are chosen. The smart ones know the difference. With love for those who earned it, and disappointment for those who didn't, Jean. The silence that followed was absolute. Martin folded the letter carefully and placed it back in the envelope. This copy is for Sarah, he said, handing it to me. The original is filed with the will. My hands shook as I took it. The paper was warm, as if my grandmother had just finished writing it. As if she was there, standing beside me, one hand on my shoulder. This is slander, my mother said. Her voice was shaking. Jean was clearly not in her right mind. Mrs. Winters had a full psychiatric evaluation 2 weeks before her death, Martin interrupted. Required by law for wills containing controversial elements. She was deemed completely competent. The will stands. My father's face had gone red. You put her up to this. You manipulated an old woman? Mr. Winters, I'd be careful about making accusations of undue influence. Particularly given that Mrs. Jean Winters left a video deposition explaining her reasoning in detail, should the will be contested. Martin closed his briefcase. Sarah, I'll need you to come to my office tomorrow to finalize the transfer of assets. 10 o'clock work for you? Yes, I said. My voice came out stronger than I felt. Thank you. The letter is yours to do with as you please. Though Mrs. Winters did suggest that you might want to frame it. He left. The room erupted. Amanda was on her feet, screaming something about fairness and favoritism. My mother kept repeating this can't be legal like a mantra. Cousins and aunts and uncles I barely knew stared at me with expressions ranging from shock to poorly concealed jealousy. My father just looked at me. Really looked, for maybe the first time in my life. She turned you against us, he said quietly. Poisoned you. Made you think. She didn't have to make me think anything. I saw what you were perfectly fine on my own. We're your family. No. You're the people I was born to. There's a difference. I stood. Folded the letter carefully and put it in my purse. The room watched me, dozens of eyes tracking my movement. I felt like an actress in a play I hadn't auditioned for, except the audience was hostile and the script kept changing. Sarah. My mother's voice stopped me at the door. If you do this, if you take that money and those things and continue this estrangement, you'll never be welcome in this house again. I turned to face her. She looked smaller than I remembered. Older. The Chanel suit couldn't hide how diminished she seemed, how all her careful control had cracked in a visible desperation. I haven't been welcome here in years, I said. I was just too tired to notice. I walked out. Got in my car. Drove 3 blocks before I had to pull over because my hands were shaking too hard to hold the wheel. I called Rachel. She answered on the first ring. Are you okay? Myra's worried. She keeps asking, can you keep her for a few more hours? Of course. What happened? I told her. All of it. The letter, the inheritance, the scene. When I finished, Rachel was quiet for a long moment. Your grandmother was a legend, she said finally. She burned every bridge I had left. No. She just made sure everyone knew the bridges were already burned. You've been trying to walk across ash for years. Maybe she was right. Maybe my grandmother had done me a favor, forcing the truth into daylight where no one could pretend anymore. No more polite fictions. No more pretending the cake was an accident or that my father's threats were jokes or that my mother's constant criticism was concern. Just the truth, ugly and undeniable. I picked up Mira 2 hours later. She took one look at my face and hugged me without asking questions. In the car, I showed her the letter. She read it slowly, her finger following each line. When she finished, she folded it as carefully as I had. Great-grandma loved us, she said. Yes, she did. And she told them the truth. She did that too. Are you sad? I thought about it. Relieved, mostly. Sad that it took this long. Sad that she's gone. But not sad about the truth. Me neither. She handed the letter back. Can we frame it? Like she suggested? We did. Black frame, white mat, my grandmother's words preserved behind glass. I hung it in my study where I could see it every day. Some people display their diplomas or awards. I display the letter that finally set me free. The next day, I went to Martin's office and signed the papers. The jewelry was in a velvet-lined case, emeralds, pearls, diamonds, pieces my grandmother had collected over decades. The money was more than I'd expected. Enough to pay off my mortgage. Enough to fund Myra's education and her music training. Enough to never feel trapped by finances again. She wanted you to have security, Martin said. She worried about you. I wish she'd told me. She did, in her way. Every birthday card with cash. Every phone call checking on you. She was trying to build you a foundation. He smiled sadly. She just ran out of time to finish it herself. The aftermath was predictable. My mother tried calling twice. I sent her to voicemail both times. Amanda posted a long social media rant about family betrayal and stolen inheritances before blocking me entirely. My father sent one text, "You've destroyed this family. I hope you're proud." I deleted it without responding. But there were other texts. Other calls. My father's youngest sister, Aunt Diane, who I'd barely known, reached out. "Jean talked about you constantly. She was so proud. I'm sorry I never told you that when she was alive." 2 cousins I played with as children. An uncle who sent a simple message, "She did the right thing. So did you." Not many. But enough to know that not everyone had bought the family narrative. That some people had seen the truth all along and just stayed quiet to keep the peace. Now the peace was broken, but the truth was visible. And I could finally breathe. Mira and I took some of the inheritance money and went back to Vienna. 6 months after our first trip without them. This time, we stayed longer. 3 weeks. We saw every opera house, every concert hall. We ate pastries and walked through museums and talked about everything and nothing. On our last night, sitting in a cafe near St. Stephen's Cathedral, Mira asked, "Do you miss them?" "Sometimes I miss who I wish they were." "That's not the same as missing who they actually are." "No. It's not." She stirred her hot chocolate. "I don't miss them at all." "Is that bad?" "No, sweetheart. That's honest." And it was. Children know what adults try to forget, that blood doesn't obligation make. That family is supposed to feel safe. That love isn't love if it requires you to diminish yourself to receive it. We flew home and stepped back into our life, the one we built together, just the 2 of us. Small and manageable and ours. The unopened present from my mother still sat on the hall table. I finally threw it away without ever knowing what was inside. Some mysteries aren't worth solving. My grandmother's letter stayed on the wall, a daily reminder that someone had seen me clearly and loved me anyway. That standing up for your child isn't dramatics, it's devotion. That leaving isn't weakness when staying means betraying yourself. 6 months after the funeral, on what would have been my grandmother's 93rd birthday, Mira and I visited her grave. We brought roses, white ones, like at the funeral, and purple ones, the color of her reading glasses. I wish I could have known her better, Mira said, kneeling beside the headstone. She knew you, I said. That's what mattered to her. We sat there for a while, the autumn wind carrying leaves around us. Somewhere nearby, a church bell rang. Mira hummed along, a Mozart melody, clear and pure. I thought about my daughter's ruined cake and my grandmother's letter and all the birthdays and holidays and ordinary days between them. I thought about the version of myself who would have stayed at that party, who would have apologized to my parents for causing a scene, who would have taught Mira to swallow her hurt and perform gratitude. I didn't miss her. That woman was gone, replaced by someone harder and softer at once. Someone who knew that protecting your child meant more than keeping the peace. Someone who understood that some families had to be left behind so new ones could grow. My phone buzzed. A text from Rachel, dinner Thursday? Mira can come obviously. We're family. I smiled and replied, we'll be there. Because that was family now. The people who showed up without hidden agendas. Who celebrated Myra's joys instead of mocking them. Who asked how we were and actually wanted to know the answer. My grandmother had been right about everything. Some families are born. Some are chosen. The smart ones know the difference. And we did. Finally, we did.